The flame mercilessly devoured everything in its path, and people, gathering their last strength, tried to tame it. The man froze in place, unable to move. He could only feel the wind getting stronger and hear the trees cracking. At that time, other people were constantly passing buckets to each other, hoping to save what they still could. But this man was the father of the main character, gone. In a panic, he rushed to his house, not knowing where his son and wife might be. On the way, he heard from someone that his family hid in the annex, away from the fire. It seemed that you could not worry about them, but suddenly the roof of the house collapsed with a crash. The building was doomed. It was impossible to save it. The people with the buckets now saved only themselves. Before the owner's eyes, his house collapsed, engulfed in merciless fire. Thus ended that terrible night, which everyone will remember for a long time. Meanwhile, the mother tried to calm the frightened little Gon. She gently stroked his cheeks, and looking into his eyes, assured him that everything would be fine, because Dad would definitely solve everything. The next morning, when the sun rose, only a pile of ashes remained on the site of the former home. The owner of the house was sitting in front of the monk who had come to him that morning. The monk, whose name was Himo, explained that he had come because of a vision he had seen. Chang Doyun, the head of Unsongban, that was the master's name, wanted to know what exactly this vision predicted. Monk Himo slowly began to tell that there was something unusual about the child in his vision. Chang Doyun, hearing this as Hong's father, immediately felt anxious. Terrible guesses began to swarm in his thoughts. Could something happen to his son? At that moment, little Gon was standing nearby, silently staring at the pile of ashes. He saw in front of him the place where their house had stood until recently. Now the workers were busy there, pulling out things that had miraculously survived from under the rubble and raking the ruins. Meanwhile, Himo continued his story, hinting, but dragging out explanations. Chan could not stand the tension. He almost jumped out of his chair. The delay of the monk only increased his worries for his son. Finally, Gimo got to the bottom of it. He predicted that Gon would not die young, but live a long life. But there was one but. In a vision, the monk saw a spirit that controls the wealth of agriculture. However, everything did not look easy. The wealth first came to the family and then disappeared, and the losses were greater than the gains. All the family's property gradually slipped from their hands. Hearing this, Chang Doyan became angry. The worst thing was that Gimo directly hinted that his son could be the cause of these misfortunes, because he was born with a destiny that could destroy the family. To Chan's angry words, the monk responded with restraint, almost indifferently, only uttering, "Amitabha." The father hung his head, confused and broken, unable to understand how his own son could be the cause of all their troubles. However, Gimo gave him a ray of hope, noting that this does not mean that there is no way out. He admitted that he consulted with his mentor before coming here and has a definite plan of action. Chan's eyes widened as he couldn't wait to find out exactly what the monk was offering. At this time, his wife was playing with little Gon. She handed him a book and patiently taught him to read. While the mother smiled, fascinated by the game with her son, Himo explained in detail what needed to be done. If you entrust the child to a virtuous monk who will teach him a modest life, the family will avoid collapse. Chan nervously pounded his hands on the table, not knowing what to do, since he was already 40 and Gon was his only son. Himo reassured him, emphasizing that he did not come here to force the child to be sent to the monks. He only explained that if Gon acquires the necessary knowledge and skills by the age of 18, there will be no problems in the future. Chan began to hope that no one would take his son away forever. However, the monk added, "I know a place where he can study, so send Gon there." Chan thanked Himo profusely for the advice. In response, the monk bowed low and repeated his favorite word again, "Amitabha." Some time passed after their conversation. His parents begged Gon to calm down, but the two men tried to hold him down while Himo stood calmly on the sidelines watching the scene unfold. The mother could not hold back tears, worried about her son, but the father tried to calm her down, urging her to keep herself in her hands. Little Gon was completely oblivious to what was being said around him, and so were the men who were trying to restrain him. He screamed loudly and broke free from their arms. To reassure his wife, Chan explained that Quenmok himself, the Shaolin master, had agreed to accept Gong. However, this monk seemed strange to her, and it seemed to her that everyone was afraid of him. Her words sounded rude to Chan, especially considering that Himo was standing nearby and heard everything she said. The monk, however, called Quenmok the true embodiment of goodness, noting that people simply do not understand his essence, and asked the woman to give time. Only 10 years. Exactly 10 years, no more and no less, he assured. Meanwhile, Gon was shouting for his mother, and she was holding out her hand to him, repeating his name. They have already started loading him into the carriage. It was not easy, because the boy rested his hands and feet on the doorframe, but he still managed to pull him inside. At that moment, his father turned to him, explaining, "I told you everything. If you don't go, our family will be destroyed. We can die. The fate of our family depends on you." Although his eyes were full of tears, Gon finally began to listen to his father's words. After that, the carriage door was firmly closed, and although there were shouts from inside, "I will not go! Let me go!" the decision was already made. Finally, it was possible to put the boy in the carriage. Himo sighed with relief, as if he had completed an important mission. The horse harnessed to the carriage sped forward, quickly moving away from their house. After a while, Gon was already standing at the top of the hill, watching the carriage with his eyes. Tears were constantly flowing down his cheeks. He needed to calm down, but it seemed incredibly difficult. He felt like an abandoned kitten, abandoned to his own devices. I cried, resisted, but it all turned out to be useless. At a certain point, he turned his head to the left. "It's time to face reality," he muttered to himself as he looked up at the stone steps in front of him. Then, Gon looked up to see an old bald monk standing above. He realized that now this reality was his life for the next 10 years with a thin and strict monk. Some time has passed. The monk went about his business in the garden, and Gon sat on a bench, deep in thought. His father's words that the family could perish because of the prophecy still sounded in the boy's head. He realized that it was because of this that he was forced to stay with the benevolent monk. The thought that if the family was destroyed, his mother, father, and even the monk who fed him delicious food every day might die, made him bite his lower lip. Despite his young age, mature thoughts have already matured in his head. Even if he doesn't like it, he will have to spend 10 years here. However, the next question he had to solve was how to establish a relationship with his mentor. Sitting on the bench, he began to look around, thinking about what he could do now. A broom standing by the wall caught his attention. He took it and began to sweep the leaves. Hearing a noise behind him, the monk turned around. Glancing at Gon, he asked, "The leaves will fall again. Why do this?" To which the boy briefly replied, "They should be put in a pile." The monk looked at him and remarked, "If you want to show off your efforts to get me to start teaching you martial arts, then it's useless." But Gosen objected, saying firmly that this was not the case at all. Then the monk suggested that he throw down the broom, once again emphasizing that under no circumstances was he going to teach him the Shaolin arts. It was a bitter truth, expressed without embellishment. However, Gon, holding his broom tightly like a weapon, calmly replied, "I didn't come here to learn martial arts." However, these words of Han seemed to the monk to be rude and even insolent. The boy stood with a confident and serious expression on his face. The monk did not like communication with people, because he had lived alone in the mountains for 30 years. He never took students, considering it too much trouble. Due to his stubbornness, he eventually gave up Shaolin and started doing what he really loved. His mentor always repeated a simple truth: the older you get, the more naturally you accept loneliness. But then he asked the monk, "If you are alone and no one cares about you, how about taking a disciple?" The answer was immediate and clear: "I don't want to." But the old sage asked him to listen to the end. He called it not only a request, but also a gift from life itself. In addition, the monk learned that the head of the Gon family, a well-known merchant, probably asked for his son, but shifted the responsibility to him. Standing in front of Gon, the monk angrily asked why he had climbed this mountain. Then he turned sharply and said he would teach him a few martial arts techniques, but warned, "Don't annoy me, or I'll bring you home myself." In response, Gon shouted after him that he himself did not want to be here. He began to tell that he was forced to come because of some prophecy, which predicts that the fate of the whole family depends on it. Then with tears in his eyes, he exclaimed, "If I don't do this, everyone will die." The monk stopped when he heard Gon add, "Even if you banish me, I still won't be able to go home." At that moment, the monk thought that Gon's parents had turned out to be real cowards who tricked their son into studying in Shaolin. It was clear that this crying boy knew nothing about Shaolin. The monk sharply exclaimed that he hated children and ordered him to shut up. It came as a shock to Gon. Before he had seen the monk calm, but now he was shouting at the top of his voice. The monk then rudely ordered the boy to go into the room and change his clothes, saying that his appearance was annoying. He said that bright clothing only got in the way in these mountains, though Gon couldn't understand why. In his opinion, Mom chose the simplest clothes. After some time, the monk put food on the table. She seemed strange to Gon, because he had learned that fire was not used in temples. According to the monk, food cooked on fire makes the character fiery. "What's the point of meditating with piety if you're explosive and unbalanced at the same time?" explained the monk. The clothes that Gon wore were so old and simple that the boy couldn't imagine how he would wear them for 10 years. He continued to examine himself, not understanding how to live this time in this way. At that moment, the monk suggested to start eating. But before getting down to the food, Gon decided to clarify something. If you eat this kind of food every day, why are you angry? The monk thought, not remembering a single time when he had been angry, but Gon reminded him that he had been yelling moments before. How can you say that? The monk answered the boy through his teeth, barely restraining his indignation. At the same time, the monk understood that he had never met such unusual children before. He looked into Gon's eyes and couldn't figure out if the boy was actually trying to bully him. But from his innocent look, it seemed that Gon was genuinely interested and was asking the question not out of mockery, but out of curiosity. During dinner, a dispute suddenly arose between them, whether it is possible to chop wood for the fire. The monk made strange arguments that seemed more like excuses than a clear position. Gon also had his arguments, which annoyed the monk more and more. When the boy noticed how the mentor's face became angry, he quieted down a little and tried to calm the situation. However, the monk began to suspect that Gon was specifically rebelling because he was given the old monk's clothes. Their argument culminated in Gon, though dissatisfied, beginning to eat the tasteless food, constantly complaining about its taste. The night has come. The boy was lying tightly clutching the straw in his hands. There was only one question in my head. What do I need this for? Especially since his sickness from eating did not stop. The sounds that Gon was making outside were so loud that the monk who was sleeping in the house woke up. He immediately understood what the reason was. Eating something raw, not cooked on fire, was a real test for the stomach. The monk thought he couldn't start cooking normal food because of his principles, and Gon had no choice but to get used to it. But the monk consoled himself with the thought that perhaps the boy would not be able to stand it, and would voluntarily leave this place. Gon was so exhausted that there was no trace of his former energy left on his face. He wanted to eat, but the constant diarrhea, which had lasted for half a month after every meal, completely exhausted him. An irritated monk approached him and reproachfully asked why Gon disappeared yesterday without a word. Although his tone was angry, Gon thought that the monk might even be worried about him. The mentor's gaze fell on the boy's hands, which were covered in something red, and he sharply asked what had happened. He also added that if Gon accidentally tears his clothes or wears out his shoes, he won't buy him new ones, so he has to be careful. In response, Gon began to complain that he was not eating much, and every time after eating he started having diarrhea. The monk only skeptically remarked, "If you have diarrhea, then you are not hungry. Man can survive regardless of what he eats. If you learn to live by eating grass, you will survive. If not, that's your problem." Gon had to accept these realities, although it was incredibly difficult for him. He did not understand at all how to adjust to such a life, especially since the mentor's words seemed meaningless to him. The monk continued to say complicated things while Gon was literally starving. Looking at the mentor's bald head, the boy realized that he had no intention of helping him. Thoughts swirled in my head again. What to do? At this rate, I will simply die of hunger. Suddenly the monk turned around and said that he had to go out on business, and ordered Gon to stay at home. Looking at him, the boy suddenly came up with an idea. If he didn't move once more, his appetite would decrease. He decided to just sleep and, imagining it as a solution to his problems, began to smile at this, as it seemed to him, brilliant idea. Gon lay relaxed and slept like a panda. However, his sleep was interrupted when a mentor entered the room. The boy explained his long sleep simply. If you don't move and sleep more, you don't want to eat so much. The monk sharply replied that there is a difference between meaningless movements and laziness. Those who only eat and sleep are not people, but real vegetables who waste food. The word vegetables spoken by the mentor sounded so strange to Gon that he thought, maybe you should feed me first before you say that. The teacher, muttering that the boy was annoying him terribly, turned and left the room. Gon sat there not knowing what to do next. The weather was great outside. The monk sat with a book in his hands, going through the rosaries, completely immersed in reading. Gon, lurking behind the half-open barn door, peered out, watching his mentor. His curiosity was over the top. What is he doing? Judging by the rosary in his hands, he reads sutras like a real monk. In the boy's head, an idea immediately appeared. To go outside and ask what the mentor was doing. He said he liked the sound of the sutras. However, the mentor replied that he did not see the point of saying them out loud, especially in these mountains. He explained that he reads with his eyes and speaks all the words about himself. This seemed extremely strange to Gon, and he did not hide his surprise. The teacher once again asked the boy, "And why, in your opinion, say the sutras out loud at all?" "These shouts and knocks only make one feel empty in the stomach, not enlightened," explained the monk, clearly displeased. "However, Even this explanation seemed to Gon to be the words of a brute. Returning to the book, the mentor turned the page and asked the boy not to disturb, sending him away. Gon had no choice but to turn and walk away, even though it made him very angry. No matter how much I tell him, he always gets angry and yells, thought Gon. But then he got an idea. If I do everything as the mentor says, he will stop yelling at me, the boy decided. He decided to observe the monk and copy his behavior, trying to understand how he avoids unnecessary movements and does not feel hungry. Brilliant plan, Gon thought as night fell outside. At this time, the monks were engaged in cleaning, sweeping the paths. Meanwhile, Gon was already going to bed, and his mentor was making the bed. The boy was very surprised how the mentor was able to make the bed in 1 second. The next morning, the mentor, in turn, was amazed that Gon had woken up so early. However, instead of actually waking up, Gon heard the order not to sit idle and make the bed himself. Gon wondered, where is he in such a hurry when the sun hasn't even risen yet? But he had only one plan, to do everything as soon as possible to imitate the mentor. Gon, like lightning, began to make his bed. However, he did not manage to do it as accurately and quickly as the mentor. I'll leave it like that and I'll practice later, the boy decided, and hurried after his mentor. He noticed that the monk was already climbing up and rushed after him. It was necessary to move as quickly as possible, but at the same time quietly, so that he would not be noticed. Gon peered out from behind the trees, carefully following the mentor's direction. Wow, how fast he moves through those damned mountains, Gon thought, seeing how easily the monk moved. His movements were clear and confident. The mentor stood on one stone and then easily swam to another. Gon miraculously managed to keep up with him, hiding behind the trees. He gritted his teeth, not understanding how a monk could climb up so easily, as if it was not difficult at all. Now the boy began to understand what the real Shaolin was when he saw the mentor sitting calmly on the giant stone. But he couldn't understand. Why is he just sitting there? Is that all? One thing became clear. This is how a mentor starts his day. Gon reminded himself of his plan. Not to back down and copy his mentor's every move, no matter what the cost. Gon sat down in a meditative position, mimicking his mentor's movements exactly, and noticed how the mentor closed his eyes. Feeling incredibly curious and eager to unravel this mystery, Gon tried to do the same. Meanwhile, it was getting light outside, but the mentor remained motionless, and Gon knew he couldn't take it much longer. Opening one eye, he decided to check if the mentor had fallen asleep. It even seemed to him that the monk was sleeping. Gon felt cheated. His mentor forbade him to sleep, but he himself seemed to be quietly dozing. But suddenly an unexpected moment happened. Gon opened his eyes wider, and then his stomach grumbled loudly. The sound spread all over the mountains. Of course, these sounds could not pass by the mentor's ears. Holding his stomach, Gon nervously thought about what to say to him. He approached the mentor, who sternly explained that if he had already decided to follow him, he should have remained unnoticed, and asked why he had decided to disturb him with his grumbling. In response, Gon blurted out that there was nothing he could do about his hunger, and realized that he would not be able to finish this practice peacefully. Suddenly, Gon saw some white substance come out of the gate and hit his nose. His curiosity immediately got the better of him. So was he just very curious? Or is such curiosity normal for children? The mentor couldn't understand it, but he was a little confused by the boy's big eyes looking at him with such hope. He wondered if he needed to explain all of this to Gon in as much detail as he wanted. After thinking about it, the mentor decided that there was nothing secret about this practice, and agreed to tell about it. He explained that the technique he uses is called Yokinkyun, a method of inner vision known only to a few in Shaolin. What Gon saw is called Qi, the source of all life in the world. Gon was so impressed by this information that he even jokingly compared them to cigarettes. But the mentor explained that this is not the case at all. These are everywhere, in heaven and on earth. By taking this energy, people can live longer and healthier. Now Gon understood why the mentor never looked hungry. He was feeding on that energy. The teacher continued the story. If you master this practice, over time you can learn to absorb energy with your whole body. As the energy accumulates, it turns into inner strength, which becomes the basis for martial arts masters. Gon felt like a fool. Why didn't I think of taking in more air when I was hungry before? A plan has already formed in his head to learn to feed on this energy without the help of a mentor. He even imagined how he would brag to him that he was no longer hungry. The teacher, having considered everything, offered the boy something. He allowed Gon to attend the morning practice, but strictly forbade touching or interfering with him. Gon accepted the terms and retreated, hiding behind a tree. The teacher was surprised that the boy suddenly ran out of questions. He even thought, if he had asked one more question, I might have told him about one of the Taoist techniques. Hiding behind a tree, Gon closed his eyes. His desire was now focused on one thing: to learn to feed on the energy of the air. He sat down in a meditative posture, focusing all his attention on controlling his thoughts, trying to master this power. After a while, the mentor appreciated Gon's efforts, noting that it was pretty good for a kid. Even young monks can rarely sit in the lotus position for 2 hours straight. Gon was barely moving anymore, which gave the impression that he was quite persistent. The problem, however, was that Gon's legs were so numb that he could barely feel them. It became a mystery for him. Why does the mentor look absolutely normal, and his legs are not numb? In addition, the monk moved slowly, but looked as if he was sliding on the ground, the most terrifying thought that flashed through at that moment. Is the mentor a ghost? Gon even began to turn pale from these thoughts, and his forehead turned blue. However, he was distracted by the words of the monk, who sharply ordered him not to slow down and to go faster. The monk asked Gon to follow him directly. Walking behind, the boy noticed something strange. The mentor's shoulders and arms hardly moved, and his feet barely touched the ground. Gon had another brilliant thought. He must be moving so little that he doesn't get hungry. And it really seemed incredible, because with such a move, the mentor did not spend any extra effort at all. Soon they returned home. The teacher set the table and they sat down to eat together. Gon hadn't noticed this before, but now he began to pay attention to something very important. Gon realized that the mentor did not make any unnecessary movements in his daily life. In this, he was strikingly different from the servants who were always fussing around the house, as if their actions had no clear plan, while the monk had everything thought out to the smallest detail. At that moment, the mentor noticed that Gon was sitting with a kind of distracted head. He told him that one should think only of food while eating. Hearing these words, Gon immediately began to eat in silence, focusing only on the spoon in front of him. The mentor quickly noticed that the boy had been carefully following his every move since dawn. At that moment, it became clear to him that Gon was trying to copy his behavior. Moreover, after a while, Gon simply sat opposite and started reading the same book as the monk. The teacher was surprised that the boy began to read Confucian records. He briefly explained to Gon that the book he was holding was the 42 chapters of the sutra. It contains instructions and teachings of Buddhist monks. And although it is not too difficult, it can be a difficult task for a 7-year-old child. In response, Gon talked about his past, how he read the Analects of Confucius, the writings of Mencius, and more. However, he admitted that these records are really difficult to read. Afterwards, Gon was surprised that the mentor allowed him to read the book without any objection. However, the monk agreed only because he understood. The boy simply has nothing else to read. This annoyed him a little, but as he looked at the interested boy, he realized the following. Even if he didn't understand why it was Gon, the mentor knew that he should find other books for him, anticipating that the boy might leave soon. After sitting for so long, Gon's legs went numb again, causing slight discomfort. Touching his stomach, he noticed that he was no longer as hungry as before. Looking out the door, the boy thought about going to rest again. But what he saw outside confused him. The mentor was standing in a rather unusual stance, which caught Gon's attention, and he decided to go out to take a closer look. With a calm and focused face, the mentor slowly moved his hands as if conducting an invisible ritual. His movements were so fluid and controlled that it made Gon quite curious. Sticking to his plan, the boy immediately began to repeat all his movements. The mentor, having noticed this, was at first surprised, and then he was finally convinced. He realized that Gon was literally copying his every gesture. Accepting this as a challenge, the mentor decided to continue without stopping. He smoothly executed the planned movements, watching as the boy tried to imitate him. After only a few moves, Gon's tense face appeared. It was obvious how the task was exhausting him. The boy's ridiculous movements almost caused him to lose his balance and fall. Imagining that it would be much easier, Gon hadn't expected that replicating his mentor's slow and precise movements would prove to be so difficult. It's only logical that it all ended with Gon falling. He fell on his back, and even managed to spin in the air before that. The monk could barely contain his laughter as he watched this spectacle. He understood that it was too difficult for a boy, and there was no point in repeating the movements of an experienced person. Such training can only be done by those who have studied the sutras well. But Gon, unable to stand it, asked, "Why are you doing this? Moreover, you said not to make silly movements." The monk calmly explained, "These are not meaningless movements. They promote the circulation of energy and blood, which makes the body healthier." He continued, "I'm not just moving slowly. I'm focusing my mind and working on my body awareness. The slower you move, the better you understand what your body is. When you begin to notice how your muscles move, how your hands move, how you breathe, you can even feel the movement of every hair on your body." Gon thought about it, but eventually asked a single question. "And why is that necessary?" The mentor was not so much surprised by the endless number of questions of Gon as it was starting to annoy him. He decided to stop training and explain the following in detail to the boy. The human body is very complex. Hundreds of bones, an intricate circulatory system, muscles, as well as vital energy, which is the source of our vital activity. All this should be in balance, he said. Now it becomes clear why you are always hungry. Something in your body is constantly disrupting this balance. The mentor asked Gosen to think, what must be done to achieve maximum effect with minimum effort? He explained, the point is to eliminate unnecessary movements and concentrate only on what is necessary. That way, you'll be able to get more done with less effort. Hearing these words, Gon slowly repeated to himself, maximum effect with minimal effort. Suddenly he remembered that this was exactly what his father had always said. Merchants should make maximum profit with minimum expenses. This is what it means to be a merchant, Gon thought. He thought about it. 2 adults had said the same thing. It couldn't be a coincidence. At that moment, he was overcome with a strange feeling, as if his heart was being torn apart. Gon sighed and replied to the mentor, I've never figured out how to do it, but I'll try. In his mentor's eyes, Gon was a child who showed much more tenacity than he could have previously thought. It became clear to the mentor that Gon would definitely not be leaving here anytime soon. After all, due to his efforts, he decided to teach the boy something important. Autumn has arrived on the territory of the Shaolin Temple. The leaves slowly fell to the ground, creating an atmosphere of peace. One of the students was holding a book in his hands, but he looked confused. He didn't understand anything. He tried to find out why the amount of grain in the storehouse and its costs were correctly indicated, but the stocks remained much less than last year. A disciple standing nearby suggested that this was due to an increase in the number of believers, but the donations dwindled, although it was comforting that new supplies should arrive soon. However, this year there will be half as many as last year. The reason for this was the complications that gripped many people. In addition, other expenses have increased more than usual. Looking at this data, it was not difficult to assume that the next year will be very difficult. Products flowed like water from a leaky straw barrel. Winter has already arrived in the yard. The mentor was sitting next to Gon, who was sneezing non-stop. Gon was wrapped in all the available blankets and couldn't understand why it was so cold in the winter. It was always so warm at home that he even sweated, and now this cold seemed like a real test. In addition, the teacher did not heat the room and did not give the boy warm cotton clothes. The mentor looked at Gon from time to time. All he could think about was how unbearable this boy was. However, he expected Gon to start to resent the fact that the room was not heated. But the boy didn't say a word. Be that as it may, the situation was becoming a problem. What if this stranger's precious boy dies, he thought. At that moment, the mentor decided to get up. He went outside to look at the stove, which he hadn't used in a long time. Meanwhile, Gon was shaking more and more, coughing and sneezing, barely able to hold himself together. The boy began to whisper softly, Mom, I will always try hard to learn to spell. Just don't leave me. It is similar to the delirium of the patient, but after some time the mentor lit the stove. He threw more wood at her to make the fire stronger. Providing warmth to Gon, he mentally blamed his older brother for entrusting him with the child, knowing how much he disliked children. And this annoying boy. However, the mentor soaked a rag and put it on Gon's head. The room became warm, but the cough only intensified, and the temperature did not decrease. He even thought of going down the mountain to find a cure. However, he was stopped by the thought, if I do this, everyone will say that I was not able to properly take care of the child. But he also couldn't just sit back and wait for Gon's condition to improve. Meanwhile, this loud cough and the words "Mom" did not leave his head. The mentor looked at Gon and thought to himself, how insufferable this boy is, nothing but trouble. He removed the blanket from him and unbuttoned the clothes on his chest to better access his body. Calm down and don't move, the mentor ordered, and Gon barely sat up, breathing heavily. His face was wet with sweat, and there was not an ounce of healthy color left on it. The mentor placed his hands on his back, preparing to transmit the energy. Energy began to gather around them, but there was a disturbing thought in the mentor's head. To waste one's inner strength is to lose years of learning in one go. However, as he concentrated, he began to feel an internal energy moving within his body. He didn't have time to heal slowly, so he had to act quickly, hitting all the points at once. His hands placed on Gon's back began to radiate energy that enveloped the boy. For an ordinary person, receiving such energy for the next 10 years could be compared to the feelings of a Shaolin disciple. Gon opened his mouth wide and let out a loud cry from the unusual sensations that flooded his body. he felt something strange, as if waves of heat and power were simultaneously filling him from within. The mentor, however, understood the problem. It would be more difficult for Gon to learn techniques that require working with internal energy later on, but he believed that the boy was to blame for his illness, and in this situation he had no choice but to help him now. Time passed and Gon looked much better. The mentor, sitting next to him, explained to him that now he will not suffer from minor diseases for several decades. And if he gets seriously ill or injured, he will recover much faster than an ordinary person. He also added that Gon's body is now stronger than the average person. In response to all these words, the boy only snorted a little, clearly not realizing everything that the mentor said. The mentor consoled himself with the thought that although his 10 years of training seemed wasted, he had no plans to practice martial arts again. But he was not so sorry because he saved one poor soul. However, he couldn't help but notice how much Gon had lost weight. The teacher understood that the boy had to go through a lot during his childhood. Sighing, he thought about his past. When he gave up worries and focused on practice, he began to avoid people. But now he felt a strange sense of pity. He put it down to the fact that the mind dulls with age. At that moment, the mentor understood why a teacher can give his life for a student. He sat down in the lotus position, lost in meditation. Do you need to understand the suffering of living beings in order to stop suffering yourself? Perhaps this is the same enlightenment that the Buddha spoke of, he thought. At that time, Gon continued to lie down and was quietly snoring. 3 days have passed. At that moment, Gon woke up to find the mentor had returned. He felt full of strength, rested well, and realized that the cold was completely gone. His head was clear and his body more rested than usual. The teacher realized that the boy had not realized anything yet. Gon didn't seem to realize how much his body had changed yet. It was incredibly cold outside, but Gon felt strange. The morning air was icy, but he wasn't cold at all. Before, he could not concentrate properly, but now he felt that he was able to cope with any task. The mentor, observing him, noticed that, despite his young age, his blood vessels were full of energy. In other words, Gon looked like he was reborn. But the mentor understood that it also required a lot of strength. However, Gon now had a new opportunity. Gon breathed in slowly to his full chest and exhaled just as slowly. The teacher ordered him to put his hands on his knees, raise his palms to the sky, and slowly exhale through his nose. With each exhalation, it was necessary to release about 80% of the air, watching your breathing. Time after time, Gon performed the exercises sitting down while the instructor sat a little higher. The mentor pondered, if you start teaching him martial arts now, he can become a master. However, these thoughts caused conflicting emotions in him, and he involuntarily bit his lip as he returned to his memories. He convinced himself that such thoughts were absurd. In order to teach Gon martial arts, you had to take him to the school, get permission from the headmaster, and explain why. For a small child, it was not quite appropriate. The mentor was troubled by the fact that such thoughts began to come to him more and more often. A few days passed, and they returned to the same place for meditation and training. Suddenly, Gon felt a strange sensation in his stomach as he inhaled. It was accompanied by a slight tingling in the nose and in the stomach itself. Am I starting to absorb these? He thought with excitement. Now he felt that he could do the same as the mentor. He managed to start absorbing the energy of these. The mentor was standing on a rock and the rays of the sun were breaking through the mountains, creating a majestic atmosphere. Looking at Gon, the mentor couldn't understand why he looked so excited. Has he mastered the Tanjong breathing technique? He thought doubtfully. But he refused to believe it, because he himself had once failed to master it. Besides, he was still not used to the heaviness of his body after the loss of energy. Nothing surprising, because in one day he lost the strength he had accumulated for 10 years. The mentor, realizing it was because of Gon, silently jumped off the rock and said, "It's time to go." But Gon asked permission to practice a little more. However, the mentor, as always, remained adamant and did not listen to the child's request. They set off back to the place where they spent the night. Gon stood in a fighting stance, feeling strange sensations in his body. All this brought him real pleasure. He could even remotely feel the wind touching every hair on his body. The mentor noticed that his movements were noticeably different from those before. It seemed to be his body's reaction to the accumulated internal energy. During their joint classes, the mentor repeated the word martial arts more and more often. Gon did it at first, just to keep from feeling hungry, but if he continues training, it will completely change his body structure. The mentor couldn't decide if it was good or not. The weather was beautiful outside. Spring was already near, flowers were blooming, the first butterflies appeared. Another day went by as they again sat across from each other reading books. Gon went to the forest in search of berries. He was enjoying their taste so much that he didn't even notice how he was smearing the juice on his hands and face. Time was relentless, and autumn had already arrived. Gosen painstakingly practiced every move and every blow. Winter has come again. They again sat on their stones in the lotus position, immersed in deep meditation, breathing slowly through the nose, and a smooth exhalation through the mouth, filled with peace. A slight smile appeared on Gon's face from these sensations. The mountains were covered with snow, and a thin layer of ice first froze and then melted under the sun's rays. Winter is over, and the tops of the mountains are covered with greenery, showing the first signs of spring. 3 years have passed. In front of the Shaolin temple stood monk Himo. He became curious to know if his old acquaintance was all right. He was met at the entrance, and Gimo explained that he had come to see an old friend, Quenun. From the way the students reacted to the mention of Quenun's name, it was clear that Himo was an unusual visitor. The disciples began to stir and invited him to come inside. Himo entered the temple, carefully examining every corner. But something made him sigh with a slight sadness. He was saddened by the brick tower, which was in a terrible state. The students explained that they had already tried to repair it several times, but could not. And then they shared the terrible truth that Gimo had heard. Shaolin's finances were in dire straits. After some time, Quenun approached Himo. They sat down for a cup of tea, starting a calm dialogue. Quenun said sadly that even this tea was very little left. It was sad to hear this, because the situation seemed to be getting worse and worse. Moreover, Quenun, who used to be famous for his optimism, now looked completely exhausted. Even normal tea is not available anymore. Is this world completely falling apart? Thought Himo, looking at his friend. Quenun explained a strange thing. No matter how much the towers were repaired, they still kept collapsing, making it impossible to rebuild them. The main temple, on the contrary, was always kept in good condition, because it was visited by many people. 3 years have passed since the tower repairs were finally stopped. 3 whole years. This figure amazed even Himo. After that, they decided to take a walk around the territory of the temple. 3 years ago, Gimo brought Hong to the Shaolin temple because the prophecy said that the child could harm his merchant family, so he decided to send him here. The Shaolin temple was considered the best place for such occasions. But now even the temple has suffered damage. Gon was not accepted as a student and was simply staying here. Himo decided to put aside his thoughts about it and chalk it all up to coincidence. He then asked Quenun if he could help the temple in any way. Although Gimo didn't like to talk about money, he was willing to ask the merchant for help if the temple really needed it. But Quenun reassured him, saying that this year's harvest was good. However, Himo, knowing the situation well, considered these words strange. He thought about what he said and returned to his previous thoughts. Is the problem with the child after all? Everything seems to be going well, but at the same time something invisible is leaking into a bottomless pit, he thought. After uttering Amitabha, Himo decided to go to another Buddhist temple, explaining that he had business there. He intended to pray there with even greater fervor, 1,000 times stronger, for the salvation of Shaolin. He couldn't leave the situation because he felt guilty and felt he had to do something. Quenun tried to calm him down, hinting that at such an age one shouldn't spend so much time traveling to a foreign temple. But Himo stubbornly refused to listen. He immediately set out on the road and even almost ran, ignoring the persuasion. After a few minutes, he reached the place. Himo began to pray with all his heart to save the Shaolin temple from destruction. He knelt down, bowed to the ground, clutching the rosaries hanging around his neck. Then he got up and repeated everything again, immersed in prayer. In front of him stood an amazingly beautiful Buddha statue that seemed alive in its serenity and majesty. Standing in front of the Buddha statue, Himo prayed, begging that everything that was happening was just a coincidence. Then he would kneel down again in worship, lost in thought. After a while he returned to Quenun. Quenun, worried about him, persistently reminded that Himo should take care of his health. But Guimo, standing with a confused face, asked if the situation had improved even a little this year. Quenun replied, "Yes, but you have nothing to do with it." 4 years had passed and Himo began to wonder if his offerings to the Buddha had not been strong enough. Hearing that nothing good had happened, he immediately turned the other way, trying to find a solution. Quenun tried to stop him, but in vain. Thanks to Himo, the situation in the Shaolin temple changed significantly. Some young monks also began to pray 1,000 or even 10,000 times. Quenun was very grateful to Himo for his contribution. He also motivated his students to work even harder, so that his friend would not have to come again next year. All the students unanimously answered that they would do their best. Meanwhile, Gon and his mentor spent their days together. Zhang Gong has already turned 15 years old. They were sitting at breakfast and Gon asked in surprise, "Is this our breakfast?" The teacher began to carefully examine the table, trying to find something strange. But at first glance, everything looked normal. However, the chopsticks and plates were laid out so neatly that it even gave off a slightly eerie feeling. Besides, the food itself in the bowl seemed quite strange. At this point, the mentor asked, "What is this?" Gon calmly replied that it was a mallow he plucked in the garden. "Mallow? Why do you need her? And what is it anyway?" asked the mentor. Gon explained that he decided to cook this unusual food, thinking that it would be tasty and healthy. He removed all the inedible parts that the insects had damaged and left only the edible parts. To the mentor, it looked like a new display of the boy's talents, especially as Gon carefully laid out the grains, one by one, explaining that he just liked the arrangement. Gosen reminded the mentor of his own words. Organization is good. The mentor, who from the beginning felt that Gon was constantly testing him, just sighed. Then he raised his hand and said curtly, "Let's just eat." This time, the mentor decided not to argue and avoid unnecessary conversations, although he still felt a certain discomfort inside. This time he just smiled back at Gon. And a little later, the mentor sat looking at the distant mountains and enjoyed the incredible view unfolding before him. The teacher wondered what was happening lately. Is this all because of Shaolin Temple's financial problems? He thought. Looking into the distance, he realized that he had never been in such a state before. There was a strange and unpleasant feeling in him that was difficult to explain. Every day was the same, but he couldn't understand why he felt restless. Closing his eyes, he tried to sink into his thoughts to find an answer. His thoughts revolved around one thing. He was upset and did not know the cause of his condition. At this time, Gon, having barely opened the door, watched his mentor through the gap. It was not difficult to guess that something was wrong with the mentor, and something deeply troubled him. The shelf, which was always packed with books, looked especially tidy that day. The books were arranged so neatly that it caught the attention of the tutor. Even Gon's bed was made so neatly that it started to confuse him slightly. The mentor, reflecting, realized, "I thought why I had such a bad feeling. Now I know the reason. It's not just a love of order, it's already some kind of pathology." These were the thoughts in his mind as he looked at the perfect order in Gon's room. Meanwhile, Gon was sweeping up leaves on the street, and the mentor noted that the boy had been behaving quite strangely lately. For 7 years that they lived together, Gon never idled. "Looks like he will become a great man," thought the mentor. These thoughts filled his mind as he worked in the garden. But what happened behind his back made him turn sharply. He saw Gon moving strangely, his feet barely touching the ground and his shoulders barely moving. Although it looked a bit clumsy, it was clear that Gon was minimizing unnecessary movements. The mentor guessed that the boy would try to copy his moves one day, but he didn't expect him to reach this level. At that moment, the mentor called Gon over to him. He wanted to talk since he had never trained the boy in martial arts. The master understood that if anyone found out about these skills, they would think that Gon had been trained in Shaolin. He asked the boy, "When did you learn that?" Gon replied with a smile, "Did you finally notice? I know how to do things like you." It was hard to believe that Gon had mastered the basics of martial arts just by watching and repeating. The mentor felt conflicting thoughts. On the one hand, Gon seemed like an ordinary boy without any outstanding physical data. He doesn't even know what martial arts are, thought the mentor. He decided to ask, "How long ago did you master it?" Gon answered uncertainly, "I don't know myself. Before, I didn't succeed in anything, but today suddenly everything succeeded. Besides, lately I hardly feel hungry." It was hard to believe. Then Gon reminded the mentor of his own words. "You said that if you don't want to be hungry, you need to avoid unnecessary movements." He told how he tried to learn this technique on his own. "I wanted to achieve the maximum result with minimum effort," explained the boy. Listening to this, the mentor couldn't tell if Gon had actually mastered martial arts, or if he was just trying to confuse him. He asked again, "Are you saying that I started moving less so I wouldn't feel hungry?" Gon answered unequivocally, "Yes." After this answer, the mentor asked the boy to give him a hand. Gon held out his palm, placing it on his mentor's hand. The mentor felt what he wanted to check: the flow of inner energy in the boy's hand. "Look at him!" He developed his inner energy. It usually takes at least 20 years of training to reach this level, thought the mentor, amazed. The mentor could not understand how Gon had achieved such a level of mastery, as he had never taught the boy breathing techniques and had no idea that he practiced in secret. He asked himself the question, when did he manage to reach this level? Besides, Gon didn't seem to have time for it, as he meditated with his mentor every morning. When asked, Gon explained that he practiced until he absorbed enough ki energy that he only needed air. "I'm just breathing a lot," said the boy. It became clear to the mentor that for 7 years, Gon had been practicing spiritual techniques without any direct training. He began to think back to the time he treated Gon during his illness. Analyzing each moment, the mentor realized that Gon had reached this level by watching him and constantly practicing by copying his movements. Gon, not understanding why the mentor was taking this situation so seriously, asked, "Is there something wrong with me?" The teacher replied, "That's not the point. What you have been doing all this time is a Shaolin art method called Buryan Shibo." Gon then explained how he was able to copy it. He noticed the mentor moving his shoulders as he walked, lightly touching the ground with his heels, and keeping his gaze straight ahead. After that, Gon decided to visually show what it looks like. He began to move very quickly, demonstrating his skills. The mentor, watching this, did not know how to react, and began to laugh. But the laughter was filled with incomprehension and surprise. "It's similar to Buryan Shibo's technique, but your pace is different. Buryan Shibo involves moves for evasion and counterattacks, but your actions are more like something else," commented the mentor. "The point is to get to the goal as quickly as possible with minimal movements," the mentor concluded. But a logical question arose in his head again. What to do with this boy now? Night fell outside, and their conversation ended. The mentor was sitting next to the bed where Gon was sleeping, lost in his own thoughts. A picture of Gong's movements constantly appeared in his mind, and he understood that even among the best Shaolin disciples, it was rare to find someone with such abilities. Shaolin students need at least 20 years to achieve success in martial arts, but there wasn't much difference between their movements and what Gon shows at 15 years old. The mentor couldn't tell if it was a coincidence or not, but the boy's inner energy was behaving very strangely. At that moment, the candle that illuminated the room suddenly went out. The mentor continued to stare into the darkness, lost in thought. He felt anxious. Everything seems fine now, but who knows what may happen in the future? If he builds up too much power and can't manage it properly, it could become a curse, thought the mentor. He began to think about teaching Gong the correct practices, but he understood that it was impossible to simply pass on the art of Shaolin. The worst part was that it required a study permit, and now the mentor had to decide how to report this to the chapter. The night was full of questions that he asked himself, but in the end he decided to go to bed, putting off his decision until tomorrow. In the residence of the head of the Shaolin Temple, there was a calm but businesslike atmosphere. Today, Quenon was very lucky as he sat before the very head of the temple and was pleased that the difficulties their people were facing were gradually being resolved. Across from Quenon sat Quen, a representative of a government department, who assured him that even if the financial situation did not return to its previous state, there was no cause for concern. Everything looked really good and it gave me hope. Quenon believed that the successes were due to his friend Himo. He was convinced that even the Buddha could not ignore Himo's prayers. Quen suggested starting a conversation with the locals. He emphasized that it is necessary to prepare in advance for possible difficulties that may recur. For this purpose, he proposed to increase the amount of resources and to prepare a sufficient number of warehouses. However, Quenon believed that it would be difficult to implement. He explained his position. Even despite the harvest, there are those who are starving. Because of this, alms should be distributed immediately, and such people cannot be ignored. He remembered that they were all monks before they learned martial arts, so they knew poverty well. Meanwhile, in the mountains, away from this conversation, Gon was enjoying the apples. He thought about how he had walked more than usual that day. Before, he was afraid to move a lot, lest he starve. But now the situation had improved thanks to the energy of these, and he could afford more activity. Gon noticed that the mentor has been acting strange lately. He is constantly sighing, which raised suspicion. What is he so worried about? Gon thought as he bit into the apple. But all these thoughts faded into the background before the taste of this juicy apple. However, a sudden question behind his back, "What are you eating so deliciously?" made him instantly turn around. Behind him stood an old, completely unfamiliar monk. His sudden appearance startled Gon so much that he dropped the apple from his hands. The old monk immediately apologized for scaring the boy. From his clothes, Gon quickly determined that he was a Shaolin monk. Showing respect, Gon bowed and gave his name, revealing that he lived with Master Quen Mok. This information greatly surprised the old monk. He took a close look at Gon, noting his baggy clothes that were clearly out of proportion, and realized that the boy was indeed living with Quen Mok. Then the old monk suddenly mentioned that Gon had eaten fruit in the mountains a few days ago. But when the boy asked how he determined it, the monk mysteriously replied that he had his own methods. In fact, the monk determined it by the movements of Gon's hands that he used while picking the fruit and the technique used. The old monk also noticed Gon's gait, which looked very unusual. This led him to assume that Gon practiced martial arts and that Quen Mok may have been training him. But he found it hard to believe that Quen Mok was taking students. However, this issue was secondary. The old man wanted to understand how Gon lived with Quen Mok for 7 whole years, because he is known for his difficult character. Gon immediately began to tell that at first the master was extremely strict with him. "He's still pretty rough on me even now," Gon added with a slight grumble. Hearing these words, the old monk replied, "Yes, it looks like Quen Mok." Gon realized that this monk knew his mentor well. The old man introduced himself by his Buddhist name, Han O, and explained that his status in the temple was higher than that of Quen Mok. The conversation became more lively when Gon explained that he was not the master's apprentice, but simply lived with him. To live together but not be a student? This is very strange, thought Hong O as the situation looked confusing. The old man asked about the technique that Gon uses. The boy explained that the master had mentioned something about her, but he himself did not know anything about it. This surprised the old man even more. Buryeon Shibo and Young Josu are techniques that only masters like Quen Mok, Lee Gongmin, or myself can master, Hong O said. And here in front of me stands a boy who assures that he never learned martial arts from his mentor, thought the monk with surprise. After that, the old monk asked Gon to extend his hand. Taking his hand, Hong O decided to check something. Hong O felt an incredible force that even pushed him away when he touched Hong's palm. Where does the child have such strength? He thought, not finding a logical explanation. Hong, surprised, turned to Hong O. Is there any problem? Did I do something wrong? However, the monk just smiled, shook his head and replied, "No, if it's a problem, then let it be a problem. And if not, that's fine." These words left Gon even more confused, but he decided to add, "I only have 3 years left to live here." This impressed Hong O even more. "Are you going to leave in 3 years? Do you have a story? Tell me, maybe I can help you," he said as he leaned into the boy. He was looking at Gon intently, full of curiosity. Without delay, Gon began to tell about the curse that had been placed on his family, and how he had been sent to Shaolin to live there for 10 years. "It's been 7 years, only 3 to go," he added, explaining the situation. The boy told his whole story in detail, which captivated the old monk. Hong O, as he listened, realized that Gon had learned everything just by watching Quen Mok. In his eyes, this boy was a real miracle. This little guy is incredible. He has achieved what others can't achieve even with years of training, Hong O thought, enthralled by Hong's story. The old monk could not remember the last time something had surprised him so much in his life. He couldn't believe that this boy had achieved everything on his own, and even began to wonder what would happen if he was taught at least basic martial arts techniques. People like that are not 1 in 100, but 1 in a million, Hong O thought. Meanwhile, Gon asked, "If something bad happens at home, then what's the point of me being here? After all, I only have 3 years left," Hong O replied with a smile. "You can't get worse than living with a monster like Quen Mok for 7 years. So you cannot worry. Worry only harms your mind and body. Buddha will not forget your efforts," he added. However, Gong objected, "I am not worthy of a Buddha." These words made Hong O realize that the boy had absorbed Quen Mok's influence. What an incredible boy, he thought. The old monk decided that this unexpected meeting could be an opportunity for him. He asked Gon not to tell Quen Mok about their meeting today and to keep it a secret. At first, Hong didn't understand how he could keep something from his mentor, but Hong O quickly found a loophole, explaining, "I'm not asking you to lie, just don't tell." He also added that he wanted to discuss it himself with Quen Mok later, and Gon agreed. They showed respect to each other by bowing and folding their hands in front of them. They said goodbye with smiles on their faces. Hong kept his eyes on Hong O, marveling at his quick movements. Probably it was necessary to follow his technique more carefully, thought the boy. Meanwhile, at the residence of the head of the Shaolin Temple, Hong O had already arrived, ready for another conversation. Hong O entered with a direct question. "Is it true that the Quen Mok boy practices martial arts even though he says he is not a student?" Quenung, who knew that Gong had been living in the Shaolin Temple for 7 years, admitted that it would be strange if he hadn't started learning martial arts during that time. If that's the case, then Quen Mok is taking students secretly, pretending not to teach anyone, Hong O surmised. However, the head of the temple refused to believe that Quen Mok could be deceiving them. Hong O revealed something that shocked everyone. The boy had already mastered 2 techniques that are Shaolin fighting techniques. This infuriated those present, because Gon studies Shaolin techniques while under tutelage, but not officially a student. Quenin, scratching his gray beard, thought. He tried to explain that Quen Mok wouldn't do such a thing, but Hong O insisted. "I've seen this guy myself, and no matter what, we need to make Quen answer and explain the situation." Quenin offered to look into this issue. He also wondered if Hong O had really come all this way just to discuss this. But Hong O didn't come only for that. He had another idea he wanted to voice. He immediately asked for a green jade Buddha statue. Everyone was surprised. What is he going to do with this statue? After all, this sacred object was of great value. The head of the temple immediately declared that this was impossible, but Hong-Oh began to explain. The future of Shaolin depends on this very thing. The head of the temple asked briefly but decisively, "How can I violate the will left by the deceased?" His answer was unequivocal. It's impossible. It became clear to the mustachioed monk why Hong-Oh had asked for the green jade Buddha statue. An exception to the transfer of the statue could be made, but only if it was deemed necessary. However, Master Hong-Oh had already been forbidden to take it. This meant that he was also not allowed to take students. And now it was obvious that Hong-Oh wanted to make Hong his student. Quenung sat in silence and watched the loud discussions while Hong-Oh tried to convince the chief to let him take the statue. Quenun recalled that since childhood, Hong-Oh was very restless and constantly created problems for those around him. Even as an adult, his behavior did not change, which eventually led to the ban on taking students. After careful consideration, Quenun said he would make a final decision by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This clearly did not please the mustachioed monk, who was impatiently waiting for a resolution. And Hong-Oh, on the contrary, was very happy and promised that he would not let him down. The mustachioed monk looked between the head and Hong-Oh, trying to understand how this situation would end. Meanwhile, Hong-Oh left the room with a smile. It was already deep night outside. In the mountains, Quen Mok and Gon walked slowly along the narrow path, deep in thought. The mentor watched with admiration as Gon moved, and it seemed that he resembled a ghost. He assessed his gait, which had become slower and more precise. Despite the cool morning wind, Gon didn't feel cold at all. But the smile on the boy's face caused the mentor the most questions. He asked, "What happened? Why are you smiling?" Gon replied, "Today at dawn, I absorbed a great deal of ki energy. It's strange, because even if I eat these all day long, I still consume less than I do in one morning at dawn." The teacher was surprised. He thought that Gon was just eating fruit and having fun, but it turns out that the boy had been feeding off ki energy all this time. Gon also added that he has noticed that it is possible to absorb more ki energy in the lotus position, but it is not necessary. He eats these even when he makes the bed or sweeps the yard. The teacher was a little confused. He couldn't believe that Gon was practicing a spiritual technique, because it required incredible concentration, or it could all go to waste. It is impossible to do this practice while doing everyday things. It is too difficult, almost impossible, thought the mentor. However, he decided to warn Gon, "Be careful with that energy. If you use it incorrectly, not only will it not improve your martial arts skills, but it can also harm you." After these words, the mentor realized that he had talked, and Gon, hearing about the martial arts, looked a little confused. The whole problem was how Gon reached this state. His body might not be able to handle it if he keeps building up his power and misuses it, the mentor thought with a feeling of worry. Gon sat in deep meditation, immersed in his thoughts, calmly contemplating the inner world. His eyes remained closed and his face radiated absolute calm. The mentor watched closely, noting how the boy skillfully held his breath, showing considerable control. Gon mastered special breathing techniques that amazed even experienced students. At this moment, it seemed that he had achieved much more than one could imagine, and his abilities could no longer be hidden. The mentor decided that the best thing to do was to accept Gon as an official student, but he understood that it was necessary to inform the head of the clan about this as soon as possible. Meanwhile, another event was taking place in Hong-Oh's hut. In a small room there was a conversation, filled with peace and aroma. A pleasant smell wafted from the cup on the table. Hong-Oh was sitting inside the hut. Next to him were two other people who were leisurely drinking tea. Yun Yong-Kang, a swordsman, defiantly refused to touch the cup if offered a drink by a stranger. Beside him was his disciple, Moon Sam-Myung, who was watching the situation with interest. Finally, the bearded man took a sip of tea, carefully savoring the aroma. Hong-Oh, watching their reactions with pleasure, asked, "So, how do you like the tea?" Suddenly, Yun began to feel something strange. This taste of tea aroused his unexpected interest. He joked, "I wonder if such poisonous herbs grow in Shaolin." His voice sounded with a slight sarcasm. However, Yun was stunned when he realized that Hong-Oh had no intention of giving this tea to someone else's disciple. The fact is that the root of this plant is used as medicine, but the leaves can be harmful if used incorrectly. Hong-Oh explained that this tea would help make their studies much more effective. At the same time, he noted that the boy from the Tang family was disappointed because they had quarreled over such matters. To these words, Hong-Oh replied ironically that the poison idea could be even more effective. Yun just smiled as he remembered his youth when no one could beat him. However, he admitted that now Dak Sung, a boy from the Tang family, had also become very strong. Hearing this, Moon Sam-Myung thought about Dak Sung, whom he knew as one of the best martial artists. He even thought, if so, Then this man must have been stronger than Doc Sung in his youth. Without turning his head, Moon stole a glance at Hong-Oh. Meanwhile, Yoon explained that there was nothing strange about it. What's more, he remembered that Hong-Oh once defeated him in sword duels. It was difficult to believe that the master had been defeated. Moon Samyung could not imagine that someone possessed such a high level to surpass Shaolin in swordsmanship. Yoon called Hong-Oh a true genius, noting his unparalleled skill. His swordsmanship was superior to that of any master, and his Tai Chi movements surpassed even the most experienced. His sword attack was faster than the famous Jung Sol Gom, known as the Swift Sword Master. However, after listening to these praises for a while, Hong-Oh asked to stop reminiscing about the old days because these stories annoyed him, and he could lose control at any moment. In response, Yoon remarked with a smile that Hong should accept the defeat he suffered then. "Just look at you! Did you come all this way just to tell me that?" said Han, slamming a glass with a drink on the table. The tension between them grew, but Yoon finally revealed the real reason for his visit. He asked Han a favor, asking him if he was sorry to see his fighting skills go unused. Yoon also reminisced about their match and mentioned Kwang Mok, who once decided to teach martial arts, but didn't tell the others. He wanted to know if Han could lift the ban on his training. Thinking about this ban brought back memories of the past in Han, which seemed to still have an effect on him. Their different views on martial arts often caused controversy. To prove their point, they decided to raise students and compete with each other through them. However, Hon explained that you just have to wait a few years. Yun couldn't believe that Hong had found the student he was going to teach Shaolin and asked directly. But Hon reiterated his point. It's just a matter of waiting a little. In 5 years, victory will be mine, Hong promised confidently, looking Yun straight in the eyes. So don't die if you want to see this moment, he added defiantly. After these words, Hong laughed loudly, filling the room with his laughter. Yun thought about it. Moments like this, when Hong smiles like that, always portend some kind of surprise. All the troubles that happened because of that familiar smile flashed in his memory. What was Hong up to this time? Meanwhile, Gon's mentor stood on the mountainside, staring into the distance and deep in thought. He recalled a recent conversation with another monk about the head's desire to see him with a boy named Gon. However, the mentor believed that now was not the best time for this. He even wondered, does the head know what this boy is capable of? In the end, the mentor decided to approach Gon and tell him that today they will go down the mountain. He warned that they might be meeting with the head of the temple, and asked Gon to be as polite as possible. Gon immediately suspected something was wrong and started grimacing, making funny faces. The teacher looked at him and asked, "Well, what kind of expression is that?" Gon replied that his face was like that, because he thought he might get hungry when they came down the mountain. The mentor reassured him, promising that when they reached the bottom, there would be a moon cookie waiting for him. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just recently, so there must be some cookies left, he added with a smile. Little Gon was drooling at the thought of a delicious treat. He immediately threw down the broom with which he had just been sweeping and wanted to leave. For the sake of the moon cookies, he was ready to go down the mountain immediately. Now there was no trace of a grimace left on his face, only a happy and impatient expression. After a while they went down. Gon remembered how 7 years ago he thought exhaustion would be the end of him. But now he was in full health, which seemed like a miracle to him. He decided that the next time he saw Master Hong-Oh, he would definitely ask him to demonstrate his technique again. As he descended, he did something so unexpected that Master Mok asked in surprise, "What did you just do?" Shocked to the core, the mentor immediately asked Gon to stop. He looked at his feet and realized that the boy had used the Tena Hansonbo technique. At this moment, it became clear to the mentor, the situation is becoming even more difficult. How was the kid able to master an attack technique that no one had even shown him? These thoughts gave the mentor a headache, and the matter was not only with Gon, but also with his older brother, who also bothered him. Soon they descended from the mountain and found themselves on the territory of the temple. The mentor explained the rules to Gon. Not to make noise, not to have loud conversations, and not to wander without permission. Gon, however, kept his cool and assured his mentor that everything would be fine. Suddenly he was overcome with great surprise. He saw 2 monks heading straight for them. When the monks came closer, they asked for what purpose the guests had come. "Is Shaolin a place where you need to give advance notice of your visit?" Mok asked sarcastically. "I came to meet with Brother Banchan. We agreed on this." Hearing this, the monks only bowed and allowed them to pass. Gong began to understand why Quan Mok was considered a difficult and stubborn person. Mok immediately shouted at the little one, ordering them to go faster, although he himself had not yet explained where exactly they were going. They arrived at the dining hall of the temple, the place where the disciples and all the residents of Shaolin eat. Mok walked over to his younger brother, Quan Ray, who looked at him in surprise, not expecting to see his older brother. "Do you still work in the cafeteria?" asked Mok. Quan Ray replied with a smile. "Movement is life. I can't sit idle while others are working." Gong looked around the place with interest, realizing that this was where the food for the entire Shaolin temple was prepared. Quan Ray looked closely at the boy and, not recognizing him, asked Mok, "Have you taken on a student?" Mok quickly countered, "He's not my student, just a child that I have to take care of for a while." Quan Ray leaned over to Han, greeted him, and asked his name. Both exchanged names, establishing a simple acquaintance. However, Mok had more important things to do. He informed the younger brother that he had to meet with Brother Banchan and asked Quan Ray to stay with the child for a while. The mentor turned to Gon. "Stay here, eat some moon cookies." It looked strange to Quan Ray as he had rarely seen his brother care for someone like this. Mok just waved it off, calling it a trifle, and promised to be back soon. Big brother hasn't changed at all, Quan Ray thought as he watched Mok walk away. Quan Ray started to get to know Gon, asking him to wait a bit. He promised to bring moon cookies. Within minutes, Gon was standing with 3 cookies in hand. It seemed like a real mountain of food to him. His joy knew no bounds. He was sincerely glad to have the opportunity to eat this delicacy. At this moment, he was so moved that he almost cried. Even a small tear flashed in his eyes. The long-awaited moment came. The cookie approached his lips. The gentle crunch of sweet, soft cookies seemed like a real pleasure. Gon's eyes lit up with delight as he tasted the delicate aroma of pumpkin. The sweetness was so perfect that it seemed like he could eat it forever with his eyes closed in pleasure. He remembered those difficult years he spent with Mok when he was constantly working, starving, sick and crying. In all the 7 years he lived with the master, he tasted something so special for the first time. While enjoying the cookies, Gon suddenly heard voices behind him coming from the kitchen. "What have you done?" And immediately, "I'm sorry. It's not my fault." Someone inside excused himself, making Gon pay attention to what was going on. He saw Quan Ray holding a pan of burnt food in his hand, explaining to the young chef that there was very little time left to cook, and all the food was already spoiled. Gon cautiously peeked out from around the corner of the door, eavesdropping on their conversation and watching the situation carefully. After that, Quan Ray took a knife and started cutting the food himself, trying to save the day. In the kitchen there was a real commotion, similar to the chaos before a battle. For Gon, the scene was more like a battlefield. He even remembered his mother's words. "Don't go to the kitchen, it's dangerous." Quan Ray, raising his voice, yelled at everyone to gather up and taunted, "How are you going to learn martial arts if you're acting like slackers even here?" Gon concluded that even in the kitchen, monks use their martial arts skills. His attention was drawn to the rapid movements of one of the cooks slicing carrots at such a speed that it looked quite strange. However, Gon thought that they were doing everything wrong somehow. Their movements seemed hectic and chaotic. Watching them, he began to repeat these actions slowly, trying to understand their technique. Only the wrist should work, he concluded, analyzing their movements. A small bald boy with a basket of apples appeared in his field of vision. The boy was ordered to peel the apples and immediately ran towards the door, completing the task. At the same time, he grimaced and muttered to himself that the monk was bending the stick, because he would not be able to clean it all himself. Gon watched him and thought that he was bored until the master came back. So maybe this was a chance to have some fun. He caught up with the boy and asked permission to help with the apples. No need, I have to manage myself. Besides, we have a wooden knife," insisted the boy. "It's fine. I know how to peel apples and I'll be happy to help you," Gon replied with a smile. "If you don't finish quickly, you will be scolded again," he added convincingly. It seemed a little strange to the little one, but he still asked, "Are you sure you will help me?" Gon's smiling face spoke for itself, dispelling all doubt. After a few minutes, they were settled on a comfortable rock, working together to peel the apples. However, Gozin looked at his result with disappointment. For some reason, the apples in his hands were more difficult to peel than he expected, and this made him wonder, why are apples so difficult to peel? From the side where the kid was peeling the apples, they looked neat and pretty, which was not the case with Gon's result. Noticing this, the boy decided to teach Gon, explaining how to properly remove the skin. "You need to clean with a thin layer, otherwise the senior monk will quarrel." It was really a pity for the little one, because he was sincerely trying. He understood that peeling apples with a wooden knife was a real test. But the elder monk forbade the use of a metal one, saying that the boy was not ready yet. The little one was even upset, anticipating that the elder monk would scold him severely for any mistakes. Sighing, he continued to peel another apple. Gon, holding his apple in his hands, realized that this task had to be taken seriously. He decided to peel the skin as thinly as possible. At this time, other events were taking place in the temple courtyard. Mok met the student Moons and his teacher Yun. He didn't even think he would be able to see them here. Examining the boy, Mok saw great potential in him. He immediately thought that Gon and this student had a lot in common. Yun Yongkang was walking towards the exit with his student, talking leisurely. At the same time, the head of the temple was talking to Mok, wondering what brought him here and recalling his recent meeting with Hong-Oh. The head also added that he has been friends with Hong-Oh for a long time and wants to show him his student. Mok noted that his relationship with Hong-Oh was far from friendly. The chief asked if Mok had brought that boy with him. "I left it in the dining room." "But why do you have a child here?" answered Mok. The chief explained, "You are not young anymore, and I thought it would be better for you to take an apprentice." The head said that he has long known about the boy with whom Mok has been living for many years. "You chose not to take students for the rest of your life, but this boy is already by your side. Don't you want to make him your student?" he asked. These words made Mok think, and the head asked, "Did you decide to leave the boy after everything that happened?" At that moment, Mok realized that the head was aware of Gon's decision to study martial arts. However, the head calmed him down, saying that in these 7 years it was normal that the boy had mastered several martial arts techniques. But the head pointed out the problem. Gon had learned from him, and now Mok had to take responsibility for it. Mok protested, claiming he hadn't trained the boy, but that didn't convince the head. "You still have to fix the situation," said the head. To this, Mok replied that it should be discussed with the boy's family. The head, however, preempted him, saying that he had already sent a letter to Gon's parents, and they had given their consent. It was a real shock for Mok to learn that the head had contacted the boy's family on his own. He recognized that Gon was indeed capable, but refused to teach him any further. The head decided not to argue, but added an important caveat. "A child who started learning Shaolin on his own and a monk who neglected it are both on the wrong path," he said. Because of this, the head suggested that Mok correct his mistake, because otherwise the boy would be severely punished. Gon risks being imprisoned in the confessional for life if things don't change. The head asked if Mok was willing to allow such a thing. Mok didn't care about his own fate, but the thought of punishing the boy worried him. The head continued, "If you do not want to take him as your disciple, then you will have to pass him on to someone else." He remarked that he had never seen anyone master the art of Shaolin through observation alone. "He must be taught according to all the rules," the head added. If Mok didn't intend to pursue it, the head promised to transfer Hong to Hong-Oh first for a few lessons, and once the boy reached a certain level, he would be transferred to another mentor. Mok was in a state of complete shock at these words. He couldn't believe that he heard this from the head, but the head only nodded silently, confirming his intentions. At this time, Yun walked with his disciple, explaining to him that Shaolin looked like an ordinary temple from the outside. "A temple in which there is nothing special," he noted. However, the disciple objected, saying that many people think their Huasan is the best. The master smiled and admitted that Shaolin was not a place that could be called the best. "Shaolin is more than a temple. It is a rock," Yun explained. "All other arts are pillars erected on this rock. The pillars may change, but the rock always remains the same. People often confuse these things. Even if we are at the top of the pillars, does that make us the greatest? We will never be the best," he added. The disciple could not understand if there were any outstanding talents in their midst now. Yun understood the disciple's hint, and this question also bothered him. However, Moon Sum-young did not fully understand what his master was talking about. Yun explained, "Judging by your talent, you will soon be able to achieve independence, and then you will have to face the rock called Shaolin," Yun told the student. He asked his student to be attentive and watch everything that happens here. Moon Sum-young listened carefully to the master's instructions. After that, he bowed deeply and promised that he would definitely be able to conquer this rock and would never let him down. The master placed a hand on his shoulder, adding, "These are not only my hopes, but also the dreams of all of Hwasun." At this moment, Yun noticed a look of envy on Hong-Oh's face. He was glad to think that he was now in a state of anger. However, Yun's face suddenly became alert as he turned back, sensing something strange. His gaze focused like lightning on the energy emanating from the side of the temple exit. It was there that Gon was sitting, peeling apples with a wooden knife. Yun felt this energy from afar and asked himself, "Who is this? Does he belong to Shaolin?" He told his disciple that they needed to go to one place immediately. Moon Sum-young was confused and did not understand what was happening. Yun did not explain anything, but immediately hurried towards the exit. At the same moment, Gon was showing his perfectly peeled apple to the little one, who couldn't believe his eyes. Even a senior monk would not be able to remove the skin so thinly while leaving it intact. It was really incredible. After that, Gosen decided to show a masterclass in peeling apples. His face was so tense and serious that it even looked funny. However, the result was not quite what he wanted. Gon caught a bit of the pulp, even though the outside of the apple looked perfect. The little one praised him, noting that he was getting better and that the apple looked great. But Gon clung to every detail, trying to achieve the perfect round shape, as if returning the apple to its original shape. Amazed, the little one asked, "Who are you?" Gon looked up to see two people, a boy and a man with a gray beard and long white hair. The man said, "I am a visitor to the Shaolin temple. If you don't mind, let me be your silent witness." It was Yun Yongkong with his student. Sensing the strong energy, Yun immediately set out for Gon to see its source. Gon had no idea why the man with the gray beard was watching them peel the apples. While continuing his work, Gon suddenly tore the skin of the apple. It was hard not to worry about it and focus, especially when you feel someone standing right behind you. His attention was distracted, because the constant presence of outsiders was stressful. Disciple Moon. Samyung also did not understand why his mentor was watching the process so closely. Yun Yongkang watched Hong's every move with an unwavering gaze, even as the skin smoothly flew off the apple. But the teacher saw a completely different picture. In front of him was a boy full of energy. This picture gradually began to emerge in the eyes of Moon, who finally realized that he was an unusual boy. At first he thought it was an ordinary guy peeling apples, but he realized that he was using energy. Moon tried to address the teacher, but Yun told him to just watch. Looking closely, Moon noticed that Gon was barely moving, but the skin was flying off the apples perfectly. This is incredible, Moon thought. He's only 15, but it is hard to believe that he has such skills at such a young age. Even an ordinary wooden knife in his hands turned into a tool of art. Finishing another apple, Gon smiled, satisfied with his work. Yun Yongkang was amazed. He could never have imagined that someone from Shaolin would be able to wield energy so elegantly even during normal work. In Hwasan, Yun was considered a genius, but even in his teenage years, he was unable to achieve such dexterity. Now he understood why many people were afraid of Shaolin. At this point, Yun decided to turn to Gon and ask why he wasn't wearing the temple uniform. "Does that mean you're being taught somewhere else?" he added. Gon's answer surprised him. "No, I just live nearby for reasons." Yun was amazed that such a talent had not yet been noticed in Shaolin. "I took one student that everyone wanted, and if I take another one, there might be problems," Yun thought. But at the same time, he admitted that the more talented people, the better. After that, he decided to take action. "Just watching is boring. Give me an apple," he asked, and Gon immediately handed him one. The little one looked at it, not understanding what was happening. Yun began to explain that there are differences between people and apples, and that's why it's better to use a special knife to peel the fruit. However, suddenly he raised the apple in his hand and peeled it in one movement, without a knife. How did he do it with his bare hands? It impressed everyone present. Even Moon, who was rarely at a loss for words, fell silent at this moment, unable to believe his eyes. Moon could clearly see the difference between his teacher and Gon now. The movements of the boy peeling apples caused strange sensations. Only the tips of Gon's fingers and wrists barely moved. His body hardly moved, but he peeled the apple efficiently and skillfully. If he has such powers and decides to use them against me, Moon thought. He realized that there was no way he could block such a blow. After that, Moon took the apple in his hand, watching it carefully. Moon really wanted to learn how to peel apples just as skillfully. But looking at Yun, he knew that it was difficult, and he would hardly be able to repeat these movements at such an incredible speed. Suddenly, the little boy turned and saw someone running towards them. It was a messenger who ran almost out of breath to ask which of them was Gon, and to tell him that the head was looking for him. Gon stood up and calmly replied, "It's me." He realized that the mentor was now with the head, and decided to say goodbye to Yun and his student. The last thing Yun said to him was, "If you get a chance, be sure to visit us in Hwasan." Gon smiled. "Okay. If I decide to come, you'll definitely have to show me how to properly peel apples." After that, Gon turned and ran in the other direction. He ran fast, but so funny that Yun and Moon couldn't help but smile. Yun was left thoughtful. He would have immediately accepted Gong as his disciple, but the boy is now in Shaolin, and it will not be possible to take him so easily. On top of that, there's Hong-Oh, and that complicates things. Thinking of Hong-Oh's old face, Yun speculated, does the old man already know about this young talent? He even imagined what Hong-Oh's reaction would be, and it made him smile. After a while, Yun and Moon were alone, and the teacher asked, "Isn't that intriguing?" Moon was honest with the master and admitted, It's actually really scary. He imagined a possible sword fight with Gon, and admitted that he wasn't sure if he could handle him. Yoon advised looking at it on the positive side, noting that it's a good reason to do better. These wise words always helped in any situation, no matter how difficult or terrible it seemed. Fortunately, Moon understood this and agreed with his teacher. Yoon realized that from this moment on, his student gained new inspiration for development. However, he also felt that his own interest in Gon might look a little shy in front of the student. At the same time, Yoon mused that Hong-Oh probably already had a really talented student. But he had high hopes for Moon, hoping that one day he would be able to overcome all obstacles. Meanwhile, Gon, almost losing his slippers, ran to his mentor. In the room, the head was sitting next to Hong-Oh, and across from them was Mok. Gon sat opposite, and everyone present looked at him in silence. At that moment, Gon understood the tension of the situation and the importance of this meeting. At that moment, there was a loud bang on the table. It was Hong-Oh who yelled at Mok, proving that he couldn't escape responsibility. "You can't just give up on being a Shaolin disciple. You have no choice but to obey." He directly asked Mok if it was because of him that he did not want to take students, and what his true intentions were. Hong-Oh added sharply, "You can neither accept him nor leave him alone." The chief and Gon sat in silence, listening to their heated argument. But Hong-Oh went further, stating that Master Kam Sung had invited Hong to Hwasan. If nothing is done, he will take the boy to himself. This news surprised Mok even more. He turned to Gon and asked again, "Is that true? Is your teacher really telling the truth?" Confused, Gong replies that he didn't know it was Kam Sung because he only said to give Yoon's name when he came to Hwasan. Mok immediately understood the truth. Kam Sung's middle name was Yoon Yongkang. Gong really thought Yoon invited him just to have a good time. This caused laughter from everyone present, and Hong-Oh asked, "Kid, you obeyed the greatest swordsman named Kam Sung? How did you survive that?" From this question, Gon realized that Yoon is an incredible person. Together, they all began to convince Mok that Gon was a priceless treasure that should blossom in Shaolin, and asked him not to be a monster, but to accept it. But Mok, as always, replied that he would not be able to take the boy as an apprentice. Hong-Oh began to seethe with anger, but the head tried to calm him down. The head noted that nothing has been decided yet. He also realized that Gon had already understood everything from the conversation and confirmed his guesses. "Shaolin wants to accept you into the temple and teach you martial arts. To do this, the head explained that one would need to shave off one's hair in order to become a disciple, and pointed his hand at Hong-Oh, introducing him as the future teacher. "This old man will be your new mentor," said the chief. After that, he let Gon speak his mind. At this moment, Mok was just listening intently. Everyone was eagerly waiting to hear what the boy would say. Gon thought. He wasn't sure if he wanted to learn martial arts, but he noticed that now the adults were fighting because of him. There are only 3 years left to live peacefully and return home. What to do now when they offer to become an apprentice, he thought. He remembered all those hard years that he had to go through at first. "I endured this for 7 years not to become a Shaolin disciple," he decided. Gon raised his head and told the head, "I don't want to study martial arts. I'll be back home in 3 years, and I don't think I need to." The 3 masters froze in utter astonishment, their mouths hanging open and their eyes wide. Hong-Oh tried to convince Hong, explaining that martial arts are not just techniques, and not everyone can become a Shaolin disciple. But Gosen firmly replied that his goal was to become a merchant and continue the family business. Hearing this, Hong-Oh began to shake his head nervously, not understanding what the boy was saying, and shouted, "Your parents have given their consent!" Hong-Oh's words came as a shock to Hong. He could not believe that his parents had given their consent, because they had not seen him for 7 years. The head intervened, calmly explaining, "Becoming a Shaolin disciple does not mean that you cannot become a merchant or return home. But in these 3 years, you will acquire the basic knowledge of our art." The head did not understand how Gong could not appreciate this opportunity, since many people are willing to pay a fortune to become a Shaolin disciple. 3 years, Hong-Oh said briefly, emphasizing the length of the training. He added a promise. "In 3 years you will be able to return home." Mok was still sitting in silence, unable to say anything. Gon was also uncertain about martial arts, but he was interested in how to learn to walk as skillfully as Hong-Oh. He realized that he had probably already learned to avoid unnecessary movements, and this was probably one of the reasons why they wanted to take him on as Shaolin disciples. Besides, he thought that he might be praised at home if he mastered martial arts. These thoughts made him rise from his chair. Placing his hands on the table, Gon said clearly and loudly, "I agree to study martial arts, but only if the study doesn't make me constantly hungry." A wide smile appeared on Hong-Oh's face. "Smart boy," he exclaimed. But he immediately turned to Mok, shouting at him, "How long did you starve the child for him to say such a thing? Shaolin has always fought against poverty, but that doesn't mean children have to suffer from hunger," he added indignantly. Mok wanted to say something, but Hong-Oh wouldn't let him say a word. He turned to Gon, assuring him, "Don't worry. As long as I'm your mentor, you'll eat as much as you want." Quan tried to justify himself by explaining that he didn't starve Gon on purpose, and it had a purpose. But Hong-Oh was no longer listening. The conversation was over. Gon noticed the emotion of Mok, who was filled with confusion. It was strange to see the mentor in such embarrassment. At this moment, Gon thought that the idea of becoming a Shaolin disciple might not be such a bad idea. Today was a difficult day to understand, but they came to a solution. The head explained that Gon would not only be a monk, but also a warrior who would protect Shaolin by becoming part of the Munpa. As Mocha's older brother, the head decided to clarify the situation. "This is not your older brother's decision, it is my decision. Please follow the instructions." Mok realized that there was nothing more he could do, and saw Hong-Oh's new student. Hong-Oh's face seemed to have written, "I am the happiest." Mok just stared at him and wondered how Gon would handle the new challenges. He sincerely hoped that the boy would not become a victim, as it once happened to him. At the same time, there was excitement at home at Gon's parents' house. They could not believe that their son had become a Shaolin disciple. The father proudly told his mother that their son would study the best martial arts. However, the mother was worried, noting that, according to rumors, the training was very difficult, and worried. What if he gets hurt? Yes, it's difficult, but this is Shaolin. If Gon perseveres and proves himself, we will be under the protection of the temple, the man reassured his wife. He asked her not to worry and to trust their decision. After learning about his son's acceptance into Shaolin, the man made a generous donation to the temple so that Gon would be treated well there. After these words and explanations, the woman felt peace in her soul. It was an important step for the father, because he did it for his son and could not save on his future. However, the woman was still interested in how this correlated with the prediction. The man explained, "If the temple accepted him, it means he won't have any problems." At the same time, the woman thought that the temple might be in trouble because of their family. But her husband assured her, even if that was the case, things are going up in Shaolin now. Hearing these words, she bloomed with a wide smile like a flower. The man asked her not to worry and said, "The best we can do now is to wait for good news about Gon." They approached Hin's hut. Beside her, Hong-Oh was telling something about herbivores, like a teachable moment for Hong. From the short dialogue, Hong realized that Hong was just copying Mok's moves and not actually studying martial arts. He decided to explain to the boy how blood vessels work, but Hong was surprised and a little saddened to learn that Hong had accumulated so much internal energy and was already using 2 techniques. It seemed like one would need to know the basics to use these techniques, but Gon knew absolutely nothing about martial arts. Han noted that in martial arts it is important to develop not only the body, but also the mind. At first, he was even offended that Gon had mastered the technique on his own. Then he pointed with his finger at 2 barrels that were standing next to each other. Han ordered Han to take these barrels away. He explained that newcomers to the temple always begin with such training. "Walking with a load improves balance," Han said. He gave Gon the stick that connected the 2 barrels and warned him that the first time might be unusual. Gon had to fix his position and try to keep his balance, which turned out not to be easy. The barrels were empty and seemed easy to lift at first, but they quickly changed their center of gravity, making the task difficult. This was just the beginning. Han asked Han to follow him. The boy asked where they were going and received a simple answer. "Where else can you go with 2 barrels?" "Of course, for water." Han turned and started up the mountain, asking Han to just follow him. At first glance, Gon thought that this task looked simple enough. He easily pushed off the ground like an arrow and began to move upwards. At this moment, it seemed to him that martial arts were not as difficult as he had imagined. But looking at Han's sly smile, it was obvious that he was up to something. Looking back, Han noticed that sweat was already forming on Han's face. However, it was impressive. The boy kept moving despite the difficulties. The slope was very steep, which made it difficult to maintain balance and control breathing. But even as he climbed higher, Gon did not lose his rhythm. He decided to even speed up a little. Gon kept the pace without changing his rhythm, thanks to his habit of drawing energy. Although it was difficult to breathe, he could bear it. They were already reaching a small waterfall, where they needed to fill the barrels with water. But a plan to make the task more difficult had already hatched in Han's head. At first glance, everything looked simple, but adjusting the weight of barrels filled with water was much more difficult. Hong knew that students usually train to carry water for half a year to 3 years in order to achieve the perfect balance. Han began to jump down the slope and asked Han to follow him. Gon immediately rushed after him. After a moment, the buckets were filled with water, and it was time to descend. But as soon as Gon took the first step, everything went wrong. His legs started to buckle. The cause was severe pain in his shoulder caused by the pressure of the weight, which forced him to lean forward. It was very difficult to keep the balance, and several drops of water spilled on the ground. What to do, thought Gon, because otherwise this task would take all day. Han watched him from behind the rock, glad that the boy was having a hard time. He watched Gon's every move carefully, wondering how he would cope. Gon was already halfway down the slope, but that didn't make the task any easier. He realized that balance can only be maintained by correct shoulder movements. It was necessary to move the shoulders a little, as the water began to spill. But if you keep the balance, the water stays in place. When he controlled the torso, the balance and distribution of forces became stable. Not even a day had passed since he understood how to perform the task correctly. Gon looked like a martial artist as he came down with the barrels. His movements became clear and not a single drop of water was spilled. Gon recognized this task as a real test, but realized that everything turned out to be much easier than it seemed at first. Inspired, he began to descend even faster, enthusiastically mastering the new technique. Hong-Oh couldn't believe his eyes. Is this possible? He wondered if Gon had figured out the secret of Henboesu, a continuous movement resembling a stream of water that usually required lengthy explanations for students. At that moment, Gon seemed to him to be an even more strange boy. Han began to suspect that the boy had some kind of special connection with the inner energy. Back at the house, the master decided to test Gon's energy. He made the boy sit still and concentrate. Gon agreed, and then Gon put his hands on his back. If he can control his energy, he can release it for me to feel, Hong thought. Judging by his movements, the internal energy must be at its peak. But when Hong began to do so, he was shocked. The energy he expected to see dissolved in an instant. Han couldn't understand what was happening and even got scared. Does Gon absorb other people's energy and make it his own? Is this the case with Gypsumagon? He thought. Hong soon went to Mok to tell him what had just happened. He explained how Gon was able to carry the water barrels, even though he doesn't know how to control his power. Han suggested that Han has a gift that surpasses the strength of others. At this point, Mok revealed that Gon had actually been practicing the Kanchentongal technique for over 7 years. Hearing this, Han just laughed. He assumed that the boy was just imitating Mok all this time. But Mok explained that Gon is not trained in this technique, but continues to learn anyway. That means he has Shimsenjong, he added. The translation of this term is, when the mind is focused, and the chi energy naturally follows. Mok also noted that even if Gon is not aware of his power, it still moves within his body. After hearing this, Hong finally understood the answers to all his questions. He laughed out loud. Then he added, he was around all this time and I didn't even notice it. Hong meant that Shaolin, being closely related to the Buddha, was under his protection. There is no cause for alarm, he said. The Buddha himself sent us this boy. This meant that there was no need to force Han to learn large amounts of knowledge, and the thought caused Han another loud laugh. However, Mok, as usual, did not laugh, remaining serious. After a while, Hong stood next to Gon and showed him the moves, explaining each one in detail. He said, the true foundation of martial arts is the infinite depth into which the soul sinks completely, without residue. At first glance, this practice may seem ordinary, but many martial arts techniques are hidden at its core. At this point, Han was demonstrating the main pose of this technique. Gosen devoted himself to his training, repeating each movement with utmost precision. There were skid marks on the ground that were a sign of complete concentration. Inside Han's heart was a burning desire to teach this sweet boy to grasp the depths of martial arts. Han believed that if Han mastered this wisdom, he would be able to become a true martial artist and achieve what Han himself had never been able to do. But suddenly Gon asked, is it really good for health? Hong remembered the words of his mentor, who always claimed that martial arts develop both the mind and the body. However, he himself began to doubt, because with this technique, everything looked completely different. Hong wondered, is it really possible to train both mind and body at the same time without causing harm? He knew that Muryansk's technique was dangerous and complicated. If used incorrectly, it can distort chi energy and harm health. Gon himself faced dangerous consequences more than once. To find out if Gon felt something similar, Hong asked him what he felt and asked him to elaborate. Gon thought for a moment and replied, I thought the mentor was trying to hit someone in front of him. That's right, agreed Han. Martial arts were originally created for protection. He told a story from his own family. When they needed to cross a dangerous mountain, They always hired a warrior for protection. From this dialogue, Hong realized that Hong's perception of the world was very different from the usual one. He explained to the boy, "You can learn martial arts without striking, but it's important to have someone around to learn, even if you're working alone." However, it was clear from his eyes that Mariance's technique seemed confusing and incomprehensible to him. Han pointed out that to master just one posture, one needs to learn at least 6 of the 12 sutras. He immediately came up with a solution. So that martial arts do not seem too complicated to Gon, it is better to learn them gradually. Gon gratefully jumped off the rock and thanked Han for the advice. The next day, Gon walked through the forest, reading sutras and realizing that martial arts were not as easy as they seemed. However, observing Elder Yun, it seemed to him that it was easy. In Hong's hand was a book called The Great Book of Acupuncture, which contained knowledge about qi energy. He read the book as fast as he walked through the forest, but he suddenly stopped, seeing something strange. Gong began to look around, sensing Qi's unusual energy for the first time. He had a question. Where did she come from? He stared intently into the distance between the trees, noticing how the concentration of energy became more and more noticeable. Gon made his way through the branches, trying to reach the energy source. At one point, his eyes widened in surprise. A huge tree appeared in front of him, which was impressive with its scale. He immediately felt that the energy was coming from him and ran to the tree. Approaching closer, Gon saw that many flowers and mushrooms were growing near the roots of the tree, which thickly covered the ground. He placed his hand on the tree and immediately felt it absorb several times more energy than he himself normally felt. It was necessary for him to take a deep breath, as the feeling of hunger disappeared in an instant. A light breeze blew the leaves of the tree, creating a feeling of peace and harmony. A whole week has passed. Hong sat in the lotus position in front of his new mentor, Hong O. Hong looked at him intently and couldn't understand why Hong had not mastered energy control in all this time. Gon himself also didn't understand why he could control energy during training with Quen Mok, but now he couldn't do anything. Han suggested that the energy flowed like an invisible stream, and Han was unable to control it. It seems that the standard methods are powerless here, he thought. Han decided to explain another way of learning to Han. Today I'm going to show you a different approach. Footwork plays a key role. It gives you an advantage over your opponent. It's not that difficult, you just have to do it right, he said. Han demonstrated the movements of a technique called Na Hanbo. This is the first technique that is mastered in Shaolin. Its main feature is static. It seems as if a person is standing still, but in fact he is moving. The mentor's words that footwork helps to avoid the opponent's attacks only motivated Gon to train more. But while practicing, Gong felt a strange inner sense of energy and began to doubt. Is this technique really useful? He thought that he should try not 23 steps, but 28, and immediately began to experiment. Gon soon realized that he could take even more steps. However, it was not easy. He realized that 10 additional steps would be a real test. With a smile on his face, he didn't understand why, if it was so simple, he hadn't been taught it right away. 3 months passed, and an important conversation took place in the office of the Shaolin head. Mok came there, who was indignant. He accused Master Hong of teaching Hong the martial arts of other schools. The head was surprised and couldn't believe it, because he himself asked not to teach Gon the combat techniques of other schools. He assumed that Mok had mixed something up, but Mok insisted that he had seen it with his own eyes. Han is using techniques that are in the Konlunpa and Kondopa schools. These classes can hurt him, cried Mok in despair. The head asked Mok, "Is it possible for Gon to master these techniques in 3 months?" Mok replied, "Are you saying it's impossible?" The head calmly explained, "I don't think so. But this guy is able to master a lot just by watching others. There's nothing we can do about it." The head's reply and his brother's words silenced Mok. He wanted to deny something, but realized that he had nothing to say. He had to just leave the office and go home, while the head was left thinking about what a talented guy Gon was. Even Kam Sung paid attention to him. However, even if Shaolin decided to develop Gon to a certain level, it would take at least 20 years. Also, the main problem is that Gon shows almost no interest in martial arts. The head hoped that his opinion was wrong. His thoughts were interrupted when words came from outside the door that Monk Won Ho had come to see him. Over a cup of tea, the head asked him about the purpose of the visit. Won Ho, being the head of Gulwon Temple, explained that he had come because of the strange news his disciples had given him. One of the masters is said to be using some pretty unusual techniques, Won Ho said. He noted that these techniques are among the top 10 techniques of current martial artists, and surpass the level of the masters of the Munpa school. The head, interested, asked, "What kind of techniques are we talking about?" Won Ho explained, "We noticed that Munpa is actively monitoring Shaolin. This is quite an unusual situation. The head tightened his grip on the rosary in his hand. Realizing that the situation was becoming problematic, Won-ho asked if it could just be a coincidence. The head remembered, yes. Kam-sung was indeed on the main mountain when Gong was heading to Hong-o. Yoon began to watch Shaolin closely. Yoon seemed to have decided to be proactive, and it might have something to do with Hong-o, especially since he's training the boy and they can't stay away. The question arose, what to do next? It was suggested that the boy should not be left under Hong-o's care. The head began to doubt his decision. For Won-ho held a significant position among the temples, and if he expressed his displeasure, it could mean that his opinion was shared by others. Won-ho insisted that the chief explain his intentions. The head, closing his eyes and sighing deeply, finally agreed. Okay, I understand. An important meeting took place the next day. Gong came with his mentor Hong-o to meet Won-ho. Won-ho told them about the Shaolin festival. It was the Soka festival, where Shaolin students were given the opportunity to show off their skills. Those who won could battle one of the temple's masters and get a chance to master a martial art technique called Ascension. Gon, hearing this, stood in silence, not understanding anything, because he only knew a few details. Hong, although listening carefully, wanted to know the purpose of Won-ho's coming to the meeting. He told them interesting news, which immediately infuriated Han. Won-ho said that since Gong is a disciple of the temple, it is his duty to participate in the festival. Hong was displeased. Hong only became a student 3 months ago. However, Won-ho insisted that the decision is final and made several arguments in his favor. No problem, but he was just wrestling, Han said, trying to downplay Han's involvement. This piqued the curiosity of Won-ho, who asked, what kind of fight? Han's answer was so funny it was hard to take it seriously. Proper walking technique. Won-ho just looked in surprise from the head of the temple to Han and back, not understanding anything. The head interjected, anyway, Gon will be able to gain knowledge from others and gain experience. Everyone also wanted to see what success Hong would achieve as a teacher. Hong himself, imagining how everyone would see his walking technique in Shaolin, could barely contain a sly smile. Everyone will just be stunned, he thought, laughing to himself. Han only asked to give them a few days to prepare. Won-ho agreed, but warned that Gong would fight the winner of the festival in a week. Moreover, an exception will be made. The battle will take place in secret, and whoever wins will get the chance to fight Bonsum's apprentice. The word secretly confused Han. The head, however, agreed with this, noting that Won-ho's words made sense. If Gon loses, it could cause an uproar among the students. Han waved his hand and stated that he saw no point in Han participating. Then the chief turned to Han himself. He asked the boy if he was ready to accept the challenge. Gon nervously swallowed the saliva that had gathered in his mouth as he listened to their conversation. If I'm a Shaolin disciple, I have to do this. But no one will die there, right? He asked with excitement. The head, closing his eyes, replied, the battle usually ends with the defeat of one of the parties, but sometimes there are lucky incidents. He asked Gon to be careful, and Han, looking at the boy, asked, are you scared? However, Gon answered clearly and confidently, why should I be afraid? No. For a warrior, the loss of pride is more terrible than death, he added. This response made the head smile, appreciating the boy's courage. Won-ho, however, stood with a serious expression on his face, carefully observing the situation. The kid even got a little scared when he saw the big man Won-ho staring at him. It reminded him of his first meeting with mentor Mok. In the past, Hong almost got into trouble for his careless approach to studying. He faced severe punishment, but Han mastered the techniques on his own, and Han stole nothing. If not for the authority of Shaolin, Han would have already been destroyed. Won-ho, who was a novice teacher, had also heard this story. However, Shaolin is not what it once was, and the situation has worsened due to the financial crisis. Both began to wonder, what will happen to the child Hong-o teaches? Gon, studying the techniques of other martial schools, had a chance to rectify the situation. But if something similar to the past problems happens, it is difficult to be sure that Shaolin will be able to survive it. Won-ho asked one to calm down and said that they have a plan. He reminded that he himself will be a judge at the festival. If it turns out that this boy is learning techniques from other schools, I will do my best to make Hong answer for it, he added. Won-ho was pleased with this statement and promised to take care of the rest of the matter. If things turn out the way they assume, Hong will not be able to escape punishment. Their looks were full of treachery. By the way, both already had a clear plan. Won-ho believed that Hong as a monk had harmed others, and his sins should be punished. Won-ho decided to take on Hong's karma, even if it hurt himself. For the sake of Shaolin, I am willing to endure this, he said. The next day, Hong stood in front of Hong O, who explained, "If you've learned how to dodge, now is the time to learn how to attack." "You can't win a fight just by avoiding punches," Hong added. From that day forward, he decided to teach Gon the techniques of punching and attacking. Gon demonstrated how to properly execute punches with his fists. He spoke about the Jim Kanwan technique, which means diamond fist, and symbolizes the strength and hardness of a diamond. Han just stepped on the ground, and a deep mark was formed under his weight. Han could feel on his body how every movement Han made caused the ground to shake slightly. But Hong warned, Jim Kanwan is not something to be enjoyed. The secret of this technique lies in the powerful spirit of Mount Tai, which must be felt with the whole body. Imagine that your body has become a diamond, he said. Mount Tai is looking at you right now, Han added, sharpening Han's concentration. Afterward, Han said, "Let's start with the basics." They immediately started training. Gon quickly realized how difficult it was. In addition to the movements, it was also necessary to shout at the top of my lungs, which turned out to be extremely difficult. Gon had to comply with all the demands, although he no longer understood why he agreed to it. A few hours later, he sat exhausted and gasping. However, in Hong's eyes, Gon did a good job with the footwork. But why does he not master the technique of attack so easily? Hong quickly realized that Gon did not know how to use his power properly. It will take a long time to think about how to teach him this, he thought. Brushing his beard, Hong recalled how he taught himself footwork just by watching others, and he was good at everything. He assumed that it was difficult for Gon to do what was shown, so he asked him to do it his way. But Hong warned, "Remember that every movement has a meaning. If you don't scream and stomp on the ground with force, it will all be for naught." Han asked Han to do the exercises, but he wasn't entirely sure if he could do it. Han soon realized that yelling strengthened his abs, and when the press is strengthened, the force of the blow becomes much stronger. And what happens when you hit the ground with all your might, he thought. The more effort you put in, the stronger the return you get. The center of gravity also shifts, which is also very important. Han watched the training from outside the door, keeping a close eye on Han. He noticed that the boy was very focused. Extending his arm forward, he automatically moved the center of gravity forward, which created a powerful dynamic. When Gon concentrated on one fist, he was able to concentrate all of his power in one place. This allowed him to strike with maximum power. "I don't need to work as hard as a teacher. The main thing is to gather all the strength into a fist," Gon thought. Soon he realized all this, and decided that now he will train in this way. Meanwhile, it was already getting dark on the street. Han accidentally dozed off and only now went out into the yard. He wasn't sure if Gon had finished training, but what he saw next shocked him. There were clear and even circles on the ground that Gon had carved out with his training. He bent down towards the footprints on the ground, noticing their perfect shape that even the most skilled Gon couldn't seem to create if he tried. No doubt he trained on his own. Han always insisted that he should practice himself, but it seems that Han has mastered a technique that unlocks the inner strength of the body, the Palgan technique. But mastering this technique requires years of grueling training. Han wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen the tracks himself. It's strange, because he taught him the diamond fist technique, and Gon managed to master something so different. When he taught him to walk normally, he unexpectedly learned to dodge attacks. All this once again proved that Gon was a truly unique child. Without a doubt, everyone at the festival will be amazed by his abilities. It was already dark outside, and the world was shrouded in silence. Gon's foot trod confidently along the mountain paths. Exhausted, he leaned against a tree that stood in his way, but his thoughts still revolved around the question of how to master the diamond fist. This thought did not give him peace, because he tried to gather all the strength of his body into one fist. However, his energy moved chaotically, without any system or order, and suddenly his muscles contracted so sharply, as if someone had squeezed them with an invisible hand. Barely able to stay on his feet after the sudden push, he was unable to do anything to keep his balance. The center of gravity tilted him forward, and, losing his footing, he fell to the ground. It was painful. The blow made him wince in pain at that moment. And even now, the pain did not recede, enveloping the whole body. He coughed, trying to compose himself. In moments of despair, he asked himself the question, can training really make a difference, or are all efforts in vain? There is almost no strength left. He even felt that it would be easier if someone helped control this chaotic energy. The sun had already risen high above the horizon, and it was getting close to noon. Gon slept for a long time, but his mentor woke him up. Master Mok found him last night when he was lying on the ground without strength. Gon apologized, although he himself did not understand how all this could happen. "What happened to you? How could you train like this to bring yourself to this state?" asked Mok with surprise. He could not understand what exactly had happened, and was waiting for an explanation from the student. Gon said that he had been trying to master the diamond fist, but every time he concentrated, the muscles would contract violently, causing strange sensations. Listening to his explanation, Mok couldn't quite understand exactly what Gon meant. But at that moment he explained, art cannot be understood only through explanation. It requires experience and one's own path. Outside night fell again, enveloping everything in silence. Mok stood and stared into the darkness, his eyes forward thoughtfully. He understood that something in this whole situation was not right. In his mind, he began to analyze the conversation with Gon, who told him that he was studying the diamond fist. However, at the same time, he is mastering a technique that requires not only internal, but also external skills, which caused concern. After much thought, Mok came to the conclusion, it is impossible to send Gon to the festival, because it could threaten the safety of his opponent. With this decision, he set out for Han's house. Standing in front of the house, Mok strongly requested that Gon not be allowed to participate in the festival. He reasoned that Gon had not yet mastered control of his power. Han stood silently outside the door, listening intently to every word. Mok continued to insist that if they were careless, it could end in tragedy. How can a child who cannot control his strength be allowed to master such a dangerous technique? Hong replied sharply, "What are you talking about? When did I teach him such dangerous techniques?" But Mok didn't back down and said, "Don't pretend that you don't understand anything. Gon is a unique child. No one at his age has achieved such success. But you should remember that even the smallest mistake can lead to death." To this, Han calmly replied, "You are a warrior. Why are you so worried about your life? How can you practice martial arts if you are so afraid for your fate?" He added ironically. At these words, Mok did not even find what to answer his teacher. Han insisted that Mok was wrong. Just because Han had mastered the Palgan technique, that didn't mean he was capable of killing anyone. He's not going to be able to do that against someone who has 20 years of experience in martial arts. It's just not possible, Hong added. After these words, Mok only strengthened his thoughts that it was useless to talk to Han. He directly told the teacher about it and then declared that he would go to the head to solve the matter. Mok was determined not to allow Gon to participate in the festival until he learned to control his powers. With these words, he immediately turned around and went in the other direction. Hong remained seated, watching Mok leave. Han had only one thing in mind. The festival promises to be very interesting and full of events. Mok, on the other hand, was thinking about something else. If Gon accidentally harms someone, he will carry this burden for the rest of his life. His pure and good heart can be destroyed forever. Mok wasn't going to let that happen as long as he was by Gon's side, ready to protect him from the irreparable consequences. Gon lay on the deck chair, directing his pensive gaze at the bright Luna. His thoughts constantly revolved around the riddle, how to learn to control his power. Lately, it had become increasingly difficult for him to handle the energy, and he even began to wonder if it had something to do with the tree that was emitting immense power. It seemed that this tree was the key to the solution, because while absorbing its energy, Gon became stronger. However, he asked himself, would he not harm others in such a state? Having come to a clear conclusion, he understood. Learning to control his power is his first priority. He was determined not to let anyone suffer because of his mistakes. Meanwhile, Mok had already gone to the head to explain everything, but heard that such a decision cannot be made without talking to Wanho and Hong. Mok, like no one else, understood how difficult it would be to convince the teacher. But he was sure that if Gon was sent away, another child might get hurt. He asked his head several times whether he was comfortable with such a risk. But the chairman again called for calm and emphasized that before making a decision, you need to take into account the opinions of others and be ready for any consequences. Moreover, the chairman suggested giving Gosen a special pill to reduce the risk. He tried to calm Mok down by reminding him that Han is being trained by Han himself. The chairman asked not to worry about it and even jokingly said that Mok behaves like a child. In response, Mok remained silent because he did not have enough arguments to convince the head of his rightness. Mok only said goodbye and agreed to wait until the evening, although he remained restless in his soul. It seemed to him that now it was difficult to predict even whether the sun would rise in the west tomorrow. A recluse who spent 30 years in solitude appeared here only for the sake of a child named Gon. Why did he avoid the disciples for so long, and when will all this suffering end? The head of the temple could not understand either the hermit's motives or the very meaning of what was happening. There was excitement in the training area of the Shaolin temple. The rules were explained to the students. Whoever takes first place at the festival will get a chance for an additional match. One of the boys was called Seo Wanmu. He was 16 years old. He was surprised to hear about the extra fight and couldn't figure out who he would have to fight. He learned from the other students that his opponent would be a boy trained by Han himself. It was a real surprise for the students, and lively discussions immediately began. Many dreamed of learning from such a teacher, but everyone agreed that Han's student must be extremely talented. Seo Wanmu seemed to think more than anyone, trying to figure out who this mysterious guy was. Meanwhile, the students were also discussing that the Mujin had returned, and were reminded of how he became famous by defeating many thieves. The two teenagers who were also talking about this argued, one dreaming of meeting the Mujin, but the other quickly calmed him down by reminding him that Seo Wanmu was the strongest among them. However, even Seo Wanmu, he said, would face considerable difficulties in a battle with a Mujin. As the boys discussed this, Seo stood nearby and heard their every word. There were many discussions between the students, and mostly they were about martial arts. But the boys always had plenty of topics to talk about. The most interesting thing for Seo Wanmu was that his future rival at the festival is a guy from the Jin family. After hearing this, he approached the other students and loudly declared that he would destroy this guy. He asked them not to worry, promising to win all the fights in the festival, including the extra one. He contemptuously called the rest simply participants who came here for a tick. His words made a strong impression on the students, and they all fell silent. But then Seo invited everyone to follow him, raising even more questions. No one understood why he was so angry, but the gist was obvious. His father was the chief merchant of Anhui province, which meant that the Jin family were their main rivals. For Seo Wanmu, this festival was no longer just a competition. It became a fight for the honor of the family. He clenched his fist at the thought, remembering how he moved to Shaolin 5 years ago, leaving everything behind. There was no room for defeat here for him. He had to defeat and destroy this guy from the Jin family. Meanwhile, this boy, Zhang Gong, trained diligently, putting all his energy into each exercise. Under Han's guidance, he meditated, honed his techniques, and focused on self-control. Seo Wanmu didn't waste any time either. He engaged in sparring, honing his techniques, and became stronger with each training session. Time passed, and the day of an additional battle came. There was excitement in the training hall. Even among the Shaolin masters, there were rumors that Seo Wanmu's disciple was extremely talented. However, everyone was also waiting to see what Chang Gong would show. Although he studied under Han himself, many were concerned that he had only started learning martial arts a few months ago. Predictions agreed that Seo Wanmu is much stronger than Gong. These conversations, although hushed, did not pass by Han, who was sitting nearby. The head of the temple, noticing the tension among those present, asked them to wait and invited everyone to sit down. Han, breathing deeply, was already impatiently waiting for the start. He knew that time would put everything in its place, and he was ready to see how everything would become clear after this fight. At that time, Mok did not share the joy of waiting. His face was gloomy and his thoughts heavy. He was perfectly aware of what could happen at this festival, and it worried him even more. And then came the moment when Gong and his opponent, Seo Wanmu, entered the arena together to fight. They were accompanied by a monk who was supposed to act as the judge of this match. But their views were radically different. Gong's was indecisive and a little confused, as if he still did not realize where he was. So Wanmu has a confident and calm look, the look of a person who clearly knows what he is doing and has already won the festival more than once. The referee began to explain the rules of the match. They were simple, but had nuances that were worth paying special attention to. Hearing this, Gong wondered if he could handle all of this. Many spectators gathered for the fight, expecting something truly unforgettable. But no matter how difficult it is, you can't panic, especially when you're being watched by a mentor. Looking at Han, Gong said to himself, "Don't worry, I won't let you down, mentor." With these bright thoughts, he collected himself and prepared for the upcoming battle. Han also had his own thoughts. In a week, Han had honed his footwork and attack technique, but his power control still left much to be desired. This was the biggest cause for concern. To make sure Gong didn't abuse the attack technique, this was what worried the mentor the most. At this moment, the judge announced the start of an additional fight of the festival. So far, Gong and Seo Wanmu have only been assessing each other with their eyes. Gong didn't know much about his opponent, but he looked much older and had an impressive build. "I'm Seo Wanmu, let's try," he suggested. But in his mind he saw not just a rival, but a son of the Jin family. Gong scratched the back of his head, smiled vaguely, and said his name, adding with a hint of irony, "Good luck to us." The battle began, and Seo Wanmu made the first move. He started from the rack and offered an active attack. However, he immediately noticed something strange about Gong, which surprised him. Seo Wanmu noticed that Gong was standing still, not even trying to attack. This confused him, and he decided to ask again, "Aren't you going to attack?" Gong calmly replied that he was ready, But his calm words made Seo think that Gong wasn't taking him seriously, perhaps because of being Hong's student. In fact, it wasn't like that. Gon was just nervous because this was his first serious fight. But So did not pay attention to these words. Sensing anger, Seo forced himself to calm down, deciding not to waste time thinking. He charged forward, aiming his fist at Gon, and even as he ran, he said, "No matter what your abilities are, I'm still going to break your nose." His fist came close to the target, but missed at the last moment, flying past. How did he dodge? And a rookie too? These questions swirled in Seo Wanmu's mind, causing even more surprise. However, he decided that Gon was just lucky and immediately began preparing his next attack. But Gon dodged the blow again with incredible ease and elegance of foot. Seo Wanmu's movements were not so smooth at all. He pushed off the ground with force, attacking aggressively. All of his attacks were powerful, but each of them missed. However, Gon once noticed that the blow was extremely dangerous and avoided it at the last moment. At this moment, Mentor Mok sat with his mouth hanging open, watching the match. He could not take his eyes off what was happening and only thought, "What is going on here now?" Mok couldn't understand how Gon was able to dodge punches with such ease. The high-ranking monks also noticed that Gon had excellent control over his body. One of the masters leaned over to Hong-Oh and quietly said that with skills like this, Gon might not even lose to Bonsan's apprentice, asking when exactly he had mastered them. Han replied that these are not new techniques, but reinterpreted old ones. He explained that Gosen created them himself, and his job was just to show the basics. At this moment, the head of the temple along with Wanho were watching the battle intently. They were well aware of the consequences of this battle. Unlike them, Seo Wanmu was confused. He didn't understand how to get Gong and why all his shots missed. In exasperation, he called Gon a coward and yelled at him to stop dodging and twisting strangely. Gon calmly explained that he was just trying to dodge the attacks and wasn't planning to strike for no reason. However, these words only angered Seo Wanmu even more. Annoyed, he decided to use his new technique by devising a cunning plan. He had saved this secret technique for a snack, but now he decided to use it and ran straight at Gon. As before, Gon stood still, watching Seo's huge body rush towards him. He could not understand what the mystery of this attack was, and he could not predict from which direction the blow would be struck. The best solution in this situation was to simply bounce back. But Seo kept getting closer and closer, closing the distance. From the stands, it looked as if the real battle was just beginning. Seo Wanmu was convinced that he had found Gong's weak spot, and quickly moved behind him, preparing to strike directly at the back of the head. Seo Wanmu's hand was already a few centimeters away from the back of Gong's head. But again, those elegant steps to the side, on the very toes, as if Gon swam across the surface. And quite unexpectedly, So's shot flew past. In his eyes, Gon suddenly seemed to disappear, dissolving into thin air. Gon, watching the match, was already looking at the situation differently, almost finding his rhythm. The masters were extremely impressed by this. They recognized the Jamaboro technique, derived from the Kondongpa technique, and were stunned. How does a Shaolin disciple use the techniques of another school? But Khan urged them not to make any noise and to continue to watch the battle closely. After listening to his words, the masters concentrated on each movement, closely watching the development of events. They noticed the elements of Jimkenbuden, and couldn't believe how Gon was able to master this technique in only 4 months. After all, it is among the top 5 techniques. "Oh, how many times do I have to repeat? This is not a new technique," explained Han, irritated by the surprise of those present. "At first, I also thought it was Jamaboro. But if you look more closely, you can see Nihonbo elements combined with Jimkanbudan," he added. Those words were impressive enough in themselves, but what Han then revealed was even more astonishing. He did not teach Han these techniques, but only showed them to him once. It seemed to the masters that this was enough for Gon not to lose this fight. Wonho, as he had guessed before, guessed that Gon practiced Mimunpa martial arts. If this is so, then the issue needs a serious solution. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, So Wanmu realized that Gong's techniques were extremely serious. But he still did not understand how he could learn it in such a short time. At that moment, Seo Wanmu turned to Gong, urging him to stop running and start fighting, because there was no way to think about victory otherwise. Gon calmly replied that it was not as simple as it seemed. Mentor Mok, watching the fight, noticed that Gon was still afraid to attack. And the reason for this was obvious. Gon still couldn't control his power. Losing the last of his patience, So Wanmu decided to deliver the decisive blow that would end this duel. "You can't just ignore other people!" he shouted, pointing a charged fist at Gon. So rushed forward, ready to deliver a powerful blow, while Gon calmly looked up at him. A question flashed through Gon's mind. What do I do next? This isn't over if I just dodge. The decision came instantly. Gon decided to act. He grabbed Seo's hand right at the impact and broke it. The movement was so precise that within a second, So was confused in his own hands and did not understand what was happening. At that moment, it dawned on him that Gon had not only dodged the attack, but received it, expertly grabbing his hand. Realizing this, Seo began to wave his hands, but only made himself look like a complete idiot. Meanwhile, Gon scratched the back of his head and said with a laugh, "I didn't understand how it happened." Enraged, Seo decided that he wasn't going to let Gon laugh anymore, and became even more furious. He charged with new words, trying to land another blow, but Gon continued to dodge. If it could be called a skill at all, Gon himself didn't fully understand how he managed to dodge, but it looked surprisingly effective. In fact, Gon himself didn't understand how it was happening. But somehow, he managed to avoid the attacks time and time again. He again intercepted the blows, grabbing the arm and tying the opponent on his own movements. To Master Mok, it all seemed so strange, as if Gon was just making the bed. The masters in the head were amazed by what they saw. And when Hong explained that the technique that Hong uses is usually used when carrying water, they were completely confused. Everyone recognized Gon's abilities, but his fighting style seemed strange. There were even discussions that he needed to learn to respect his opponent. Hong tried to explain that Hong was not disrespecting Seo Wanmu. Otherwise, he would have won long ago. He also urged Gon not to worry and to just keep going. At that moment, the chief stood up, saying that it was time to end the battle. But Han asked not to do so, insisting that it was not the end. The head believed that everyone had already seen enough, and there was no point in continuing the fight. Meanwhile, Gon found himself once again under pressure from an enraged Seo Wanmu, who was willing to go forward even if it resulted in his defeat or injury. Seo was convinced that Gon wasn't just laughing, but mocking him, which made him even more angry. The situation looked more serious than ever. So felt that Gon wasn't putting enough effort into the battle, and this hurt his feelings deeply. At that moment, Gon realized that there was no other choice. He decided to gather all his strength and make a decisive move to end the battle. As soon as he clenched his fist, energy began to form around his body, enveloping him in a powerful light. Master Mok, realizing what was about to happen, began to shout loudly, trying to stop the fight. The head of the temple also joined in, shouting that it must be stopped immediately. Wonho joined them with a determined shout, "Stop!" The referee, realizing the seriousness of the situation, realized that this was the moment when the fight should be stopped immediately. The referee ran to try to stop Gon because he realized that he was going to use a forbidden technique. The most interesting part was that the referee was the teacher of Gon's opponent, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. But even his attempt to intercept the situation did not work. Gon managed to evade this maneuver. The judge decided that it was necessary to immediately grab the boy to stop him. Gon did not understand at all why the judge was acting like this, and what exactly he was trying to do. He saw two fingers flying towards him and couldn't figure out how to avoid the blow. The moment the master touched his body, Gon felt something inexplicable. He couldn't move anymore. Did he block my inner energy? Thought Gon. The judge, meanwhile, yelled at Gon not to blame him and explained that blocking chakra was a last resort to avoid disaster. But even though Gon's energy was uncontrollable, he felt something incredible that could not be stopped. Even Gon's clothes began to fly apart, disintegrating into small pieces. Small scraps of cloth swirled around him, creating a chaotic vortex. Hong-Oh and Mok, being on opposite sides of the arena, rushed towards Hong at the same time, trying to help their student. They urged the judge to shut up as he began to make excuses that he just wanted to block the chakras to avoid danger. But Gon's energy, which was unable to escape, caused damage to his body, causing alarm in everyone present. Everyone hoped that Gon's internal organs were not seriously damaged. Those present could not find words looking at what happened. The head of the temple, realizing the seriousness of the situation, only sighed and pronounced, "Amitabha." Some time passed, and the street was already dark. Gon was taken to a special room to have needles placed at the right points on his body. Although his organs were intact, his body was completely drained of energy. Mok was talking to the doctor, trying to figure out how it was that all of Gon's energy was gone. The doctor explained that it was the result of damage to the blood vessels and chakras, and it was the first time he had seen something like this in 30 years. Mok wanted to know more details, hoping for some solution. The doctor explained that Gon looked normal on the outside, but his body wasn't functioning properly. Even if he recovers, returning to martial arts in the future will be extremely difficult. This bitter truth shocked Mok, who understood how much it would change Gon's life. The doctor also added that Gon should avoid such situations in the future, as his body is very vulnerable. Meanwhile, Han discussed the situation with the other masters. They already knew about Gon's poor condition and were concerned. The masters also learned that this guy had a rare ability to absorb energy. Speculating, they believed that Gon could have learned this through his greed, and that Han may have started teaching him when he couldn't even walk. The masters understood that they could not ignore the situation. They decided to deal with Han and others involved. Wonho stood outside the door, listening to the conversation in which Hong explained that everything that happened was the fault of two people, Wonho and the judge himself. He accused them of the fact that they should not have interfered in the course of the match. They could not answer Khan, although it was obvious. Now they were in serious trouble. In any case, Hong tried to prove his point, saying that Hong has a great future that cannot be destroyed by one mistake. However, the head had his own point of view, which he tried to express. However, before he could finish his thought, the door opened. Mok entered the room and told everyone the doctor's words. Gon's inner energy had disappeared. The news shocked everyone in the room. Hong-o in particular couldn't believe what he was hearing, but Mok reassured him by pointing out that Hong would be able to live a normal, peaceful life. Han began to fuss, asking the head to take immediate action to help Han. But the head urged everyone to calm down, stressing that now it is important to think about the well-being of the child. "What are you saying? Are you really going to lose such a talent to Shaolin?" Han shouted indignantly. To these words, Wonho replied that they had recently received a report that there had been an operation in Una. "Usually they start acting only when someone violates the prohibitions," he added, hinting at the possible consequences of what happened. Han couldn't understand what all this had to do with Han and why the matter had become so important. Annoyed by Hong's reaction, Wonho explained, "It's very important. Now they'll be keeping an eye on Shaolin. And they're not just ordinary people. They're jealous after losing their fighting skills." He asked everyone to think carefully about whether they had done the right thing and what the consequences might be. What will they say when they see Gon studying martial arts? They won't leave Shaolin alone, Wonho emphasized. This conversation was also heard by Mok, who carefully followed every word. Han, in turn, also drew certain conclusions from what he heard. He began to ask himself, is the only way out is to leave this boy and stop his education? Doubts crept into his soul. Han immediately began to convince those present that one should not abandon a child just because of fear of what others think. This was not normal, and he wanted to hear the final word from the head. The head, finding himself in such a difficult situation, thought for a long time, not knowing what to say. Finally, he admitted that Yoon's situation was very serious and might have another reason. He offered to discuss everything after the exact reason for their actions became known. However, for the time being, he insisted on temporarily suspending Gong's training, because one cannot put Shaolin in danger because of one boy. Han shouted back sharply, "That's why I learned other martial arts too. You cowards!" Angry and upset, he stormed out of the room, unable to find the words to continue the argument. Everyone looked at him in silence, ignoring his indignation. The head could not understand whether he was really too greedy for security, and whether he had made a mistake in his decisions. He wondered if Hong could have taught Gon differently. But one thing was clear. Han would not give up on his idea. Because of this, the head decided to become stronger himself, so that Shaolin could withstand all the trials that lay ahead. He promised himself that no more people like Gon would suffer in his temple. 3 days have passed. At the Shaolin temple, there was a conversation between Gon and the doctor, who tried to explain the boy's strange condition. The doctor said that Gon feels hungry every day because his body is badly damaged. A lot of energy is needed to restore the body. The easiest way to get this energy is through food, the doctor explained. He clarified that energy is contained in the products used for cooking, and that a single concoction is not enough to satisfy one's appetite. At this point, the doctor reached into his bag to show Gon exactly what he could eat to recover, but he warned him to be careful, because it can have side effects. He took out a grass that looked ordinary, but in fact it was a valuable plant, the jigu itself. It was considered a treasure because of its unique properties and high value. Gon took the herb in his hands, examining it carefully with curiosity. The doctor explained that this herb can be dried and brewed as a tea, or simply put in the mouth and chewed. He also added that healers are not allowed to go to the mountains due to Shaolin rules, but there is probably a lot of such grass growing there. Curiosity lit up in Gon's eyes as he imagined just how valuable this plant was. The doctor asked Gon not to tell anyone about the herb to avoid misunderstandings. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, the doctor said it was time for him to go. He also thought that if this herb contained a lot of energy, then maybe Gon wouldn't have any problem using it. After that, the doctor left, leaving Gon alone. Gon immediately sniffed the grass and then began to chew on it. It tasted sweet, which made it pleasant to eat. But Gon thought he had seen this herb before. Meanwhile, the doctor went outside. where he met Mok. He immediately inquired how Gon was feeling and heard from the doctor that the boy's chakras were blocked, causing his condition to worsen. Mok replied with displeasure. "Isn't it your job to fully understand his illness? You still haven't figured out what's wrong with him?" The doctor explained. "It's hard for me to tell exactly because it's only the small blood vessels that are damaged, not the big ones. Because of this, Gon needs time to recover, and there's nothing we can do about the effects." He also admitted that he did not know if there was any special medicine for such a case. Mok immediately understood. Something special. Some rare medicine was needed for treatment. The healer, already tired of constant explanations, only sighed when he had to repeat everything again. "This isn't some secret information about the boy," he muttered, trying to stay calm. Soon, the head of the temple decided to personally visit Gon to find out about his condition. Seeing that Gon looked quite good, the head was happy. However, no one knew exactly what state Gon was in inside and what would happen to him in the future. By the light of the candle in the room, the head asked Gon an important question. He wanted to know what happened after using the technique against Seo Wanmu. "Did you know that he can get hurt after you attack him?" asked the head. Gon honestly replied that he only did it because he felt sorry for Seo Wanmu. He explained that he made him angry because he couldn't fight properly because of his limitations. At first, Mentor Mok warned him not to use this technique because it was dangerous. But Seo Wanmu was upset that Gon didn't even try to fight with his full strength, and that made him even more disappointed. Now it became more clear to the chapter what had happened. He realized that the art that Gon demonstrated could not be learned just like that, and that added to the pity. The chief did not know how to tell this good boy about his plight. However, he understood that something still needed to be said. So the head sat next to Gon. He revealed the bitter truth to him. Gon would no longer be able to practice martial arts, and asked what the boy will do next. Gon thought and replied, "I don't know. But I'm sure I won't hurt anyone again, not even by accident. Although it won't be easy, I'm already feeling uncomfortable." He added, "If I wasn't so hungry all the time, maybe I would be able to stay away from martial arts. But I have a little patience left and I'll go home." After that, the head asked the following question. "What if you can't do martial arts, but there is a way to get back into it? The only way to do that is to harm others. Would you agree?" Without thinking for a second, Gon replied, "I don't want to do martial arts if it hurts others. I'm not on the verge of death to do it for my own comfort." The head could not but agree with his words. He thought, one wrong technique can kill many people. If everyone thought like this guy, we would avoid many unnecessary casualties and bloodshed. In the end, it was decided that Gon would remain under the care of Mok's mentor, as he seemed the most comfortable choice for the boy. The head also understood that Mok is so close to Gon for a reason, because he is always the first to rush to his aid. However, the head asked the boy to visit the doctor regularly for checkups. Suddenly, the head remembered that he had something for Gon, and reached for the item that was strapped to his arm under his sleeve. It was a surprise for Gon to get something from the chapter. The head took out an unusual object, similar to a charm, a thread to which a small ball was tied. The head immediately explained what the object was, and said it was called Fidokshu. The color of the amulet was so beautiful that it was mesmerizing with its brightness. The head said that when worn around the neck, Fidocha can protect against certain toxins and negative energy, promoting better health. Gon was surprised at the value of this item, because one of the most powerful Shaolin techniques was used to create it, which could only be beneficial. At the same time, the head warned Gon to be careful, because a person with the wrong intentions could use this amulet for harm. Now the head felt a little calmer, having handed over the amulet to the boy. 3 days have passed. 3 whole days. Gon climbed the mountain, but it was given to him with great difficulty. He could not even imagine how difficult such a climb could be. Looking ahead, he saw bushes, and in front of them was what he needed. These were the herbs the doctor was talking about, and Gon decided to eat them before going to the mentor. He knew that he needed to eat a lot to recover faster. When he got closer, he saw that there were many of these herbs growing, and this pleased him. However, there were other plants around these herbs that made Gon wonder if they also had medicinal properties. But common sense prevailed. He decided to use only those herbs recommended by the doctor. Gon plucked one of the herbs and began to eat it, hoping for a quick improvement. Winter was about to set in, but Gon was still here in the mountains. He was with Mok, who noticed that the boy's face had become much healthier and took on a natural color. However, Mok also noticed something odd near the corner of Gon's mouth. It was a shade of green, obviously a residue from the herbs he was eating. Gon said that he ate the herb that his doctor recommended. It was already late, and they decided to go to bed to gather strength. Gon covered his head with a sheet, but secretly continued to chew these herbs under it. The grass turned out to be amazing. His body began to feel hot, and the heat gradually rose to his stomach. The next day, Gon found himself again near the tree, which became a kind of symbol of strength for him. Right under the tree, he suddenly began to take off his clothes, not understanding what was happening, because his body was burning with heat. The heat was so intense that his nose bled. It probably happened because he overdid it with the amount of grass. But despite his weakness, he found the strength to rise. Gon ran in search of water to quench the burning heat at least a little. Reaching the water, he tried to submerge, hoping to calm his body at least a little. At the same moment, Gon felt a slight chill run through his body, and turned his attention to the flowers growing nearby. Of course, the idea of trying these flowers immediately occurred to him. He plucked one flower and brought it to his mouth. As he began to chew, he felt that the flower was quite tasty. His cheeks, which were still burning, began to take on their natural color, becoming less red. But this effect lasted only a second. Then something strange happened. He felt as if winter had arrived in his body. The heat began to slowly subside, giving way to cold. He liked the feeling, so he continued to eat the flowers as the cold helped to relieve the heat. But while eating, he had a strange feeling that it might harm his health. Despite this, he plucked more flowers and continued to eat. At one point, his body became as cold as a piece of ice. His eyes showed that he was completely unprepared for such a drastic effect. What kind of plants are these? He thought, trying to understand how they work. At first it was hot, now it is incredibly cold. In a panic, Gon ran back to the herbs he had been eating before, ate them and felt the heat again. Then he returned to the flowers, ate them, and again his body became cold. From such drastic changes, Gon was on the verge of madness, barely keeping control of himself. Tired and exhausted, Gon decided to lie down to get some rest from all these experiences. At that moment, he suddenly felt as if his body was being filled with energy, which was pouring through him, adding strength. Apparently, the healer was right. Gon had eaten a lot of healthy food, and it seemed that his body had indeed begun to recover. This brought a big smile to Gon's face. He felt better than before. What pleased him the most was that now he would finally be able to descend from the mountain. However, during the descent, he suddenly felt that his pants became somewhat uncomfortable, as if his body had changed. But despite this, he somehow made it down to where his mentor Mok was already waiting for him, who immediately asked Gon not to rush so quickly. The mentor looked at Gon carefully and didn't understand what had happened to his face. One side of Gon's face was bright red, as if burned, and the other side was blue, as if from the cold. It looked strange and disturbing. Mok immediately asked, "What happened to your face?" But, coming closer, he suddenly covered his nose with his hand, feeling a strong, unpleasant smell. He said through his palm, "Your face is red and blue at the same time, and when you breathe out, I can smell poison." To confirm this, Gon raised his hand to his face and exhaled to see if it was true. But when he himself felt this acrid smell, he absolutely did not understand what could have caused it and what was happening to his body. Gon tells how on the way to the mentor he saw a large elm and found medicinal herbs there, which he had already eaten. Mok immediately realizes that this is the same place where the teacher grows poisonous plants. The man urgently tries to find out what kind of grass this idiot ate. Gon ate a grass with 3 petals. The boy learned about this herb from the doctor, who said that it is good for health. Hearing this, Mok fell into a stupor. The man understands that this is a poisonous plant, and now, in addition to him, this young man will suffer. Mok begins to think that the teacher is involved because you can't feed a child like that. But Gon assures that everything is fine with him, and after this herb he feels much better. He even has energy back. The clean-shaven man just froze when he heard about it. Soon, the man told that there are poisonous plants in that place, so from tomorrow, Gon should not climb that mountain. Still, the young man is happy that his energy has returned to him. Now that his body has recovered, a lot of work has to be done. Around the boy's neck hangs Fitukju, who gave him the head. It is because of this that the young man was not harmed by the poisonous grass. For proper use, you need to hold it in your mouth. This means that you cannot worry about the poison that the boy drank. The man is interested in why the head gave him this thing. It seems they want to train the child using poisonous herbs to absorb their power. As Mok thought, the head and teacher were up to something very mysterious. Are they serious about teaching a child to resist poison? Meanwhile, when the young man took this thing into his mouth, he seemed to like the taste. Mok was annoyed because he could not understand their plans. They say that for such an approach you will have to pay tenfold. And now that the power of the Shaolin rock has become weaker, it is dangerous. It seems they want to teach Gon how to absorb poisons. Mok cannot let this happen. He sincerely hopes that Gon will not study martial arts. The black youth didn't know how to answer that, so he just kept silent. The boy is much more talented than others. but his abilities can attract those who want to take advantage of him. In order to answer, the boy spat the thing out of his mouth. Gon promised to study martial arts, but the man says he no longer has to keep his word. Some of the techniques the guy has are from another school, so people from that school might think something is wrong when they see it. After learning that he studied the techniques of another school, the boy is shocked. However, Gon managed to learn only Nahambo and Kim Kun Kwan. The young man does not understand how teacher Hong-Oh knows about the techniques of other schools. It is very difficult for the guy to understand this, so the man is going to tell everything from the very beginning. In the meantime, Quen Mok will have to hide the boy in his house, under the pretext that he needs a full recovery. Meanwhile, another man notices that someone has entered his garden. He saw that this robber had taken his favorite herb. The gardener was so saddened by this thought that he did not have the strength to gather himself to think everything through. Hong-Oh was very angry with the one who dared to destroy his tea plantation and make such a mess here. Soon, he goes to Peck's house and complains that someone made a mess in his garden. He wants to find the culprit. It is very interesting. Who was able to deceive the teacher himself? Hong-Oh couldn't sit still. He urgently wanted help to catch the thief. Official Peck Quenchen would also like to leave, but he has too much work to do right now. The angry old man did not understand why the official had so many documents. Did something happen? He says that all the information about Yune is collected here. Hearing about this, the teacher became even more angry and began to grab these documents. Although the official cannot leave this place because he is very busy, the teacher continues to insist and asks because he has a request. Suddenly, an idea comes to his mind. He suggests sending a foreigner with the teachers. He has a friend with whom he corresponded, and now he is waiting for him in the living room. After retirement, he became bored and thought about having a child. But there are also rumors that someone secretly made their way into Shaolin. But Pekka says not to worry about it, because this is definitely not the right person. Moreover, Hong-Oh knows him too. He is from the Jegal family. The man advises the teacher to return to his place for now, and he will ask this stranger to visit him. The old man returns to himself and says that he will wait for the guest. Thus, another day passed. Gon was busy training at that time. The boy was as focused as possible on his movements. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice and realized that someone had been watching him all this time. The old man quickly looked around to see who it was. He saw a stranger in front of him. It was a little girl with her hair in little buns, and she was standing there smiling. Meanwhile, at the Shaolin base, Yan really wanted to go with her grandfather, but he tried to explain that non-locals were not allowed there. Monks do their practices there, so can a girl be in such a place? John threatens that if grandfather does not take her with him, she will return home. She is also interested to know what is going on there, so she asks permission to go there too. Despite the fact that she is already 13 years old, she still behaves like a child. The old man says that only disciple Hong-Oh is there, and there is nothing else to look at. Nevertheless, the girl was still interested in going there with her grandfather. The gray-haired man sighed heavily and finally gave up, allowing the girl to go with him. The girl stood in front of the boy and watched him carefully. Gon couldn't understand what such a beautiful girl had forgotten here in the mountains. Yan immediately realized that standing in front of her was the same student she had been told about. Suddenly, a grandfather appears in the field of vision, who says that it is not allowed to interfere with those who are training. When he comes closer, I apologize for the girl. Soon, Quen Mok also appears here. Grandfather says that they are on their way to the teacher. After hearing this, the man concludes that these people are from a respectable family. Quen Mok asked to explain the reason for their visit, because the person they came to see was his mentor. The old man introduces himself. His name is Lib. The man was asked to deal with a matter. That is why he is here. The man recognized him. Lib used to be the head of the Jegal family. But now he is just an old man who has passed all the work to the children. The men themselves do not know what happened here, so I came to find out. Quen Mok. I am puzzled. What could have happened so serious that such a respectable person would be called here? It is not so easy to get here, so he's going to host guests. Suddenly, the girl grabs her grandfather by the sleeve. Yan says she wants to play with this boy, but Grandpa replies that the monk doesn't have time to play with her. Quen Mok says that it's not a monk at all, just a child he's raising, so it's okay. The shaved man says that all children want to play, so the boy will definitely not refuse. He pays attention to this beautiful and apparently intelligent girl, and notices that she is suitable for Gon. Gon is also from an ordinary family, so there may be a connection between us. The subordinate says that he will look after the young lady, so the grandfather cannot worry. Before leaving, Lib tells the girl to behave politely and not disturb anyone. John says that he will stay here for a while and then join them. She even says to take responsibility yourself. When the grandfather and the husband go away, the children get to know each other. Suddenly, the girl pays attention to the clothes of her new acquaintance. She directly asks, "Is there a boyfriend already?" His clothes look very worn. Gon is indignant because he's sure his clothes are fine, but then abruptly shuts up. Then, he turns his gaze to this girl's clothes. He becomes a little embarrassed because he realizes that the girl's clothes look much better than his. Aion notices that the gaze of a new acquaintance is directed at her, but does not understand why. She thinks the young man is looking at the butterfly keychain hanging on her belt, and thinks the boy is uncomfortable admitting that he wants it too. Grandfather always told her to help the needy, and after a second she handed him this block. Gon became even more embarrassed, and began to wave away and say that he was not a beggar. John insists that he take this key ring, think that's what he wanted. The subordinate knows that the lady always behaves quietly and kindly, but with this boy she is completely different. She continues to insist and hands the boy a key ring. Suddenly she grabs his hand altogether, but Gon quickly pulls his hand away and continues to say that he doesn't need it. But the girl is determined to see things through. She is also stubborn, so she does not plan to give up and reaches out to the young man again. Yun tries to grab him, but our hero deftly dodges her. Before long, she even throws away the keyring to use both hands. The young lady is very surprised when she realizes that her lightning arm technique does not work at all. Gon asks her to stop because if she continues, she might get hurt. But on the contrary, Aion has a passion, and she is not going to give up. It seems that the boy does not miss training at all if he behaves so skillfully. Then she speeds up even more and finally manages to grab the boy's hand. Jan rejoices in his victory while the boy tries to regain consciousness. A joyful smile appears on her face, but it seems that our hero also has a plan. The young man quickly twists his hand and then grabs the girl. He moves her hand so quickly that the girl does not even have time to blink an eye. A second later, she is standing in some incomprehensible pose. John does not understand at all how this happened and how to deal with it. Meanwhile, the old men have already met each other. When you look at the garden, you are really worried. Hong-Oh is seeing something like this for the first time. The energy here is so strong that it is even difficult for him to breathe. This is completely different from what Lieb has faced before. It is important to understand who is behind it. For this, the old man can use his abilities. So they will be able to find the one who is guilty. Soon after they use their powers, they realize that neither option worked. One gets the impression that this person is on the border between life and death. It seems that more time will have to be spent on a more detailed investigation. Quen Mok realized that this was the place where Gon had eaten the medicinal and poisonous herbs. The man sighs heavily because he does not understand why these old men are so serious. He asks them what is so strange about it, but the mentor tells him to leave if he is not going to help. Lib explains that the grass is the same everywhere and it is like a lie of perception. Hong-Oh yells at his student because he doesn't understand how strange everything is. Don't let it get in the way. The clean-shaven man just sighs heavily and notices that the two look a lot alike. If the mentor does not know that our hero is involved in this, then why did he give him Fidokcha? The man wonders how much longer this will continue. He himself already wants to tear out all the plants from here and just leave. But it is better not to interfere in this. The mentor was so smug, but as a result, he fell into his own trap. Soon Quen Mok turns and walks away, leaving the grandfathers alone with their problem. Meanwhile, the subordinate runs up to the young lady to find out what just happened to her. The girl seems to be very angry now, but in any case, she started it first. A mustachioed man can't just punish a child that a Shaolin monk is responsible for. Gon immediately started apologizing. John wants to leave urgently because he doesn't want to stay close to this person anymore. The man asks to wait for the grandfather and then leave, but the girl does not agree because she feels humiliated. The mustachioed man said that the girl also went a little too far by calling the boy a beggar. Yon apologizes and admits that she seems to have been a bit wrong too. The subordinate sighs with relief. The boy tells that he is 15, but the girl does not believe him because she is 13 and he is only a little taller than her. This means that our hero is an oppa for a girl, but she will not call him that because they just met. Instead, she offers to bring the boy something tasty. Finally, a dialogue is established between the children and the subordinate can calmly exhale and rest. Gong says he won't be able to return home until 3 years later, and he lives in Shanxi province while Yang lives in Hubei. Meanwhile, the men don't have any buckles, and Hong-Oh blames it on Lieb. It seems that he is not as majestic as they say about him. But the grandfather explains that this is a really difficult situation. He must sense something with his powers, but he has no ideas. The old man walks forward a little and says that he does not feel anything here at all. This makes the mentor even more annoyed, because despite everything, he wants to find the culprit. But in any case, the investigation should not be stopped. But it was already late, and they had to go back. They returned to the yard again and said goodbye to each other. When they were about to leave, the girl showed our hero her tongue, and he waved at her. Judging by the way the young man enjoyed himself today, he must return to the ordinary world again. It's evening time. The shaved man turned and walked away. And Gon remained on the street and looked after his new acquaintances a little longer. He hadn't felt such strong emotions in a very long time. The guy takes a broom and starts sweeping. When he returns home, he wants to ask mom and dad to give him a baby sister. Guys, you really wanted to meet this girl again. He is sure that their next meeting will be even more exciting than this one. On the way home, Yeon says that she thinks she doesn't have enough skills because when she and Gon had a duel, she couldn't beat him. Yeon earnestly begs her grandfather to teach her a more powerful martial arts technique because she wants revenge on Gon. If the girl didn't think Chonri's technique was strong, then what would be powerful enough for her? John says that that boy's technique was cooler. Lieb is very interested in what kind of technique Gon had. It seemed to the subordinate that it was a Shaolin technique, namely Yongjotsu. It's a little different from the regular Yongjos, but overall they're similar. This technique is actually very well known. Yeon hasn't learned how to control her inner energy yet. Has this boy already learned it? The subordinate says that it is true, but the young man himself does not know how to use it. Grandpa promises that they will start training today and continue tomorrow. Yeon was very inspired about it. Enthusiasm is burning in the girl's eyes. She is determined to get revenge on her new friend. The next day, the morning began with work. Our hero noticed, and the husband is full of plants. Quen Mok noticed that the boy was behaving strangely. He walks all day and smiles. The man says that if a guy wants to meet this girl, he can just go down to her place. Gon began to make excuses and said that it wasn't true. The teacher again told them to come, and he simply asked if this girl would come too. The man does not mind that the young man has a new girlfriend. But what will happen if he is caught? The main character still has to pretend that he has not recovered his powers. Suddenly, a mentor bursts into their yard, complaining that it's a complete mess. The man shouts loudly and talks about the fact that a protest was organized for him. Quen Mok does not understand what kind of protest it is about. This is all because the Jaegel family wants to meet with Gong, which is why they are now forbidden to come here. Our hero became a little sad when he heard that they would not be able to come today. Now even an ant will not be able to pass peacefully. Gon was very saddened by this news because he really wanted to see his new girlfriend. Quen Mok does not understand why everything happened like this. He is sad for our hero, because he just found a new friend. But Gon blames only himself for everything. It is his fault that he agreed to everything, although he had only 3 years left to live here. Previously, the boy thought that learning martial arts was of no serious importance. But in reality, it turned out that what seems to be completely insignificant to him can be very important to others. If this continues, after 3 years nothing will change until he returns home. Given that he is already familiar with the techniques of other styles, the current situation may repeat itself again. The young man understands that the problem must be solved radically, and he must find a way. Meanwhile, the young lady is already starting her training. The girl began to scream and cry, claiming that she was going to study the technique all night. It seems that there will be major changes in Shaolin. Despite the financial difficulties, Shaolin was able to withstand, but the change of generations was inevitable. When the man returned, he would have to tell his son to be ready. When night came, they went to the city. There is very little left. Suddenly, a hat-wearing stranger appears behind them, and the guard immediately puts a sword to his throat. It turns out that this stranger is looking for the head of the Jaegel family. If the grandfather does not mind, then the man wants to ask him a few questions. Lib doesn't mind at all, especially if a stranger insists. The stranger assures them that they should not worry so much. After a second, he pulls out some kind of symbol, and it is immediately clear that this man is from Sichuan. Grandfather understands that this stranger is hiding his aura, which means that he is most likely a flying petal from the flock. As expected, the grandfather immediately understood what was going on. Lib, I ask, what brought the elite unit all the way here? The stranger asks permission to use his watchful gaze for a moment. The old man definitely did not expect to see the Yahello symbol here. The Tang clan has a good ability to distinguish between friend and foe. If he owes someone, he will definitely fulfill his debt by handing over the medallion with the clan symbol. And if the debt is repaid, the medallion is taken back. With regard to enemies, the situation is similar. If the grandfather agrees to this, then the clan will surely repay him for his kindness in the future. Lib is ready to listen to him, and then the stranger begins his story. He heard that they met a child with Shaolin. They came here to learn more about this child. It seems they mean our hero. Grandfather thinks that there is nothing to hide in this situation, but he asks what exactly the Tang clan is interested in. He asks if grandfather has seen their clan's technique, but he did not see it. Grandfather only confirmed that the boy was learning the Dragon Claw style. Do they really want to know if the man used the Shaolin tool to spread rumors? Finally, this stranger has one last question. Did this child really inherit Master Hong O's technique? Lieb says he was there for another purpose, so I can't confirm that. He believes that the clone should deal with this on its own. The stranger thanks the old man for the answers. Grandpa hands the relic back and says he doesn't need gratitude. It turns out that grandfather also had one question. As expected, it is not so simple. The old man knows that attention to Shaolin comes not only from the Tang clan, but also from other sects. Does it have anything to do with what he's thinking? He tells them that the leadership of their clan is interested in this matter and maybe the master is right. When they are done talking, the man quickly disappears. It is obvious that it is precisely for this reason that poisonous factions cannot be a child. So, the case is related to Master Hano. John runs up to his grandfather and asks if her new friend is really that famous. After a second, the grandfather says that the girl better not meet this boy anymore and not fight with him. Since he comes from the secular world, sooner or later he will appear in the fighting circles. But you must stay away from him. And it was not a request, but an order. Hearing about this, the girl was very upset, because she had just found a friend. They had to hurry to the city. Apparently, it was really important, because it wasn't just the Tang clan that was watching it. This is also followed by the sects of the Union of 10 Elements. Several days passed. Our hero sat on the street and thought about something. The man noticed it and asked what it was about. It seems to Parubku that the monks from Shaolin are not satisfied with the fact that he studied the techniques of other sects, but that shouldn't bother him. The guy just has to spend 3 years here and come home. Do not interfere in this and add complications. It is important to remember the parents who are waiting for his return. But Gon doesn't want to feel guilty for the rest of his life. It's amazing that a guy who used to only whimper now speaks his mind. The main character decided to start practicing martial arts again. Master is against it. Is it true that the young man simply cannot wait 3 years and calmly return home? He does not support the boy in his desire at all, but he will still do it his way. After meeting the girl, he realized that it would be difficult to hide the fact that his inner energy had been restored. His martial arts skills have not gone anywhere, so he wants to learn Shaolin techniques from the beginning. Quenmok sees determination in the young man's eyes. It turns out that the guy understands the situation much better than he thought. Children really do grow up fast. Soon the man sighs heavily, but agrees that this might solve the problem once and for all. Meanwhile, some stranger climbs the mountain. He knows that Gon is on this mountain. The stranger is determined to rise up and put an end to this once and for all. The ascent was very difficult for the man. He walked slowly and held on to the trees. The mountain path turned out to be very difficult. Does Jianggong walk this way every time? The more the stranger thinks about it, the more angry he becomes. This stranger strongly disagreed with the fact that Gon had learned this very quickly. He didn't know what happened at the time, but he was talking about a serious injury. The man plans to beat Gon beyond his control. At first he decides to wait until the boy is alone. Suddenly, he notices something in front of him. In the distance, he notices our hero, who is calmly walking through the forest. He is shocked to see our hero here, and immediately chased after him. The man had not run with such enthusiasm for a long time. Now it remains only to master the martial arts of other schools. The man learned to use energy in such a way that it is imperceptible to others. The main character cannot get John out of his head. Now he really wants such a little sister. For some reason, Gon feels more grown up now. Suddenly, he notices a man in front of him, who stared at him and stared. The boy cannot understand how the man ended up here. The man is shocked that Gon is moving so quickly because he heard that the young man was badly injured. In fact, our hero is very happy to see his old acquaintance. But the man thinks that he wants to beat him up. It turns out that the young man wanted to say that he did not ignore him during their fight. Did the guy say that specifically to humiliate him? But everything is not like that. This was his first experience using martial arts, so he didn't know how to act properly. He apologizes to him and promises that if they fight again, he will do better. But the man is afraid, because he is sure that he will lose in this fight. He quickly tries to think of a way out of this situation, but does not understand what to do. Now, the guy is quickly trying to come up with an excuse for what he's doing here. Suddenly, he remembers that he has a song potato and thinks that he brought it especially for our hero, because he had wounds. Gon definitely did not expect to receive such a gift from an old acquaintance. He thought that he hated him. In fact, it was the pure truth. Our hero quickly puts the potato in his mouth and takes the first bite. The man is shocked that our hero is so naive and simple. While he was watching the boy eat, he wanted to have a snack himself. The man's stomach rumbles and the boy realizes that he hasn't eaten anything. After a second, he breaks a potato and takes it to his husband. The man accepts and thanks him. After that, they sit down on stones and start talking. It turns out that the young man is not as bad as the man thought. Gon thought that it would be great to find a true friend. A second later, he smiles sincerely and shares the news that he has made his first friend in Shaolin. When the man found out that our hero was going to the mentor, he was shocked. Can he communicate directly with the monk? The young man is really impressive. Then he offers him to go down with him so that he can make sure that the boy is all right. The man wants to make friends with him. Meanwhile, a letter arrives at the monk's house from Quen Mok. The man rehearsed in the room because he still couldn't believe that the guy wanted to study martial arts. This means that the young man really recovers after everything. The letter states that the goon is again seeking to master the martial arts, and the author of the letter asks the men to help him. The teaching of this boy in martial arts will be very different from the guidelines of others, because the Clan 1 does not love this child much. If the old man wants to hear a man's opinion, he says that a positive answer should not be expected. But the old man does not understand why he thinks that it will be difficult for a Shaolin student to study martial arts. So, his grandfather acknowledges that the young man studied the martial arts of other schools. Judging by the boy, he simply repeats what Han Monk showed him, but now he tries to achieve the true martial art of Shaolin. These were the words of our hero who remembered the old man. The man does not understand what Quen Mok thinks. The Celestial Master Shaolin would definitely not do so without thinking. He is a candidate for the post of the next chapter, so no matter what the master would have thought, he will not be deprived of losing. The old man is going to leave the young man under the care of her husband. Teaching students is the duty of the clan. It should be treated in the same way as other children. The man does not agree with this at all, because he can already be different from other children. Suddenly, the arrogant man begins to feel something strange, as if something pressed on him. The old man suggests looking at the situation from a different angle. In this case, a different approach is required. If a man does not want to understand what the old man tells him, he will try to start saying differently. In a second, the old man says it will be an exam for the Clan 1. Does he want to say that the 1 clan should take the exam through 1 student? But in a second, the man realizes that there is logic. Everything will depend on how he interacts with this boy. The next day, at the request of Von Ho in the pavilion gathered all the important representatives of the Clan Vona. Everyone was outraged that the master without thought passes the child, who was supervised by this moment. The man worries that something can happen to the child, and then no one will be responsible for it. The clan of it acted as because he believed that Shaolin was threatened and could no longer be controlled by the Quen clan. The responsibility for accepting students is strictly on them. They all united for the sake of Shaolin, but these people seek to do only easy things, and they are difficult to translate into others. The man is outraged. It seems that Zanho chose not those priests. From such harsh words, all the priests fell silent in shock. He asked Sashin to record that they all had one goal. It will be correct to obey the will of the master. The priests act in the interests of Shaolin, so they must do reasonably. They have no arguments in order to ignore the orders of the master. Jangon Boy will start learning with other school students. Their task is to stay careful so that no one can prevent it. They decided a plan of further action. Tomorrow, a man will bring our hero for training. The man still could not understand the true purpose of the master. Nothing will work out as he intended, because they will definitely become those who will lift Shaolin. Meanwhile, someone gives the main character. He does not understand what he deserved him. It was an amulet that would be as valid as the presence of the virtue of the monk. Gon sighs hard because he thought he would study from a master or monk Hong-o-o. Does Gon think that among all students of the school he is the only special? Hundreds of people such as our hero study in the central temple. This Sasha is of great value to the teacher, so he asks to not lose and return it in 3 years. After that, the teacher went outside and looked at the full moon, which was in the sky. Of course, the teacher expected this, but he cannot understand why it is so difficult in the soul. This child brought at least a drop of joy in his boring life. Once he will have to return, but he is sad that they will part so. Our hero is very sad because they say goodbye to the teacher. The smile of the owner of that Sasha was similar to this full moon. The teacher tried to forget her, but it was only his own desire. The protagonist promises that every time he has the opportunity, he will climb to the temple. The next day, our hero has already come to the house of Sokka. Gon is very surprised that there is such a place in Shaolin. There was an Enham administration building here. The elementary course for Sokka students lasts 5 years, but those who show good results have the opportunity to stay and deepen their knowledge. The man continued his studies, as he was a diligent student. Gona is a bit disturbing the idea that he will communicate with peers. The protagonist tells that he just began to engage in martial arts because he lived with a master. Such abilities can be developed in just a few months of study. That is why people are so worried about this problem. The man proposes to show our hero the crime scene, and it is interested in it. Gon has lived here for 8 years and is almost unaware of the world outside. The man looks carefully to check that there is no one around. The guy is talking about girls now. He knows one place in his area where hot beauties live. The other day, Gon met one girl from Zagal. She was very sweet, and he wanted to have such a sister. The man also thought of some girl from Zagal, and he was wondering if they thought about the same person. When he learned that it was really the case, he thought that Gon was an important person because he fought with someone from Zagal. After learning about it, the guy invited him to go to them if he had time. It was only a second to the guy that the family of our hero was competing with him. The guy removed from him because they couldn't be friends. Their families are enemies. Gon did not understand this at all. He was just glad because he had a friend. It seems that the main character is not really in the topic of what is going around. The guy does not understand how to do here, because in the first place the family is, and in the second, a student of Shaolin. The guy changed his mind because the enemies were their parents, not them. He took his words back. He extends his hand and says they will always be friends. Hearing about it, the main character was very happy. After a second, they shook their hands. He could not believe that he made friends with such an important person as Gon. After a while, they come to the right place. But it was a little dirty. In fact, it was not a little dirty here, but very dirty. There was also a very unpleasant smell that even the nose began to ache. The guy immediately began to clean everything and said that he would ask the students to remove everything. Usually, here is especially dirty after training. The main character will not stand in such an atmosphere and asks if there is still time before lunch. It turns out that the young man is now going to put the order here. The guy does not like this idea very much, and he thinks it is better to wait for others. But Gon is going to do it right now. A friend tells him where the ironing room is. Our hero immediately begins to clean it, and a friend concludes that he does not like a mess. He thought that he was a dear guy, but he could not think that he had a difficult character. The young man thinks that it will be very difficult to live together with a newcomer. It has passed for a while, and the students return from training. They are surprised that the room is so clean, and see that Vanma is removed. The student ordered his friends to clean up too. One of the students calls a newcomer to a failure, but Vanma immediately intervenes for him, and says that he monitors his tongue. The guy warned that a newcomer is his friend, so they don't have to say anything wrong about him. The students were shocked by the behavior of Vanma, because earlier he behaved completely differently. If the students are not going to go for lunch and workout, then let them go to the washing room. Gone there is already their things. The boys did not take his words seriously and just laughed at it. The boys think that our hero is going to spoil their things, so they are about to go to him and see what he does. After a moment, they all rush to a new one. Meanwhile, the main character was near the river and the rights of other students. In a second, students who had already noticed Gona with their things came running. Our hero immediately realized that he would share the room with these students, so he wants to make friends. But no one seems to be friends with him. Someone ran to him and grabbed his things back. Because of this, they can suspect that they do not wash their clothes. Gon, hearing about it, immediately began to apologize. The boys were outraged by our hero. They seem to have not wanted to accept him in their team. In this way, it is difficult to spoil something. But one cannot attack one person with a group. In any case, they said they would follow their own things. But when they take things into their hands, they wonder that they are so clean. They begin to think that it is not their clothes, and the guy exchanged it for it. No one believes when Gon says that these are really students' things. Our hero says that their names should be embroidered on their things, and you can check it. Finally, they thought of looking at it and realized that their names were really written on their clothes. Everyone is surprised as the Gon was able to wash such dirt. Now, it was necessary to dry clothes. Our hero took him into his hands and shook heavily. After a second, the clothes were almost completely dry. It was very surprised by absolutely all students, and they even opened their mouths. Everyone begins to praise this new. It's hard to believe that it is so good. Just at this moment, Vanma comes to them. It turns out that Gon has a kimness, a method that is difficult to master ordinary people. Now everyone around you realized why Vanma was friends with this guy. The students were angry at Vanma because they realized that it was done specifically. The main character is glad that everything ended so well. It has been a few days from that moment. The teacher was worried about his student, but was sure that Gon was well settled there. If there are no problems, then no news will come to the teacher. This time he wants the student to spend winter in a cozy place. Meanwhile, students had a training. Everyone was seriously trained, and they were annoyed by the Gon because it raises stupid questions. Our hero apologizes, but the master said to ask the teacher all that he would not understand. Everyone was angry. They did not think they should suffer through our hero. Because of this, the teacher was very angry and gave everyone a very difficult physical task. Vanma addressed them and said that they did not get into a conflict. The guy began shouting at Vanma for constantly interfering with their affairs. To ask the teacher what is not clear to you is normal, so you do not need to quarrel. The guy was very angry and could no longer control emotions because he was called an idiot. Apparently, Vanma's confidence is based on one of the victories at the previous festival. A few seconds, the young man approaches Vanma, but he still continues to perform the exercise. He offers Vanma to beat today. This time he will definitely win him. Vanma says that the boy has only a void in his head, so he can say such nonsense. Our hero became a little anxious from what was happening here. Lightning really flew between the boys. They seemed right now they would throw on each other. Gon ran to them and tried to calm down. He tried his best, but if it interferes with others, now he will be more careful. Vanma says that our hero is not guilty of it all, and he may stop asking the teachers questions. Meanwhile, the administration building. Employees think that they need to take a decision to stay here, but he does not understand why, because the boy did absolutely nothing wrong. But because of it, occupation with other children is ineffective. The guy constantly asks a lot of questions. The teacher does not even have time to answer, but the questions continue. Gon is not even familiar with the basics, and the teacher has the desire to simply give him a book to study at his pace. It is wrong to think that you can practice martial arts for a long time without having any knowledge. The duty of the teacher is to monitor their students and control the learning process. If he has a complicated student, then you need to think about the methods of correction instead of making a scandal. If his behavior is harmful to others, then the teacher should solve this problem. A man will not become a well-known person if he cannot handle even such a problem. It took a while, and finally the teacher allowed to finish the exercise. This is a physically difficult exercise, but it should give them a lesson. There is no point, he is the only one who did it. The next time he tells to help those who are behind. It was to prevent them from having any questions. Now they can continue the lesson. The inner flow of energy that runs between the inner points plays a large role. Holding his emotions and showing respect for the opponent, he does not allow him to lose confidence and makes him retreat. To do this, use the meridian of the energy system to send it in the palm of palm after absorption. Mabo is definitely not critical, but in the beginning there will be enough Pubo. As the teacher noticed, the energy flow contributes to many inconveniences. The teacher notices that our hero does and thinks that he is not able to concentrate. He is sure that the master will soon make a decision, and he only has to wait. He orders students to get into a couple and try this technique. Vanma approaches our hero to offer to work in pairs. They are approached by another guy who says it is his place and they should go away. Gon tries to reassure them and says it is a regular workout, but no one is going to listen to it. It seems that this abomination wants to do something during the workout, but he has never won Vanma. Thus, this brazen gets up with the main character. Now he is going to check all the abilities of the guy. In fact, the protagonist is already very tired of all students, so he is now going to punish him. After a second, the abomination is struck by our hero. He seems to have not expected it. The teacher sees perfectly what is happening there, but is not going to interfere. He decided to watch. The protagonist fell to the ground with pain. He has never felt such a strong blow. The freak only mocks the enemy and tells him to stand up to continue. Gon, I do not understand where such a powerful blow came from. If it is a regular workout, our hero is barely raised. He is disappointed that the guy specifically hit him so much, though it was a workout. But the abomination laughs again and says it is just a workout. Gon acknowledges that his mistake was that he was distracted, but the enemy really crossed the line. The guy only laughs at him and says that if I consider it unfair, this time it can start one. In fact, it is difficult for our hero to engage in martial arts, because it is constantly necessary to participate in fights. But when he sees this brazen face, he realizes that I will be able to hit him. And so, after a moment, our hero rushes to the enemy and beats him without any regret. He draws a series of blows until the guy can close from them because he was not ready. Other students watch their battle closely. They cannot believe that a beginner is so fast. The abomination is not going to delay and encroaches again. But Gon won with his hand blocked the enemy's blow and just grabbed his fist. The master always emphasized the importance of energy flow. This is not the case. Suddenly, the abomination began to feel his energy gradually disappear. The protagonist pulled this freak on himself, then pushed back. The guy got what he taught him. The teacher was shocked from what he saw. He himself did not understand what technique the guy just used. All present only opened their mouths and fell into a stupor. The guy with shame fell to the ground and drove back. The main character was very pleased with himself. He understood that this technique was not so difficult. Meanwhile, the abomination lay on the floor and tried to get up. He was very angry at what happened. He was disgraced by everyone. A few minutes later, everyone realized that it was for the technique. But they also knew that there was something strange here. This skill can only be obtained after many hours or even years of workouts, until you learn how to manage the internal flow. The teacher simply does not understand how the guy was able to use such sophisticated technique. After a few seconds, he realizes that it is not necessary to break the head about what it was. The guy, meanwhile, was very angry with what had just happened and threatened the guy. He wanted to rush to our hero again to take revenge. But, unexpectedly, a teacher who prevented him from the way stood between them. The man ordered the student to stop and move back. These words seemed to be angry with the young man. Now he stayed in front of the rinse, and they looked in each other silently. The teacher was angry with the student for using some other technique and ignored his order. But the main character, I do not understand what is the matter, because he used what the teacher asked. The rack was slightly different, but it focused energy at the points at which the master taught. Today he used this technique for the first time. However, the teacher did not believe in his words, and thought he was simply deceived. The guy looks silently at the teacher with a questionnaire. In a second he sighs and says that he has not had enough experience, but next time he will try. The students were shocked and the man was severely annoyed. It seems that even if he is kneeling now, it won't help. The teacher was incredibly annoyed. He does not understand how he has the conscience to deceive the senior monk. The protagonist still does not understand why the teacher believes that it was a deception because he just put a block. The monk still said that it is not necessary to be proud of the fact that he was followed by a great monk Hong-o. Now he is going to show him where the crayfish are wintering. A second, the man got into a battle rack to fight him. Today, he was going to take specific actions. Gon didn't understand why it was needed. It is very unusual, but Gon did not even shudder at fear. Master Sachin is a student from the main temple. The teacher did not delay, and after a moment he rushed to our hero to start a fight. The protagonist had to prepare for his attacks, but it seems that he did not strain. Gon was easily evading the first teacher's attack. The man became clear that this guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Compared to Vanma, the teacher's blows were much stronger, but the Goot still evaded them. But the trajectories of the teacher's attacks were quite predictable, so it would be very easy to stop it. The main character skillfully evades and protects against all attacks by Master Sachin. The abomination was scared that he had decided to fight with his Gon. He seems to be beginning to understand why Vanma behaves so next to him. The teacher does not seem and continues to step, but Gon continues to evade. A man acknowledges that he has excellent skills, but how does he do not understand the basics of struggle? But, unexpectedly, the man finally manages to grasp the student by the hand. Now he is going to see how long he will evade his attacks. Gon thinks that he is ending because he feels a strong grip on a man. He can't move his hand. The bald, slipped face on the ground, leaving the dust. The pain was permeated the whole body, but the hero did what he promised. He was surprised for a moment. Was he able to knock down the master from his feet? Immediately around him, a noise was rising. Everyone wanted to know what technique he used. It seemed impossible. No one could believe that the Sakyan master had been defeated. The master rose slowly, standing his back to the guy. He understood that it cannot be left without discussion. And yet, the Hong monk turned out to be right. Standing with his back, he was cold that the boy should not come for the next trials. Without turning, he just went forward. But the guy wanted only one thing, to train hard, nothing more. Other students began to gather around him, approaching all sides. Meanwhile, the master was still coming forward without stopping. He approached another man and said that what happened causes only frustration and fear. But Buddha should only be contacted in extreme cases, he answered calmly. Hearing this, the Sakun turned. He stood in front of him, the same old man. Today, without betraying his habits, he visited their temple again. However, this time he explained. He needed to find out what was happening here. It was worth admitting. This guy was really impressive, isn't it? Just look at the dozens of students gathered around him. The scion noted that the guy repeated the same thing that he once demonstrated Jono Cho's. But as he was able to use Yunbanbei technique in the finals, remained a mystery. The old man was calmly explained. Everything is much easier than it seems. He simply combined egos and Yunbanbei. But is it possible? This question was of concern to everyone. Even the old man has never been able to use these two techniques at the same time. However, Gon used this technique at the time of the end, moving his energy through different meridians. And yet what he did is not quite similar to any of these techniques. Can you call it Yunbanbei? Undoubtedly, he is the only one who succeeded. But in fact, to perform this technique, you do not even need to accept the MABA position at the initial level. We only use this rack as a sign of respect for the founder, Master Gon I. Therefore, it is not obligatory. In general, the old man led to the fact that Yunbanbei outside does not matter. It is a powerful technique, the essence of which is to force the enemy to retreat without causing him serious injuries. This is what its initial meaning is. The sailor understood that at such a young age it is difficult to follow all the racks. This is what he explained to other children. But now it was obvious. Gon was different from everyone else. Hong was aware that the sap was worried. After all, if he managed to take the boy and the students, he was more desired. The sailed in turn understood how valuable this guy was. In the meantime, more and more people were paying attention to him. Even those who have nothing to do with Shaolin will understand its importance. However, now the most important thing is in what condition Shaolin is. Everyone there is afraid of 10 demonic animals. But, as the Sachan noted, it is not just about it. His voice trembled when he started talking about the events of the past. The time when Shaolin faced heavy trials. Earlier, many Shaolini branches were scattered all over Kangho, but most of them closed. The total number of the monastery has decreased more than twice compared to 10 years old. In modern Kangcho, Shaolin's attitude changes lightning. They should intervene in at least one business, and the situation is instantly aggravated. Although they have recently been able to increase the number of temples as soon as there are rumors that UNE is preparing to act, all the connections have broken up. That's so silly, looked the current Shaolin. Of course, Hong thought about it repeatedly, but now he wanted to ask one question. Did the interlocutor be going to get rid of Gon from the very beginning? He did not expect that the old man guessed. After all, he really intended to exclude the guy from the training of martial arts from the very beginning. You still have to thank the fate that everything happened, Hong said, looking straight into his eyes. If something happened to the Gon, you would have already met with Buddha himself. Sakona engulfed tremor. He could barely move. At the same moment, Hong calmly stated that he has known about his plans for a long time, and that the head of the monastery was known about it. However, he did not understand another. Why, knowing everything, the head did not intervene and did not stop it? Why did he support her side and now brought Gon back to the main temple? What is it related to? Is it still harder than it seemed? This Hong decided to complete the conversation. He wanted to catch the thief in the garden and sove the garden. Instead, he released the guy from Zhenel's family, he said, sighed. Oh, and things. The sailor understood that the situation was out of control. But what to do next? He had no idea. A talentless young man who is unclearly uses strange racks. Unlike other schools, Shaolins are known for its conservatism and rigid rules. That is why the consequences of this can be serious. What really happened between Shaolin and UNE? What does the goon have to do with this? And why does UNE so closely monitor the monastery? Meanwhile, a man in the straw hat stood in Sanan's mouth. He carefully tied the note to the paw of pigeon. In a moment, the birds straightened their wings and flew into the sky, disappearing in the distance. The children argued with each other, and Vanma, without holding back critics, called Gona senseless, because his actions seemed too unreasonable and unjustified. Gon watched the movements of his hand carefully, feeling unusual vibrations that seemed to open the door to unknown forces. In his mind, the question of whether he could accept the defeat if he had faced him with the true force of the enemy. Gon was rumored that there was a mysterious force in Kangcho, but he did not seek to resolve conflicts solely by force, doubting the opportunity to get closer to this guy, as it once happened between him and Vanma. Suddenly, Gon decided to interrupt the quarrel and to speak for reconciliation, feeling the need to settle old misunderstandings. Exchanging with a handshake, they felt a real relief that removed the heavy burden of image and misunderstanding, giving a new breath of trust. Vanma, watching this gesture, found the situation absurd, not understanding how such unexpected shifts could appear between them. The spectacle was almost comical. It is amazing to watch the former rivals break their barriers, as if children's quarrels were getting an unexpected depth. Today, as it seemed, it was not necessary to turn into a problem, because everything had to go for a predetermined plan. Soon the boys were assembled together, and Jin, a temporary master of martial arts, who assumed the duties of Gon, who retreated. Standing in front of everyone, Jin was carefully asking if the guy was named after the name, causing a slight surprise among the listeners. The black-haired goon raised his hand, confirming his presence, and thus once again demonstrated his determination and power of will. Jin, following the disposal of a respected senior teacher, persistently stated that he was only allowed to watch today's workout, leaving the court of fate beyond his control. He believed that it was worth taking the current situation as it was, and devotion to the time of introspection, which could open new horizons of understanding the martial arts. At the same time, red-haired turned to Vanma, emphasizing that everything should be like that, because the lesson of Master Gin always benefited. Although Vanma doubted how to be a true friend Gon, given their difference. Such explained that the pursuit is allowed to be an observer, because the master of high rank, awarded the title of Jade Dragon Sun San for eradicating numerous thieves, will teach him. Then the Jin sat down by the master, who ordered to start training, announcing a new stage of their development. Gon did not fully understand what it means, but he was sure that if something was unclear, it would not be possible to ask a question, because everything is only temporary. Jin explained that when it is time to leave the Kangho, they will be waiting for numerous trials. To practice under the name Shaolin is allowed only as a last resort, because the basis is their own perseverance and work. One student raised his hand, asking whether there were so many thieves and sorcerers outside the temple, even hearing about those who kill people in broad daylight. Jin replied that such actions are strictly forbidden by strict rules, and violations lead to the immediate arrest of guards under the established norms of discipline. Obviously, specialized training in the martial arts is not limited to strict rules. The flexibility of the approach is no less important for success. Jin just smiled lightly, giving his words a touch of peace and confidence that she inspired the listeners. He spoke about hidden traps, including food and other tricks that emphasized the unexpected of future challenges. Gon listened carefully, remembering every word that became of particular importance to him in the formation of future skill. Jin then asked if they heard about the formula of success, where 70% depend on luck and 30% on diligence. One good luck is not enough. You need to have the fate of skill to turn it for benefit. Today, he promised to share exactly the skill that shares ordinary students and true masters of martial arts. He stated that they would teach them the basic technique of observation, the foundation that everyone should master to reach the peaks in the art of battle. Although it seemed not enough for many, understanding the importance of observation technique has become a key factor in overcoming any obstacles. He further explained that this technique is the main one for the martial arts master, because anyone who seeks success should be able to properly distribute the forces and reveal their potential in battle. Gon was aware that the technique of observation was familiar to almost everyone, but inside it was still throbbing uncertainty, forcing him to feel lagging behind other students. Gin reassured him, reminding that for the last 5 years they practiced this technique without the use of internal energy, gradually discovering their potential. However, Shaolin retains a whole arsenal of alternative observation techniques. From clarity and depth to destructive beauty, each opens new horizons of martial arts. Many students first learned about these amazing methods that expanded their understanding of the art of battle and opened their eyes to unknown opportunities. The technique itself was called not just visual perception, but a true penetration into their own inner world, capable of noticing the most subtle approximation of the attack. It allowed to feel the approach of the impact instantly, when the heart erupted the true intention of the enemy, which prompted an immediate response. From that moment on, each student had to master this technique, using an internal force that opens the opportunity to see even in complete darkness. Internal energy allows you to see in the dark and accurately calculate the distance to objects, which provides timely defense and confidence in their own. However, Gin warned that their eyes are not yet ready to fill in energy, so first you should train the spirit, concentrating breathing in the lower abdomen. Gon, despite his curiosity, could not understand why the spirit of observation should be developed, because the questions remained unanswered, forcing only to repeat the instructions. It is said that mangacaps is an inseparable connection between vision and spirit that opens the path to new levels of awareness. Therefore, when training in the use of internal energy, you first need to concentrate breathing in the abdomen to achieve a balance. To strengthen the vision as soon as they develop their spirit, students will be able to see even in the most intricate darkness. This was explained by the Jin, repeating the importance of the technique. Suddenly, Jin drew attention to the fact that Gon carefully repeats every exercise, which caused him an unexpected surprise. He even wondered whether he should find mercy to Gon, watching his tireless work. He then said that after the end of the breathing practice, an energy flow from the Kimunhel region should be directed to accumulate internal force. If a saliva is formed in the mouth, do not rush to swallow it. Let it insist, and then open your eyes. This is a method known as observation technique. At that moment, Gon literally flashed his energy, following the advice of Gin, holding his breath and collecting inner strength. He felt a rush of fresh energy in the ribs, as if every cell of his body came to life with new power. In the mouth began to accumulate salta, which was a sign of deep immersion in the process of internal concentration. This prompted him to open his eyes and feel the impact of technique on himself, giving new feelings and insights. And then, opening his eyes, he saw the world around the world with new, bright colors, as if he came to life under the influence of his inner strength. In a moment, everything returned to normal. The technique was quite simple. However, Keeping internal energy without allowing it to scatter is not easy. Keep the concentration until the eyes open again without giving the strength to flow. The hog again focused on a particular object, preventing the concentration of disappearing. At the same time, all the students saw the surrounding light shone, although some could not open their eyes. Durzin warned those who suffer from vision problems or liver disorders. This technique can be too loading, so you need to hold the breathing between the ribs to accumulate force, which will allow you to instantly overcome difficulties. Wrap his head. He watched the Gon looked extremely confident, as if everything were under his control. At that moment, Gon realized that the more inner strength he accumulates, the further and clearer his vision becomes. However, the question was, what would happen if you direct internal energy directly to your eyes? Unable to withstand curiosity, he decided to try and ask questions. Only by doing this did he immediately feel the piercing pain that he covered his eyes. The pain was so unbearable that it seemed as if his eyes had broken. Was this the result of excessive sharpness of the movements or imperfections of the technology itself? In any case, he decided to try again, realizing that in case of failure, the approach would need to be changed. But for a moment before his eyes, a dark spot appeared that testified to the lock of a part of consciousness. Perhaps the exercise was simply done incorrectly. At the same time, Gin walked past Gon, watching his movements carefully. He thought that this guy has hidden something unique, which immediately distinguishes him among other students. Is not Samonadiano believed that Shaolin's fate is laid on the shoulders of this young man? That is why the Jin was here, having received permission to check the one who was spoken by Mugen, because the fate of the school depended on his future actions. However, he was immediately warned. If, as a future leader, he is defeated by Gon, the hierarchy can break up. Recalling this conversation, Gin thought that the masters were too worried about young students, in vain for their fate. He decided not to be distracted, keep vigilance, and wait for the right moment, announcing that the workout can be completed today. The students opened a new world of feelings, and their eyes needed time to adapt. Later vision is accustomed to, so you should not worry. After a few days, the goal was in the backyard when Vanma approached him, not understanding where his friend disappeared. Then Gon said that during the practice of observation technique he saw a dark point. At first considered it a mistake, and later it began to appear constantly. Vanma had no suspicion of what point was about, because the story was unusual for him. According to Gon, this dark point was moving as if it had its own consciousness, just as a real person. Hearing the story, Vanma suggested to postpone the search for this mysterious figure, and it is better to focus on hovering combat techniques. He confessed that his own Zhuangwen's own technique often failed in the middle of the performance, and he was inconvenient to address this issue to his senior mentors. Despite Gon's warning, a friend, confident in the genius of the young man, took him by his hand, showing that he believes in his constant knowledge and abilities. He pulled Vanma behind, calling to try the exercise together and feel the power of the observation technique. After a few minutes, Gon sat down and carefully watched his friend, performing the technique, repeating each movement with accuracy. He noted that these are the same techniques, stable, coordination of movements, when every step, movement of the legs and the body works synchronously to achieve the goal. However, with each movement, the execution becomes more complicated. The more accuracy is needed, the more the test to control the limbs. It was then that Gon realized that it was difficult to try to cover everything at once, and it is necessary to gradually study the correctness of each element. He asked Vanma to show the exercise from the very beginning, as several repetitions will help to learn the intricacies of the technique. Gon took the position of gilding, deeply focusing, as if immersed in his own inner world of martial arts. When he finally opened his eyes, the world around became a new, clear look like ever before. Regular practice of observation technique has allowed his eyes to be attracted to the smallest details of movements. He has already seen not only the rhythmic work of the legs and fists, but also almost imperceptible movements of shoulders and knees that revealed the whole essence of the exercise. After doing the exercise, Vanma approached and asked why, despite his efforts, he constantly made mistakes. Gon, looking at the second part of the execution, confessed that the equipment needs additional elements to achieve perfection. He noted that if Vanma added the elements of the movement studied from the Master of Han, his martial art would become much more effective. The secret of this technique remained between them. Understanding all the complexity of the question, the goon did not know how to answer, because the problem remained uncertain. Vanma looked at him with hope, waiting for him to soon give advice that would help to cope with difficulties. Gon, not wanting to impose a foreign technique, advised to unload his legs, and more actively to use the pelvis to better control internal energy. Hearing this, Vanma sincerely rejoiced, thanked Gon and promised to thank for every useful advice. Without wasting time, he turned around and went to practice, using all the advice he was given. Red-haired, hiding in the bushes, watched them, wondering whether these two were really secretly trained, hiding their skills from prying eyes. Suddenly, from behind the thick bushes, he came up with an unexpected determination, as if he woke up to a new challenge, and ran to a meeting of events. Immediately interested in the fuss, he asked, "What is happening here?" But, learning that Vanma had already left, he returned to ask Gon to become his coach. At the same time, Gon did not understand why suddenly everyone was asking him for help in training, as if his skills became a real miracle. Of course, he agreed to see at least whether a newcomer would be able to master his methods and reveal his potential. Gon demonstrated a few techniques, clearly and accurately revealing the intricacies of his equipment, which caused admiration for the listeners. They soon began discussing, analyzing each nuance of the demonstration, and sharing their thoughts on possible improvements. After a detailed analysis of the pros and cons, they said goodbye, leaving each other with useful tips for further development. Gon is a little tired of endless explanations, realizing that his friends work so hard, and he feels as if he were a little childish, watching from the outside. He decided that today it is better to restore strength and accumulate energy before immersion in hard workout. Only when he turned to leave this place, the words were heard behind his back. "This guy is really strange," as if an echo of an unusual talent. A few days later, in the morning, new voices were heard in the Enma administration, announcing another test for young soldiers. On the street, young boys joined intensive sparring, giving way to their business and demonstrating the power of spirit and skill. They indulged in their business with all their soul. Every blow and every movement testified to their determination and desire for perfection. Meanwhile, Gon sat in the lotus pose, watching the sparring carefully, analyzing each movement and reception that took place on the site. He constantly thought that for such intense training, it is necessary to organize a friendly duel between the techniques of Zhuangvon and Sochongvon to improve each of them. Watching the intense sparring, he felt an insurmountable desire to consider every detail, as if every movement retains its history. Suddenly, the idea came to apply the technique of observation to catch the subtle nuances and imperceptible details of this site. At the same moment, the masters of Shaolin sat near the arena, including the head of the school, who was silently watching the events. The head, however, did not pay attention to the sparring. His view was attached to another person. He watched the stupid carefully, analyzing his every movement and inner force that permeated his speech. The thoughts of the head were spinning around what these events could lead to, because each gesture was of great importance for the future school. When he was addressed with the question of students' success, he answered that their eyes could see significant progress and an increase in their skill. The bearded master confirmed this, agreeing with the idea that each of the students takes a significant step forward. If Vanma continues such tireless work, he thought, in 2 years he will take over the final stages of training. The chief is quiet. The departure, although lagging behind in basic techniques, almost completed the study of Sochongwon, demonstrating confidence and effort. In sparring, students felt that their strength was growing with every movement, which only lit a fire of rivalry between them. Listening to their conversations, Gon wondered whether to share joint workouts with those who allow themselves to be overwhelmed. However, in a moment, thanks to the technique, he saw something strange again that attracted his attention. It was an unusual black spot that, like a mystical sign, appeared right before his eyes. Allegedly from Niatkuda, she appeared, causing an unspeakable anxious anticipation of future changes. Today, Gon was not going to release anyone. He kept the situation under strict control. Suddenly, as he rose, he rushed to run towards the events, decisively approaching the arena of the dispute. At the same moment, the students fought fiercely, giving all their strength in every dynamic movement. Then the bearded master turned to her, asking his opinion on how Vanma used the techniques of Kichenbo and Zhuangvon. He knew that Vanma had mastered Zhuangwon well, but watched closely at every nuance of his movements. However, the master noticed unpredictable jerks in his technique, and similar drawbacks were noticeable in the departure. If you look carefully, the movements looked strangely limited, as if there was a lack of smoothness and naturalness. Meanwhile, these techniques did not resemble the style of Gon, which caused anxiety among mentors. An indignant bearded master began to shout, "How the hell is taken away? You teach your students so that there is no development at all." The head immediately urged to stop swearing, emphasizing what stunning progress was made in a short time. Then he noted that the place where the goons sat suddenly became empty. He was not there. It caused him even more anger, because he considered Gona an uneducated child who dared to leave. The chairman was convinced that Gon was confused through a missed lesson, which is unacceptable for the future leader. At the same moment, Gon was busy completely different. He was completely focused on the search for a mysterious dark spot. He made every effort to catch up with this mystical sign that he was inseparably attracted to his gaze. Finally, after great effort, he managed to catch up with her, and he tried to grab his hand. But after a moment, an unexpected thing happened. His hand struck a man standing on his back while holding Metlu. When Gon curiously inquired about the identity of his interlocutor, the old man only smiled mysteriously and replied that he was an ordinary woodcutter, not worthy of special attention. However, the young man was haunted by a strange feeling. He tried to understand why this seemingly ordinary old man appeared to him enveloped in a dense and impenetrable black energy. Eager to unravel this mystery, the boy decided to concentrate once more and apply his special skill to see the true nature of this strange stranger. Looking at the old man from a different angle through the prism of his abilities, Gon suddenly felt a true revelation, as the puzzle in his mind finally began to form a single picture. He assumed that the ominous dark image arose because of the old man's gloomy attire, which sharply contrasted against the traditional light garments of the other local monks. Most likely, it was this visual difference in simple clothing that confused the boy, creating the illusion of something mysterious and dangerous around the ordinary woodcutter. Despite his simplicity, this man looked completely different from all the others, standing out with some unfathomable energy that was hard to explain with ordinary words. It also became clear that the whole matter was about martial arts masters, whose inner strength and special aura always stand out brightly against the faceless and gray crowd. This elder seemed so inconspicuous that Gon literally felt the complete absence of his presence nearby, as if before him stood not a man, but a true invisible ghost. Then the boy, not hiding his surprise, sincerely admitted that this mysterious woodcutter, with his strange behavior, incredibly strongly reminded him of the old master Yoon. The woodcutter became genuinely interested in why this young warrior was so fascinated by his person, and about which legendary Yoon he was so enthusiastically talking. Without any secrets, Gon began the story that on the sacred mountain, Hwasun lives a remarkable person, whom everyone around knows by the respected name Yoon Enkang. He even recalled an impressive incident when Yoon, with one lightning-fast movement, peeled an apple for him, which looked like a true display of supreme skill and control of strength. The old man was greatly amused by this, because who would even think of peeling fruit without a knife? But Gon persistently insisted that every word he said was pure and undeniable truth. Having listened to this emotional story, the grandfather suddenly smiled, and admitted to the boy that he just now had a juicy apple with him, which was hidden in his belongings. With a slow and confident movement, he reached into the deep inner pocket of his old clothes, and finally took out the very fruit they had just been talking about. Then the old man began diligently rubbing the apple against his clothes, and little Gon watched every gesture with great curiosity and anticipation of something amazing. Handing the fruit to the boy, the elder noted that actually the easiest thing is simply to rub the apple well against your own clothes, and immediately start eating it with pleasure. Accompanying this with a broad smile, he said, "Here, because this unique skill is what I have been diligently and persistently honing for the last 60 years. Thinking about how funny and amusing this strange woodcutter turned out to be, Gon took the apple into his hands and sincerely thanked the new acquaintance for his kindness. But at the same time, a troubling thought flashed in the boy's soul that there was clearly some strange inconsistency in this situation that he could not yet understand. He decided to ask the old man once again carefully whether he was really just an ordinary monk, whose daily duties were limited exclusively to kitchen work and cooking. Briefly confirming his words, the grandfather decided to technically freeze out the persistent young man, noting that he had accumulated many important and urgent matters. However, the boy was not going to give up so easily, and sharply stopped the interlocutor, directly asking why he was trying to escape, and whether he was hiding some important secret. The old man only smiled ironically in response, noting that in reality, everything looks the opposite. It is not he who is running away, but the young man who is chasing him on his heels, not giving him peace. Continuing the dialogue, the woodcutter asked Gon if he himself would not start avoiding the meeting if he felt that someone was constantly and intrusively following him without any reason. Although the boy continued to insist on his suspicions, the old man only advised him to throw these silly thoughts out of his head and finally focus on his own daily affairs. After these instructive words, the mysterious monk made several confident and sweeping movements with his broom, demonstrating that this conversation had long been exhausted for him. Casting a brief glance over his shoulder, he noticed that the young man continued to stand motionless in the same place, and with slight surprise asked why he still had not left. The boy honestly admitted that in fact he was in complete confusion, and simply did not know how to entertain himself now, or how to properly spend the free time he had. Gon added sadly that he considered himself an ordinary idler who had no desire to study and was used to wandering alone, having neither a specific goal nor important activities. The old man felt that the young man had serious reasons for despair, but noted that he could not call him a true idler for the boy to be so upset about it. When the interested Gon asked how he knew this, he replied, "If other people tirelessly work for your benefit, then you have already made a certain significant contribution to it." The boy pondered these mysterious words for a moment, trying to understand whether the old man meant his mother and father, who had always cared so much about him. While Gon was thinking, the old man began to walk away, explaining that it was time for him to rest before gathering firewood, and added that the first conversation in a decade had turned out to be too exhausting for him. These words about long years of complete loneliness and silence instantly caught Gon's attention, making him seriously reconsider the true personality of this woodcutter once again. However, the old man no longer turned around and did not try to continue the dialogue. He simply walked confidently forward, gradually disappearing from the young man's sight among the quiet monastery walls. Meanwhile, on the street, another noisy conflict broke out, where one of those present decisively stood up for Gon, loudly ordering the others never to touch the boy again. Gon himself desperately tried to break up the angry opponents, reminding them that they are friends first and foremost, and should not allow petty quarrels to spoil their relationships. Several other boys standing a little aside began actively waving their hands and calling Gon to join their company as soon as possible to go further together. Gon awkwardly addressed one of the boys, asking with anxiety in his voice whether all this noise and another loud argument had arisen again, solely because of his presence in the building. However, the comrade hurried to calm him down, explaining that there was no need to apologize, since during the short duel, those two were able to demonstrate their extraordinary skills in practice. Immediately after these words, the crowd of students unanimously rushed to Gon with passionate pleas for him to finally agree to become their mentor and teach them those same amazing techniques. The two fighters who had just competed instantly stopped their dispute and stood frozen in surprise, watching as a whole line of eager ones quickly gathered around Gon. Looking at this chaos, Gon involuntarily wondered whether he now had some new urgent tasks that he would have to deal with in the near future. True madness began to unfold again inside the building. The children shouted threats in unison to anyone who dared to offend Gon, promising that any offender would bitterly regret it. While these endless disputes and emotional discussions continued, deep night quietly fell outside, enveloping the entire monastery courtyard in thick and mysterious black darkness. Despite the nighttime silence, the overall situation around the boy and his new followers only worsened, creating a tense atmosphere that became increasingly dangerous with each passing hour. At this time, the senior monks were having a serious conversation, during which their leader noted that today, two children demonstrated a technique during the competition that closely resembled Gon's distinctive style. One of the monks asked anxiously whether this meant a critical deterioration of the situation, as he had doubted until the last moment that ordinary students could so quickly acquire knowledge from Gon. Then another monk interrupted the conversation, emphasizing that even the head of the temple was confident in this, since he personally summoned the boys and they officially confirmed the fact of training. This monk suggested that the head of the temple was acting extremely cunningly and unconventionally, trying to use the new students to achieve his own hidden and ambitious goals. Since the head acts outside the rules, he seeks to involve these newcomers instead of the main temple's disciples, probably planning to secretly teach them the legendary martial art Han-O. After completing the training, he will be able to triumphantly declare to everyone around that studying various martial arts schools is the only way to become truly stronger than other warriors. Those present began to seriously analyze this bold assumption, and with each passing minute, it seemed increasingly likely that such a clever and well-thought-out scenario could indeed become reality. Although such a plan seemed too audacious, knowing the character of the head, the monks considered this possibility, although he would hardly act so obviously to everyone around. The mustached monk could no longer tolerate these long talks, and sharply emphasized that they needed to immediately isolate Gon from the other children to stop his influence on the young temple students. After several minutes of fierce dispute, when the tension in the room reached its limit, one of the monks struck the table with his fist with all his might, forcing everyone else to fall silent instantly. He loudly declared that enough of empty talk, and it was finally time to make a decisive decision to take control of the events happening within the walls of their monastery. Understanding that it was necessary to first clearly determine the true intentions of the head, he ordered an urgent assembly of all responsible persons for a general meeting to resolve this issue. But a tense question hung in the air. What unpredictable event could have happened? And is there really something much more important in this world than their current plans? One of those present explained that a few days ago a carrier pigeon flew over the territory of Sashon, whose appearance became a clear signal of the beginning of new and large-scale events. Based on the current situation, he proposed not to hide Gon from prying eyes, but to do the opposite, bringing the boy into the light to provoke the enemy into decisive actions. When these bold words sounded in the silence of the hall, all the others present literally caught their breath, realizing how risky and dangerous this venture was. He suggested showing the boy to Docsun, since he would surely want to personally verify Gon's existence, and such a meeting would help them finally decide on a plan of action. However, the other monks clearly understood that such a plan bordered on madness, so they began to emotionally emphasize the mortal danger threatening the young boy's life. He acknowledged the risks, but emphasized that Un posed a much greater threat, so only complete information would allow them to take the necessary security measures in time, since now they needed to be ready for any twist of fate. He called on everyone to gather their willpower and unite in the face of the inevitable trials awaiting them. Aware of the old truth, he stressed that it was much better to act decisively now than to passively wait for the development of the most negative and destructive scenario of events. But most of all, his heart was troubled by the possible outcome of this game, since no one could accurately predict what consequences their interference in the course of this story would lead to. Meanwhile, the carrier pigeon, overcoming vast distances, finally reached Sashon, carrying on its wings a secret message that had been awaited for so long at the main headquarters. The arrival of the bird was immediately reported to the chief, who, wasting no time, sternly asked his subordinates about the current location of the object that caused such a stir. In response, a confirmation sounded that the dove had successfully reached the sacred mountain Sunsan, which was a key point in their complex and intricate observation route. The bird moved so swiftly and elusively that even the experienced leader failed to track every detail of its long and dangerous path with absolute precision. Suddenly, the man who had been silently standing behind the leader all this time stepped forward and calmly offered to personally intervene in the situation, if it was the will of his master. The leader only slowly turned around, and with a slight shadow of doubt in his eyes asked his subordinate if he was truly confident in his own abilities and capacity to stop such an opponent. It was a secret Shaolin monk named Han Xin, who considered it his sacred duty and matter of honor to complete this task, regardless of any possible obstacles. Since the mentor Han O had not given any instructions, the leader ordered to refrain from any active actions for now, and allow all events to unfold naturally and in the usual way. All these mysterious maneuvers and insinuations only further fueled the flame of interest in the truth, making every participant in the events eagerly await the final resolution. Thoughts swirled in the leader's mind about what was really happening in Un, since everyone connected to Sassoka eventually became a true and unparalleled master of martial arts. He could not get rid of the intrusive question, did this strange old man deliberately choose these people for his game? Or was it all just part of someone's brilliant plan? Or perhaps all these incredible events were just a coincidence, strangely intertwining the fates of completely different people in one place and at the same fatal time. No matter how much the leader tried to rationally consider the situation, it still seemed to him that this was not just a coincidence, because, as is known, there is never smoke without fire in this world. And at that very moment, when the tension in the room reached its peak, the leader's keen hearing caught a barely audible but very distinct sound that instantly made him become alert and fall silent. Meanwhile, in another place, a simple but symbolic scene was taking place. An old worn water flask was slowly being passed from one calloused hand to the hand of another traveler. The old man sincerely thanked for the kindness, and the man in response urged him to be careful, to rest a little in the shade, and only then continue his difficult ascent higher into the mountains. This man did not even suspect that before him stood a legendary figure, one of the mighty masters of Untan Sadin, whose name once made entire armies shudder. Once again expressing words of gratitude, the travelers parted ways, and the old master heavily sat down on a roadside stone to regain some strength after the exhausting journey. No sooner had he squinted his eyes than he heard a quiet greeting and a stern voice asking why he had come without warning, and why they had not been informed about this visit in advance. The one addressing him was the head himself, using a special technique of transmitting sound over a distance, explaining that the monastery was not yet quite ready to meet such esteemed guests. The old man calmly informed the head that his visit was purely private in nature, as he had come only to finally visit his old and faithful comrade Honorable O. He urged his interlocutor not to show unnecessary concern, promising that he would simply talk with his friend, and immediately after that quietly leave the territory without attracting attention. The head hastened to politely apologize for his vigilance, But the old man just waved it off and ironically asked if he really thought he could be so easily deceived. Finally, he asked not to pay any attention to him, a simple old man, and to continue attending to their affairs while he proceeded to his final destination in the mountains. Step by step moving forward, he recalled an extremely interesting rumor that among ordinary fighters, a mysterious and unknown white tiger had suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, the bearded master called Gon to himself, informing the boy that he had one extremely important and responsible task for him that required special attention. He had prepared several fresh rice cakes in advance, and explained that Master Han-Oh currently had guests, so the boy needed to deliver these treats to them as quickly as possible. Taking the treat in his hands, Gon sincerely rejoiced at the opportunity, because since the moment he descended to the main temple, he had catastrophically lacked time to visit his old friend. The bald monk strictly ordered the boy to be as careful as possible on the way, and added that he was counting very much on his wit and speed in carrying out this task. Heading forward, Gon involuntarily wondered whether Master Quen Mok loved rice cakes as much as others, and if it were not for the order, he would gladly have shared them with him too. Walking along the mountain paths, Gon enjoyed the incredible views around, feeling as if he had suddenly found himself in a wonderful and sacred world of the celestial beings. But not only the young man admired this beauty, the majestic landscape on the mountaintop was also silently enjoyed by Han-Oh and his mysterious guest who had just arrived. These two old masters had accumulated many important topics for discussion, as Han-Oh sought to finally find out what was really happening in the world without his knowledge. The guest assured that he had always been on Han-Oh's side, reminding that he was once considered the best among warriors, and was a true idol for all the talented youth of the Celestial Empire. Having learned the troubling news from Yun Yong Khan, he realized that Han-Oh was probably still completely unaware, so he decided to come personally to warn and help him. The old man admitted that he himself did not know all the details of this complicated game, but he was certain of one thing after him: another dangerous person would definitely appear here. Telling this story, he deliberately prolonged every word and very slowly presented the facts, creating an atmosphere of unbearable anticipation and tension around their conversation. Master Han-Oh could no longer contain his irritation and literally began to boil with anger at the interlocutor's slowness, who could not get to the point. Finally, the old man decided to reveal the true essence of the matter, but as soon as he began to speak, their conversation was suddenly interrupted by someone's cheerful voice sounding very close by. It turned out to be Gon, who had finally reached the summit and brought the promised rice cakes, interrupting the serious dialogue of the two masters with his unexpected and very timely appearance. Han-Oh was absolutely unprepared to see the boy in such a place and at such a time, so his face momentarily reflected genuine surprise at this unpredictable meeting. Meanwhile, the other old man began to scrutinize the youth very closely and critically, as if trying to see through his appearance the hidden power or secret signs of a great destiny. Gon politely addressed those present, noting that the mentor truly had a respected guest, and added that he was personally ordered to deliver these delicious rice cakes especially for them. Having spoken these words with respect in his voice, the boy carefully extended the package of food to the old man, demonstrating his upbringing and full adherence to the monastic etiquette. Suddenly, the second elder literally jumped forward, loudly admiring how charming this boy turned out to be, which greatly embarrassed and surprised Gon. Then he officially introduced himself, stating his name and emphasizing that he was an old and faithful friend of Han-Oh, with whom they had gone through many shared trials. The guest literally overwhelmed the young one with a huge amount of information, so Gon had no choice but to politely name himself in response to such sincere openness. As soon as the boy said his real name, Tan instantly understood everything. Now all the details came together, confirming every word previously told to him by the experienced Yun Yong Kang. He addressed Honorable O, asking if this youth was really to become his official successor, to which the mentor briefly replied that due to certain circumstances, the plans had somewhat changed. However, Tan noted that these were only minor details, after which he took a special item from his pocket and asked the boy to accept this gift in honor of their first and so significant meeting. Mentor Han-Oh immediately began to scrutinize the treat, suspecting treachery, but Tan calmed him down, explaining that he had simply bought these sweets at the market to avoid boredom on the road. Despite the explanation, Han decided to personally check one of the cakes, since in the world of martial arts it is said for a reason that any gift from the Tan clan may carry deadly danger. After a brief reflection, the old master finally dared and confidently tossed one of the cakes into his mouth, trying to detect even the slightest taste of foreign additives or poison. To Han-Oh's surprise, the treat turned out to be truly exceptionally tasty, and he was forced to reluctantly admit that old Tan this time really brought only ordinary and very high-quality sweets from the market. The old man continued to eat with pleasure, paying no attention to the fact that only one last cake remained in the package, which was intended to conclude their small meal. Seeing that the treat was coming to an end, young Gon also decided not to miss the opportunity and quickly tossed the last piece into his mouth, enjoying the sweet taste of the rice product. Since the important task was successfully completed, the boy decided that he should no longer disturb the adult masters, and began to get ready to finally set off back to his usual home. Now that the youth had left, two great masters remained alone to continue their serious conversation. The first topic of which was the extraordinary cleverness and remarkable mind of this little boy. However, Old Tan decided to change the direction of the conversation and touch on a much more serious and dangerous topic that had long troubled him and forced him to remain constantly vigilant. He spoke about the legendary sword Qin Cheng, which became famous for its incredible power and boundless cruelty, earning among the warriors of the Celestial Empire a gloomy and formidable nickname, Demon Yaksha. Reminding Han-Oh of his long-standing hatred for this enemy, the old man added that soon another dangerous man, known to all masters by the name Fen Zhen, would arrive here after him. Tan persistently urged Han to realize the full seriousness of the moment, reminding him that Fen Zhen was so fanatically devoted to his path that he once cut off his own hand for a higher purpose. Han-Oh began to recall vague rumors about this event. As in the past, there had been many talks that the master supposedly completely lost his mind during another exhausting and extremely difficult training. The most terrible thing in this situation was that even young Gon now faces mortal danger, and there are significant reasons for this rooted in the distant and bloody past of their schools. Meanwhile, Gon, having moved some distance away, pondered whether he should now visit his other mentor, since they had not seen or spoken to each other for quite a long time. Suddenly he stopped and began to suspiciously sniff his own hand, feeling a strange and unusual aroma, the nature of which he could neither understand nor logically explain to himself. A thought flashed through the young man's mind that this persistent and specific smell might have appeared because of the same sweet rice cakes with which the mysterious old guest had just so generously treated him. Because this sharp aroma was becoming increasingly irritating, the boy decided to immediately change his route and headed to the nearest mountain stream to wash thoroughly as soon as possible. At that very moment, on the mountain peak, Old Tan slowly stretched out his hand and took his cup of fragrant tea, preparing to demonstrate something truly amazing and at the same time frightening to his comrade. Unexpectedly for everyone around him, a powerful green energy began to pulse rapidly, flying out in different directions at great speed, saturating the air with a tangible weight and tension. The drink poured into the cup suddenly began to boil and foam violently under the influence of the Master's inner power, creating the impression that the water itself obeyed his will and changed its properties. Han-Oh immediately understood that before him was a manifestation of truly terrible and uncontrollable inner energy, which only the strongest and most experienced warriors of this world can demonstrate. The mentor was even afraid to guess what such a display of power could lead to, and only silently watched every movement of his old friend, awaiting further explanations of the situation. When the energy disturbance finally subsided and calm reigned again around, Old Tan with an impassive face extended the filled cup to Han-Oh, offering him to personally assess the result. He ironically called this drink poisonous tea, from which at that very moment began to emanate such a gloomy and eerie aura that any ordinary person would feel genuine animal terror. Han-Oh instantly covered his face with the wide sleeve of his garment, demanding to immediately remove this deadly mixture far away, as he had no desire to even touch such a dangerous liquid. Tan emphasized that this was the quintessence of the strongest poison, the creation of which he had spent his entire life on, and the current Han-Oh would need at least half a year to neutralize even part of its energy. The reason for such a difference in strength was that while Han-Oh remained confined within the walls of his school and was practically standing still, other masters continued to relentlessly develop and move forward. We traveled the world, learned secret techniques from higher schools, and never stopped improving for a moment, so the fame of the 10 Lords of Yoon is absolutely deserved and justified, Tan proudly declared. The same words fully applied to his own formidable nickname, the Willful, which he earned thanks to his rebellious character and ability to always act by his own rules. The old master finished his explanations, then with a decisive gesture raised the cup to his lips and began greedily drinking the deadly mixture, showing no fear of its effects. He swallowed the burning liquid gulp after gulp, enjoying its power as if it were the most expensive elite drink, not a concentrated poison capable of killing any ordinary person. Having finished his strange meal, he loudly placed the emptied glass back on the wooden table, causing the dishes around to tremble slightly from the powerful mechanical impact. Then he called on Han in the most serious tone not to ignore his warning, because the ruthless Fen, known as the Soul Sword of Qinshan, was already making his way straight to the walls of the Shaolin monastery. It was on this ominous note that their tense conversation was finally concluded, leaving a heavy residue in the air from gloomy prophecies and inevitable challenges awaiting them ahead. Now Hanno tried to comprehend the true intention of his late teacher. Could it be that he foresaw such a development of events, and that was why for years he forbade his student to leave the sacred Shaolin boundaries? Could it be that once the greatest and most revered order of the Celestial Empire now evokes only such blatant contempt and disdain from former allies, as this old master so boldly recounted? While they were still on this lonely mountain peak, the masters managed to discuss another important topic that trailed behind them, like a long shadow from the past, and required immediate resolution. This new topic, brought by the mysterious old Tan, forced Hanno to delve even deeper into his own thoughts, trying to find a way out of the trap that fate itself had set for him. Looking at Hanno's deathly pale face, Tan finally felt how a fragment of that ancient grievance and burning hatred, which he had nurtured in his heart for years, was finally beginning to slowly release him. It seemed the Holy Sword was right, having found himself in voluntary exile within the walls of Shaolin by the last will of his teacher. Han-O had completely abandoned daily training and lost his former legendary power. Tan bitterly thought about how difficult it had been for him to restrain his fighting impulse and not end the life of this former hero with a single precise strike to forever end their confrontation. Just the mention of Han made the uncontrollable thirst for killing boil again in Tan's heart, since all 10 Lords of Yun had reached their current heights fueled solely by hatred for this man. He was firmly convinced that their story would not end here, as ordinary revenge for past sins could no longer fully satisfy his ambitions and thirst for justice. Suddenly, at this tense moment, he began to catch a familiar scent in the air that instantly made him alert and start analyzing the surrounding situation with his characteristic vigilance. The master quickly realized that young Gon had most likely run exactly in that direction, not even suspecting that every step he took was now easily tracked using the Clan Tan's hidden methods. The thing was that the unbearable stench had been deliberately sprinkled on the boy to have the ability to control each of his movements and know the target's location at any moment in time. Among the warriors, legends circulated that escaping pursuit by the Tan clan was practically impossible, as their unparalleled skill in handling rare poisons made any attempt to hide futile. Meanwhile, the young Han, suspecting nothing, was desperately trying to wash his clothes from that strange and sharp smell that had been bothering him so much during his recent journey along the forest paths. The youth sincerely hoped that after thorough washing in cold water, this persistent aroma would finally disappear forever, allowing him to feel comfortable again and not attract unnecessary attention. It seemed that the task was almost done, and now he only had to wash himself well to finally get rid of the remnants of that unpleasant smell that had literally soaked into his own skin and hair. Without hesitation for a second, he took a decisive step and boldly jumped from a high rocky cliff straight into the embrace of a turbulent mountain river, which swiftly carried its cold waters far down the slope. His body rapidly approached the water surface, preparing to plunge into the very depths of this powerful current, which promised to give him the long-awaited cleanliness and true refreshment. With a loud splash, the boy dived into the water, causing thousands of tiny droplets to scatter in different directions under the sun's rays, filling the surrounding air with moisture and the noise of falling drops. However, this old master, whom many considered a true bastard because of his cruel methods, was already very close, silently observing the youth's actions from his secret position. He was intently looking ahead, trying to calculate the next steps of his victim. But one important detail still remained a complete mystery to him, which he could not solve at this fatal moment. Tan could not understand how the unique aroma of Thousand Xiang could suddenly disappear, since he had been perfecting this technique for years so that no opponent could hide from his scent. Why the magical smell suddenly dissipated in the air remained a complete surprise to the old man, as he could not even imagine that the boy would simply think to bathe in the river to wash off his mark. Even the experienced elder refused to believe that this young boy could so quickly sense the specific smell that is almost impossible to catch with an ordinary human nose. He realized the absurdity of the situation, since finding the target using the sense of internal energy key would only be possible if the boy possessed an aura equal to Han-O himself. Suddenly, an important thought flashed through his mind. Han-O recalled that he had sent Gon to the secluded Kunmok Monastery, which was a tiny hut on the steep slope of the sacred mountain. The old man clearly understood that if the boy was not in that place, it meant he was still continuing his slow descent from the very summit, and he could be intercepted somewhere halfway down to the foot. Wasting no time, he rushed with all his might to search for the boy, fully understanding if Hanno found out about his secret presence here, he would definitely suspect something bad and intervene. Meanwhile, the carefree Gon was calmly standing by the riverbank, where he had just thoroughly bathed and finally completely washed off that strange and intrusive smell that had irritated him so much. The young man sincerely did not understand where this specific scent on his clothes had come from at all. But now he felt only the pleasant freshness of the mountain water and the long-awaited relief throughout his body. However, suddenly, in a moment of complete silence, the boy caught a barely audible sound nearby, which made him instantly become alert and focus all his attention on the surrounding dense thickets. He felt that this place was perfect for slightly recharging with the energy of Qi, since in the temple itself there were so many people now that pure power seemed catastrophically insufficient for everyone. And at that very moment of deep meditation, Gon's stomach treacherously growled, reminding him that the physical body needed nourishment just as much as his internal energy channels. Realizing that this process would not take much time, the boy decided to properly feast on the surrounding natural energy to restore his strength before the long journey back to his mentors. He slowly approached a gigantic ancient tree that had spread its mighty branches over the water itself, and calmly sat down under its dense shade, immersing himself in a state of deep calm. Sitting more comfortably, Gon carefully looked around, trying to feel the harmony of this place and notice any details hidden among the stones and roots of the old forest giant. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on the amazing grasses growing nearby, standing out among the other greenery with their unusual appearance, as if they possessed a special, hidden power. But the boy began to decisively shake his head in different directions, convincing himself not to touch the find, since at first glance it was clear that this bright plant was extremely poisonous and dangerous. Although the mentor strictly forbade him even to touch such herbs, Gon literally salivated from the feeling of that powerful concentration of energy hidden in these dangerous fruits. The boy did not even suspect that at that very moment, the old cunning bastard from the Tan clan was approaching him with incredible speed, turning into a real shadow among the mountain forest. And then the pursuer suddenly stopped in place, feeling something with his supernatural senses that made his predatory smile even more expressive and confident in victory. The same scent of thousand xiang that he had so carefully prepared reached his nostrils again, and now no water could hide from the poison master the presence of his little victim. Clearly realizing from which side the smell was coming, the old man without hesitation rushed in that direction, covering the distance with one powerful leap, like a hungry beast that finally smelled its prey. And little Gon at that moment had finally fed on energy, and decided that now he needed to return as quickly as possible, and greet his mentor so that he would not start worrying about his long absence. But at that very moment, right in front of him, as if from under the ground, appeared the same old grandfather, whose gaze promised nothing good, despite all his feigned friendliness and calm voice. From the very beginning of the conversation, he stated that he found Gon not by accident, but simply remembered that in his haste, he completely forgot to give the boy one very important and valuable gift. The old man began slyly telling that any student of his ancient friend Han-Oh was like a native grandson to him, so he was simply obliged to show his sincere care. Gon politely acknowledged that it was very kind of the elder, but modestly noted that he had studied with his mentor very little, and it was hard to call him a full-fledged student of the great master. These sincere words of the boy greatly surprised the old trickster, while Gon continued to say that during all that time he had only learned to skillfully dodge stones and some techniques of the diamond fist. Feeling this, the old bastard spread into an even wider and more satisfied smile, for now he had a formal reason to carry out his insidious and long-planned scheme. Although Gon was not considered an official student, the very fact of his training in martial arts could easily be interpreted as a direct violation of an ancient and very strict sacred prohibition. With these thoughts, he slowly reached into his deep inner pocket and began to search persistently for something, not taking his vigilant and dangerous eyes off the confused boy. He perfectly understood that Honorable O was very close by, so he had no time for long ceremonies, and needed to finish this matter as quickly as possible before anyone intervened. The old man slowly took a mysterious object from the wide sleeve of his clothing, and, with feigned kindness, extended it to the boy, carefully watching his reaction. Gon did not hide his sincere admiration, for it was the first time in his life he had seen such an incredibly beautiful and bright object that shimmered so strangely under the rays of the sun. He began to explain the enormous value of the item, assuring that it was an extraordinarily rare bead that needed to be treasured as the greatest treasure in one's life. When Gon awkwardly called it an overly generous gift, the old man just waved it off, saying it was a trifle he was not at all sorry to give to such a fine boy. He persistently asked the youth not to refuse the gesture of goodwill, but simply to take the gift into his hands as a sign of their unexpected but pleasant meeting by the river. In a moment, the magical bead was in Gon's palms, shining with a cold light that momentarily blinded the boy's eyes with its unusual and mysterious beauty. But as soon as the boy squeezed the fine tighter, it suddenly cracked, and before his eyes turned into a dense, shimmering liquid that began to rapidly spread over his skin. At that moment, Gon was completely confused, unable to comprehend what exactly had happened and why the solid object so suddenly changed its form, becoming a liquid substance. But on the face of the old bastard, an increasingly distinct and cunning smile began to appear, revealing his true intentions and satisfaction from the successful plan. When the amazed boy exclaimed that the bead had simply melted, the old man with hypocritical concern asked for permission to look closer at what remained in the palm. But looking at his own hand, Gon noticed with horror that it was beginning to disappear in a strange way, as if dissolving into space under the influence of that incomprehensible energy. Meanwhile, all the mysterious power that had recently been concentrated in his palm began to flow uncontrollably upward along the arm, penetrating deep inside the body. The boy, completely stunned, watched his body, not understanding the nature of the terrible process engulfing every cell of his young and strong body. Something dark and inevitable was rapidly rising through his channels, heading directly to the very center of energy, his sacred and vulnerable dantian. In a quiet, almost serpentine voice, the old bastard whispered that the bead had simply disappeared, and there was nothing terrible about it, as it supposedly did not have much value anyway. And at that fatal moment, a sharp flash occurred. The foreign energy began to wildly rage and boil inside the boy, tearing his internal channels to pieces. The destructive force instantly spread throughout the body, causing Gon's skin to take on an unnatural green color, signaling the effect of deadly poison. All living things around the boy began to wither instantly. The green leaves on the trees became rotten and crumbled to dust within seconds, under the influence of the terrible aura. The boy was overwhelmed by an incredibly powerful sensation, but it was devoid of any warmth, bringing only unbearable pain, from which he just wanted to stop breathing. He let out a loud scream of despair, and the pupils in his eyes completely disappeared, leaving only eerie white eye sockets staring into the void with unspeakable pain and fear. Already after a second he fell powerless to the ground, and the old man at that moment openly admitted that this gift was the quintessence of his most perfect poisonous art. Despite the terrible blow, the boy did not lose consciousness. He began to desperately crawl on the hard ground, convulsing and screaming from internal tortures. Meanwhile, the old man continued calmly explaining the effect of his poison, noting that tens of thousands of toxic properties would manifest in the body one after another. 3 months remained until the full awakening of the poison in the body, and if by that time the master himself did not intervene in the process, Gon was doomed to a slow and painful death. Now the Shaolin monks would have to make an impossible choice: either passively watch their student die or accept humiliating conditions from the hostile clan. Only sending Gon to the Tang clan could guarantee his life, since trying to solve the problem on their own would inevitably lead to the instant death of the youth. According to this cruel old man, everything looked extremely simple. But behind this simplicity hid a true tragedy capable of breaking anyone's fate. At that moment he even recalled an incident from his distant youth, hinting that Han-Oh should well remember this bitter taste of powerlessness in the face of the inevitable. The sinister old man enjoyed the thought that his longtime enemy Han-Oh would finally lose his beloved child, who had become too dear and close to him. This treacherous bastard did all this only to finally take revenge and deprive his rival of the person with whom he wanted to spend the rest of his life. This fatal story began exactly 15 years ago in a small village spread near the majestic and impregnable walls of the Shaolin monastery. The events unfolded in the local tavern, which was packed with noisy people, creating the illusion of an ordinary evening that promised nothing extraordinary. In those times, Tan Sedin was a very young guy who had just turned 20 years old, and he was full of ambition and a desire to prove his superiority to the whole world. He sat opposite a charming girl named Yan Hua, feeling his face betray him by turning red from an excess of feelings and excitement in her presence. The young man was madly in love with her, and even received an official promise from her father that after his return from Shaolin, they would finally be allowed to marry. At the very same time, the legendary Han-Oh was in this noisy tavern, whose presence instantly attracted the attention of all the visitors in the establishment. He confidently placed a mysterious drink on the table, and loudly addressed those present, calling on those who considered themselves worthy to step forward and accept his challenge. The master openly warned everyone that this tea was deadly poisonous. not hiding at all the danger that awaited anyone who dared to take even one sip. Han-Oh especially emphasized that only truly worthy and strong-spirited warriors would be able to drink this beverage and remain alive after such a trial. Sadine instantly realized that before him stood the very divine dragon of Shaolin, whom everyone considered the strongest master among all the youth of the Central Lands. Yanhua, who was sitting nearby, noticeably blushed, and began enthusiastically telling that only by seeing Han in person could one understand how outstanding his aura was. The girl was so strongly enchanted by the mighty figure and unbreakable spirit of Han-Oh that she completely forgot about everything else, not taking her shining eyes off him. Meanwhile, Han continued his speech, asserting that the sacred Shaolin was not a place for people weak in spirit who were afraid to face true pain. All the girls present in the tavern blushed with delight, looking at the majestic warrior whose every word was filled with absolute confidence in his own invincibility. But for Tan Sadine, it was a real torture to see how his beloved so openly admired another man, and a flame of jealousy instantly ignited in his heart. Unable to endure this humiliation any longer, he abruptly rose from his seat and with a determined step headed towards Han-Oh to put an end to this demonstration once and for all. He loudly and boldly declared to the entire tavern that he would drink this poisonous tea without hesitation, and prove to everyone around that his own skill was no less than Shaolin-s. Sadin openly expressed doubt in Han-'s strength, finally proposing to clarify in an honest duel whose art was mightier, his knowledge of poisons or the monk's inner energy. It was a direct challenge, the goal of which was to determine what would prove stronger, the secret techniques of the Tan clan, or the legendary power of the divine dragon, about which legends were told. Thus began this deadly dangerous duel of poisonous arts, which instantly made all the tavern visitors hold their breath in anticipation of the finale. Hua Yan, holding her breath, tensely watched every move of the opponents, realizing that the fate of two outstanding masters was being decided before her eyes. The deadly tea began to slowly flow down Sadin's throat, and he strained all his inner strength to resist the destructive effect of the toxins that entered his blood. Just as confidently and calmly, Honorable O swallowed the poison, showing no sign of fear or pain, as if he were drinking ordinary water, not a concentrated essence of death. Already after a moment, 2 empty glasses with a dull clatter were placed back on the wooden table, marking the end of the first stage of their mad competition. They silently and intently looked into each other's eyes, trying to find in the opponent's gaze at least the slightest hint of weakness or signs of approaching death. Sadin above all desired only one thing at any cost: to prove to the lady of his heart that he possessed true power capable of overcoming even the strongest obstacles. Han-Oh, on the other hand, looked at him only as another arrogant fool who, because of his excessive pride, dared to challenge someone far beyond his abilities. And indeed, at that moment the poison-S effect began to show on Sadin's face. His eyes started to change color, revealing the terrible struggle raging inside his body. At the same time, Han-Oh appeared completely sober and calm, as if the destructive energy of the drink had no power over him thanks to his impeccable control of it. On the contrary, above the monk's head, a powerful and majestic golden energy began to clearly manifest, indicating his absolute dominance in this duel. A bright and confident smile of a true victor played on Han-Oh's face at that moment, who did not even doubt his own absolute superiority over the arrogant opponent. Which could not be said at all about Tan, who failed to neutralize the effect of the mysterious poison in time, which rapidly began to destroy his body right during the fight. Exhausted and stunned, the boy suddenly fell to his knees, clutching his stomach tightly with his hands due to unbearable and sharp pain that paralyzed his body and will to continue fighting. At this most inappropriate moment, Sadine began a terrible attack of uncontrollable diarrhea, which instantly destroyed his reputation and pride before everyone present in the tavern. Han-Oh remarked with obvious contempt that the loud claims about the greatness of the Tan clan as unsurpassed poison masters turned out to be empty words not worthy of any respect. The worried girl wanted to immediately rush to help her beloved, but Sadine, in despair, held out his hand, begging her not to come near him in such a shameful state. It was at this fatal moment that Sadine experienced the same sudden and uncontrollable lower chakra opening, which became the beginning of his greatest life disgrace before the whole world. Holding her breath, Yanhua watched in complete shock the unheard-of shame and humiliation that befell Sadine in front of the crowd that just a minute ago admired him. Without a doubt, to every visitor of the tavern this spectacle seemed an incredible abomination, which provoked only feelings of disgust and deep disappointment in the once promising young master. The situation looked truly terrible. He not only lost spectacularly to the divine dragon, but also publicly soiled himself, forever losing any dignity in the eyes of those around him. With loud cries of despair and pleas to never approach her again, Yanhua ran out of the tavern in tears, forever severing any relationship with the disgraced representative of the Tang clan. Seeing the horror and undisguised disgust in the eyes of the only beloved person, Sadine felt his heart shatter into 1,000 small fragments, leaving behind only cold emptiness and pain. After this incident, he was shamefully expelled from his native family, and the humiliating nickname stuck to him like a magnet, while Lady Yanhua married a representative of a completely different clan. For him, it was incredibly unfair and painful, as he believed he had suffered an honest defeat in an open duel, although the consequences of this loss turned out to be too harsh. That is why he was able to come to terms with the loss of status itself. But in his wounded soul flickered one question, which he could neither endure nor forget throughout all those long years of wandering. 10 years of exhausting training in the dangerous southern jungles, where he perfected his art of poisons, did not help him understand exactly which technique Han-Oh used. Over time, he came to the bitter realization that surpassing Han-Oh in direct combat was practically impossible due to his colossal level of internal energy and mastery. Having no other way to unravel the mystery, Sadine chose a completely different path, deciding to pose as an old friend in order to finally get answers to the questions that tormented him. The last day came when Han-Oh came to say goodbye, and it was then that Sadine again asked about that very poison, declaring that he would not leave him alone until he heard at least some truth. Hearing the same question over and over again for many years was a real trial for Honorable O, which caused him only fatigue and deep incomprehension of such persistence. When Sadine literally began to beg for the truth, Han finally told how he managed to defeat the master of the Tan clan, who from birth consumed only poisonous snake venom instead of milk. The monk admitted that that day he simply poured into the drink everything he had with him, and among other things there was definitely an extremely powerful laxative, which caused such a violent reaction in the body. This information, heard firsthand, instantly paralyzed Sadine with genuine shock, making him freeze in place, realizing how vile and mean they had treated him. After that, he began to consider Han a real bastard, who even now could not fully understand why Sadine was so furious about events that the monk considered just a funny story from the past. However, for Sadine, it was not a simple adventure, because it was precisely because of this dirty trick that he lost forever the woman he loved above all in the world, and his right to a happy future in the clan. Because of the shameful nickname Shitty Dog, he never managed to marry, spending 10 years in lonely travels to the most remote corners of the world, burning with shame and thirst for revenge. What troubled him most was the realization that his whole life was destroyed, not because of losing in an honest duel of masters, but because of using the most vile and primitive trick. It was for this reason that Sadine was not ready for a second to forget or forgive that old insult, which had been burning his soul throughout all the time spent in exile and constant training. Now he stood with a triumphant smile on his face, feeling that his long-awaited revenge had finally come true, and the insidious plan regarding young Han worked perfectly. Now all that remained was to calmly wait for the difficult choice that the Shaolin monastery would be forced to make, finding itself in a dead end in the face of his most perfect poison. Tan already imagined how he would personally raise this child, who carries his unique poisonous essence, turning the boy into the most powerful and dangerous warrior of his native clan. He dreamed of seeing how the same monks who once despised him would watch in horror as this exile crushes the world of martial arts and glorifies the glorious name of the great Tan clan. But at that very moment of triumph, something absolutely unexpected happened, which made even such an experienced poison master instantly become alert and change his further plans. This treacherous bastard suddenly felt on himself someone as strange and incredibly powerful pressure, which literally pressed him to the ground with its monstrous and unbreakable inner strength. He could not comprehend who nearby could pose such a serious threat to him, since it definitely was not Han-Oh, whose energy he had learned to recognize among thousands of other masters. And at that very moment he realized that the ancient rumors about the existence of a secret and powerful hidden master within the walls of Shaolin most likely turned out to be pure truth. The only thing that somewhat calmed Old Tan was that they were now not on the territory of the main temple, where the influence and power of the monks would be simply unsurpassed and devastating. Casting one last glance at the unconscious boy, he quietly spoke words of farewell, expressing hope that their next meeting with this unusual child would definitely take place. After some time, a bald monk arrived at the scene, but he found no one there except Gon, who lay helplessly on the ground, struggling against the effect of Tan's deadly and treacherous poison. The monk bitterly realized that some bastard had sneaked in here like a cowardly rat to pour out his hatred on an innocent child, right under the nose of the entire majestic Shaolin order. He perfectly understood that the nickname the Willful was given to Sadine not without reason, and now even he would find it incredibly difficult to find a way to neutralize the effect of this terrible and rare poison. The bald man began to scold himself for his slowness, thinking that if he had come even a few minutes earlier, such a terrible tragedy would never have happened to this innocent child. With trembling hands, he opened the boy's clothes and carefully placed his palm on his neck, trying to catch a weak pulse and understand how deeply the poison had managed to penetrate the body. Suddenly he noticed and took out what made his heart beat faster from shock. It was the legendary Pearl of Poison Suppression, which somehow ended up in the hands of Little Gon. For the monk, this became a true glimmer of hope, as thanks to the magical properties of this item, the spread of toxins significantly slowed down, giving the boy one more chance for salvation. However, time was running out, so at first he decided to immediately take Gon to a safe and cozy place, and only then start urgent searches for the medicine needed for treatment. Picking up the child in his arms, the monk rushed forward through the dense thickets, trying to reach the shelter as quickly as possible, where the boy could be given the first necessary aid. Although the pearl restrained the effect of the poisonous essence, he still feared whether the fragile child's body could withstand such colossal pressure from the dark and destructive energy of the enemy. Whether a person could survive after such direct contact with the power of the Tan clan remained a complete mystery, the answer to which was known only to time and Gon's unbreakable will to live. Meanwhile, Honorable O, who was still standing on the mountain peak, felt slight anxiety, as not long ago he distinctly sensed in the air the specific and unpleasant energy of that very Sadine. Troubling thoughts began to creep into the mentor's mind that the Saren might have planned some new treachery to take revenge for his old defeat in that ill-fated tavern near Shaolin. But in the end, he convinced himself that the idiot was unlikely to dare open hostile actions on the sacred territory of the monastery, where every stone is saturated with the power of hundreds of generations of masters. Casting aside all doubts, Honorable O simply turned around and calmly walked toward his dwelling, to finally rest a little after the exhausting conversation with the uninvited guest from the past. Meanwhile, Tan Sadine, who was disdainfully nicknamed Sirun in the monastery, had already crossed the border of Shaolin's domain, feeling complete satisfaction from the successfully executed treacherous plan. Suddenly, a man emerged from the shadows of the trees, politely greeted the Master of Poisons, and eagerly asked whether he had managed to achieve the desired goal during this dangerous and secretive expedition. Tan confidently confirmed the success of his mission, noting that without the help of the man dressed as a Shaolin monk, it would have been much more difficult to accomplish, for which he expressed his sincere gratitude. The bearded monk called his assistance only a small favor, but a clear interest in the further development of events, which he himself had so carefully helped to plan, could be read in his gaze. It was he who on the eve entrusted Gon to deliver rice cakes, deliberately putting the boy in harm's way, and now this traitor awaited the promised reward from Tan for his dirty work. The main condition of their secret agreement was Tan's promise to protect Shaolin from the interference of the 10 Lords of Un, whose actions threatened the usual peace and security of the entire order. However, Sadine honestly admitted that even he was powerless to stop Fenzheng, who was already preparing for an attack, which was precisely what they were discussing in their tense conversation under the cover of the night forest. Speaking about this incredibly strong man, Tan only coldly remarked that he had personally changed the fate of Little Gon, and now the boy's future looked extremely bleak and doomed. He added that the child most likely would never be able to return to a normal life, since he had successfully introduced his deadly poisonous essence directly into the body of the unsuspecting youth. The bearded monk finally realized the scale of the disaster he had naively believed that Tan would only test Gon's skills in foreign schools. But reality turned out to be much more terrible and insidious. Behind the cunning and satisfied smile of this rookie hid a much greater meanness than the monk could imagine. And now he felt how cold tension gripped his own heart. Now the bearded man clearly understood that all the blame for what had happened lay solely on him, since he had organized this fatal meeting, becoming an involuntary instrument in the hands of a treacherous enemy. Overcome with doubts, the monk asked Tan why this little boy had become so important to the 10 Lords of Un, that they dared to commit such a vile act right on the territory of the sacred monastery. The answer was cruel. For decades these outstanding masters had lived focusing all their hatred on one Hong-O, and now their rage sought any outlet for final revenge. The bearded man noted that it would have been more logical to deal directly with his enemy, rather than doing such terrible things to a defenseless child who had not even had time to learn the true world of martial arts. However, Tan replied that the current events are merely the inevitable consequence of the very oath once given by the great mentor Mugak, trying to save his wayward disciple from deserved punishment. The monk had previously heard these legends about how the great Mugak, despite his venerable age, went from one school to another, trying to atone for the numerous sins and misdeeds that Hanno committed in his past. It was then that Honorable O was strictly forbidden to leave the boundaries of Shaolin and to take disciples, so as not to allow the leakage of secret techniques of other schools, which he so brazenly appropriated during his bandit travels. Siren added that if it were not for this sacred protection of the monastery walls, Han would have long ago been torn to thousands of pieces by enraged masters who sought justice for the insults and humiliations of past years. In Tan's opinion, Shaolin showed terrible ingratitude by deciding only formally not to consider Gon a disciple, while allowing him to effectively inherit the martial path and all the unique knowledge of Han-O. Now the bearded monk finally understood why the willful Tan and the only sword Fen were so obsessed with this boy, seeing in him the living embodiment of everything they so sincerely hated. Since Quen Mok officially renounced the mentor and martial arts of Shaolin, an attack on him by the lords would be a gross violation of the laws. But Gon, who accepted Han's legacy, became a legitimate target. It is precisely because of this that all the rage accumulated over many decades now fell as a huge burden on the shoulders of a child who simply had the misfortune to become the heir of the path of the great Han-O. However, the bearded man could not understand the root of this monstrous and bottomless hatred, so he directly asked the elder Tan about what exactly once happened between him and the divine dragon. Tan answered briefly and grimly, noting only that Han once took from him the most precious thing he had in life, leaving only a scorched desert and an endless thirst for revenge in his soul. He added that a Shaolin follower should not delve into conversations about the complex feelings between a man and a woman, since the monk would not understand the pain of losing the one who was dearer to him than anything else. That is why now he answers Han-O in exactly the same way, destroying the life of the one who became dearer to the mentor than his own life, and feels only cold and sweet satisfaction from revenge. The bearded monk was already painting terrible pictures in his imagination of how Han-O once encroached on the wife of the willful one, and perhaps even cold-bloodedly killed her, creating this bottomless abyss of enmity. He was struck by the depth of this hatred, which seemed to him a true endless abyss, capable of swallowing anyone who dared to approach the secrets of these two great masters. But the real truth was much more prosaic and amusing. He did not even suspect that this whole tragedy began with Han simply making Tan disgrace himself in front of a girl in a tavern. With this, their tense and meaning-laden conversation was finally concluded, and each remained with his own thoughts regarding the further fate of the unfortunate boy poisoned by the essence of the Tan clan. And although Sadine admitted that harming a child was an extremely vile act, he still expressed a faint hope that Shaolin would find the strength and wisdom not to let Gon die so easily. Meanwhile, the bearded monk came to a difficult conclusion. If the Tan clan had already intervened in this game, then Gon could no longer remain safe on the monastery grounds, where danger awaited him. He decided that for the peace of Shaolin and the boy's own future, the best solution would be to send him directly to the Tan clan, where he could receive the necessary treatment and survive. The monk believed that in this way, Shaolin would no longer suffer from the constant threat of attack by the 10 lords, and the conflict that had been brewing for years would finally receive its logical and peaceful resolution. He sincerely convinced himself that he was acting correctly, although it was completely unclear whom he cared for more, the prestige of his native monastery, or the life of the little child whom he himself had betrayed. After some time, the events moved to the Pavilion of Merciful Clouds, one of the oldest and most mysterious places among the 36 halls of Shaolin, which had its long and majestic history. This sacred place was so secret and important that no living soul had the right to cross its threshold without the direct and official consent of the abbot of the Shaolin monastery himself. At this time, the old master bent over the helpless Gon in the depths of the inner chambers, which were already almost completely filled with the dense, ominous, and deadly poisonous energy of the Tan clan. The fact that the young boy managed to hold out so long under such colossal pressure from a toxic force caused sincere surprise and genuine admiration for the child's will in the experienced mentor. The old man clearly understood that decisive measures needed to be taken immediately, and bitterly realized that to save Gon's life, he had only one extremely risky way left. He hesitated seriously, knowing that sooner or later this child would enter the big world, and passing on such a powerful and dangerous force was extremely risky for the entire battle order. However, in the end, the understanding that human life is the highest value outweighed all doubts, and the master finally dared to take this desperate and fateful step for the sake of the boy. After some time, the old man decisively headed to the head of the monastery, intending to ask him only one direct question and express one extremely important request that could not tolerate delay. His first question was sharp and direct. He wanted to immediately find out whose exactly foolish idea it was to involve the treacherous troublemaker from the famous and dangerous Tan family in this dangerous matter. Hearing these harsh words, the head of Shaolin seemed momentarily tongue-tied, not knowing how to respond to such a direct accusation that instantly exposed his own enormous short-sightedness. However, recovering from the unexpected question, he was forced to reluctantly admit to the mentor that the situation was his personal, extremely serious, and truly fatal mistake. To the question of why he did not stop Tan earlier, the head replied that he did not want to reveal his awareness, since it was the current students who would have to lead all of Shaolin in the future. Such a confident explanation only further angered the old master, who clenched his teeth tightly in outrage, barely restraining his righteous anger before the person responsible for the fate of the order. Unable to hold back any longer, he struck the table with all his might, pouring all his fury and disappointment into the loud sound that echoed throughout the spacious office of the head. Despite all the justifications, the old man coldly declared that this time the abbot had made an unforgivable mistake, and now he was ready to tell the whole truth about what really happened. The old man clearly understood that Shaolin is currently experiencing an extremely difficult period of generational change, when unprecedented confusion and deep misunderstanding of the true purpose reign within the monastery walls. Although he had long ceased to be officially considered a monk, the elder persistently explained to the head that there are inviolable principles that Shaolin has no right to abandon if it wants to remain true to itself. The head of the monastery listened carefully to these stern words and was forced to silently acknowledge the complete correctness of his interlocutor, as his arguments were supported by centuries-old wisdom and experience. It became clear now that the abbot was aware of the full danger of the situation, but despite this, he still allowed an innocent child to remain without proper protection in the face of a deadly enemy. After the mentor left the boy, all the fury of the martial arts world fell upon the inexperienced student. Although the presence of even one master of Han-S level nearby could have fundamentally changed the situation, Gon had to experience the full cruelty of this world firsthand, and seeing these sufferings with his own eyes, the head of Shaolin could no longer find the strength for excuses or any objections. The elder once again sternly emphasized that he formally had no right to interfere in the internal affairs of the monastery, but his visit to the abbot was caused by an extreme necessity that could not be kept silent about. After the head once again expressed his sincere apologies, the old man reported that he had already managed to move Gon to the Hall of Merciful Clouds to provide him at least temporary peace and safety. From the point of view of martial arts, the treacherous Sadin had already reached the stage of complete renunciation, so his unique poison was practically impossible to neutralize by ordinary energy purification methods. However, the experienced guardian continued to insist that even in such a seemingly hopeless situation, there still remains one hidden way to save the boy's life. At that very moment, a terrible thought arose in the head of the monastery, and he began to realize with tension what desperate step the legendary elder was about to take. The head anxiously asked if the master really meant the forbidden technique of tendon transformation and complete bone purification, which is considered the highest secret of their spiritual order. This technique is the pinnacle of Shaolin's inner teachings, and only the abbot or the eldest members have the right to study it, as it grants a power capable of changing the very nature of the human body. The abbot recalled that even the great Hong-O once mastered only the transformation of tendons, but he did not intend to obstruct the will of the guardian if he was ready to take personal responsibility for it. Then the guardian added that the transmission of the technique itself does not guarantee the child's survival, as the legendary pill of return to the origin, passed down among abbots, will be needed for a successful outcome. Before giving his final answer to such a bold request, the head of Shaolin asked the guardian for permission to pose only one, but extremely important question that had long troubled his soul. He reminded that the elder does not belong to the official structure and can remain anywhere as a hidden master, so his interference in the worldly boy's internal affairs seemed very strange. The main thing the head wanted to hear was the real reason why such a powerful and majestic master shows such deep and sincere concern for the fate of an ordinary child who has no relation to the temple. The elder's answer was full of sorrow. He noted that the abbot took the path of refusal only after the death of his disciple, and he himself had already fulfilled his duty by passing on the last instructions on the secret technique. Despite these deep philosophical reflections, the head still persistently awaited a clearer and more understandable answer regarding the true motives of the elder's unusual behavior. He involuntarily recalled that memorable day when he first met this legendary master, whose figure was always shrouded in a thick veil of mystery and unfathomable inner strength. At that time, he was incredibly impressed and somewhat frightened by the aura emanating from the elder, which made everyone feel their own insignificance in the face of true art. It was at that significant moment that the elder handed the monastery head the last secret instructions on performing the bone purification technique, which became a turning point in the development of the entire order. After receiving this invaluable knowledge, the abbot's progress accelerated significantly, and soon he had no equals among all martial arts masters within the central lands of the country. Since their first significant meeting, a long 10 years have passed, during which the elder never once showed active interest in the affairs and events of the surrounding world. And only now, after so much time, has the one appeared who was able to once again feel the hidden presence of the elder, despite the master making every effort to remain unnoticed by others. The elder openly admitted that it was the young Gon who became that unique person who felt his aura, and this discovery made the master look differently at the potential of this unusual boy. He emphasized that after such a manifestation of supernatural sensitivity from the child, he simply cannot remain indifferent and passively watch as this incredible young life fades away. This became especially unbearable now, as the talented child was slowly and painfully dying right before his eyes, becoming a victim of insidious revenge and ancient quarrels of the great masters of the past. Sighing heavily, the head of Shaolin was forced to admit that the elder himself was now extremely displeased with the events and moods prevailing inside the monastery, destroying its ancient glory and greatness. The elder sternly remarked if the head considers his help to the child merely a manifestation of personal sympathies, then he has too low an opinion of the true motives and high spiritual values of his brother-in-arms. Having heard these words, the abbot asked hopefully whether this mysterious boy could really become the force that would finally pull the current Shaolin out of the deep quagmire of decline and internal strife. Then the elder silently turned his head away, making it clear that he had never thought about such global consequences, focusing exclusively on saving a specific human life. However, he was absolutely certain of one thing. If the unfortunate boy is left in such a terrible condition without proper help, he will inevitably die within the next few hours under the influence of dark forces. But the head of Shaolin continued to insist on his question, seeking to understand whether this decision would be right for the safety of the order itself, and what exactly the mentor intends to do to protect the temple. The elder replied that he does not know what exactly the abbot is contemplating, but he simply cannot leave the child who is right now fighting a desperate and painful battle for survival with his last strength. He added that he was personally ready to sacrifice himself for the good of Shaolin at any moment, but did not consider it possible to demand such sacrifice from other people, especially from an innocent boy. This sincere answer made the leader barely smile under his thick gray beard, for he finally saw before him a person of truly high virtue, acting according to the call of the heart. At such a moment, any further reflections on who was right and who was guilty in this situation seemed absolutely superfluous and unimportant in the face of the mortal danger threatening the child. Then the abbot decisively approached the old cabinet and began carefully taking out the very legendary pill, which was the last hope for restoring internal energy and cleansing Gon's body. He silently handed the priceless artifact to the elder, asking him to act as he deemed necessary, fully trusting his wisdom and impeccable skills in treating combat injuries. The abbot could only sincerely pray after the mentor when he quickly left the building with the pill in his hands, preparing to begin the complex process of neutralizing the terrible poison of the Tang clan. Left alone, the leader pondered that due to the insidious actions of the willful one, a real storm was beginning to rise in the very heart of Shaolin, capable of forever changing the usual way of life of the monastery. The poison master surely knew about the secret techniques and the great pill of revival, so he arranged a meeting with Hong-O to confirm his suspicions, and only after that start his destructive game. In the end, the abbot had to admit that now they could only closely monitor the cunning plan of the willful one, trying to anticipate his next moves in this dangerous game. Meanwhile, in his chambers, Gon suddenly fell from the bed onto the cold floor, feeling his body shudder from another attack of unexplained weakness and severe internal pain. The boy tightly held his head with his hands, which hurt incredibly from the throbbing pressure, trying at least for a moment to calm this terrible sensation that was tearing his consciousness to pieces. Being in a state of complete shock, the youth could not at all comprehend what was happening to his body right now, and why the familiar world around him suddenly became so hostile and incomprehensible. Looking around confusedly, he could not recognize the room he was in, and did not understand how exactly he ended up in this mysterious place after his walk by the river on the mountainside. Besides the pain, the boy was troubled by a strange and extremely strong feeling of hunger, which felt as if he had not eaten for many days. despite having recently enjoyed some flatbreads. He tried to recall the events of the last hours. He only remembered how his grandfather from the Tan clan gave him a beautiful bead that instantly melted in his hands, and then everything around was covered with thick and impenetrable fog. Not understanding the true nature of what had happened, the boy naively believed that the strange pill bead was something extremely valuable, although in reality, it carried only death and destruction. In fact, the poisonous essence of the willful was the true embodiment of his entire life path, and even an experienced poison master would hardly be able to handle such a concentration of power alone. However, Gon had eaten poisonous plants with powerful yang energy since childhood, so his body could manage two types of energy, which was similar to the secret technique of the Tan family, the unity of heaven and earth. Thanks to this unique ability, he was literally able to absorb the essence of the poison, restraining its destructive power throughout one life cycle, even without conscious control over its circulation. Moreover, the willful deliberately excluded corpse poisons from the essence S composition, as he seriously considered the possibility of taking Gon into his clan and making him his best next disciple. But the boy did not know any of this yet. His only concern was not to be late for the evening meal, since he was already missing classes, and they might start considering him an ordinary idler again. Gathering the last of his strength, he decided to go to the mentors as soon as possible to explain that his long absence was connected with fulfilling an important assignment from the bearded monk. Gon was already about to leave the room to make it to dinner and at least somewhat satisfy his hunger. But suddenly, he stopped sharply, feeling some strange inconsistency in the surrounding space. The boy slowly turned his head back and looked intently once more at his empty bed, trying to understand what exactly in this familiar setting made his heart beat with anxiety. Gon suddenly realized that he would not be able to leave this mysterious place just like that, because every cell of his body felt a strange resistance and an incomprehensible heaviness that shackled his movements. Meanwhile, the elder was already hurrying to the boy's room, tensely pondering the difficult situation and trying to find a way to neutralize the terrible poison he had encountered. Having come to a difficult conclusion, the master understood that it was simply impossible to immediately remove such a concentrated poison, so the only way out was to allow the boy to fight this force himself. He secretly feared that this exhausting process of internal cleansing could drag on for many years, or even entire decades, testing the limits of human capabilities. However, when he finally opened the door to the inner chambers, he discovered with horror that the bed was empty, and Gon himself was nowhere to be found, which was absolutely impossible for a person in his current state. A disturbing thought immediately crept into the elder's mind that the boy might have been treacherously kidnapped, as he did not believe that a poisoned child could get up and go somewhere on his own. But looking closely at the bed, he noticed that the bedding was folded extremely carefully and neatly, which eloquently indicated that the boy had definitely not been forcibly taken from there against his will. However, common sense suggested to the master that the young man simply could not have left on his own in such a critical condition, making this situation even more mysterious and dangerous for the entire monastery. Realizing that every lost minute could cost the child his life, the elder decided to immediately begin the search and find the fugitive as quickly as possible before it was too late to save him. Meanwhile, the sun was slowly setting toward the horizon, painting the sky in crimson colors and heralding the approach of twilight, which could significantly complicate the search for young Gon in the mountainous terrain. Gon himself accidentally stumbled upon a secret passage he had never noticed before, and hoped that this path would finally lead him to the main gates of his native Shaolin monastery for rescue. Moving forward, he keenly felt that something extremely strange and frightening was happening to his body, as if every muscle suddenly filled with unbearable weight, preventing him from even taking a normal step. The boy felt as if he had suddenly become incredibly heavy, and his own limbs no longer obeyed as skillfully as they had before during daily training or walks along forest paths. Despite this strong discomfort and inexplicable weakness, Gon still decided to hurry to make it in time for the evening meal and avoid unnecessary questions from the strict mentors. Moving forward, the young man had no idea what terrible and deadly energy was now emanating from him, poisoning all living things around him within seconds of his presence nearby. The poison S effect was so powerful that even the juicy green leaves on the trees instantly withered and fell right behind his tracks, leaving only a dead desert instead of a forest. Suddenly, a group of pilgrims appeared on the narrow path ahead of him, and Gon was very surprised by this unexpected encounter, as he did not expect to see strangers here at such a late hour. Seeing the crowd, he was momentarily confused, but quickly pulled himself together, realizing that he needed to pass by them as inconspicuously as possible to avoid attracting any unnecessary attention. He decided to slip through the group of people so quickly and skillfully that they would not even have time to see his face, or at least understand who had just run past them in the shadow of the trees. Meanwhile, the pilgrims calmly said goodbye to each other, discussing the beautiful evening service and feeling spiritual uplift, completely unaware of the deadly danger nearby. Gon slipped past the crowd with incredible speed, remaining only a vague shadow in the eyes of the people who did not even pay attention to the strange boy, who was so desperately rushing somewhere. However, within a second, those closest to him suddenly began to fall to the ground, suffocating from an invisible and extremely aggressive poison that instantly struck their internal organs. The pilgrims standing a little further away turned around in horror at the screams and saw this terrible sight, completely not understanding what force had so suddenly and cruelly struck down their friends on the path. One elderly man was the first to suffer. The color of his face instantly changed to a sickly shade, and his breathing became heavy and intermittent under the influence of the invisible toxic aura of young Gon. Already in a moment the old man helplessly fell to the hard ground, barely restraining the unbearable pain that tore his body from within, and vainly trying to understand the cause of his sudden ailment. The mustached monk who was nearby immediately rushed to help the victim, trying to find out the cause of the tragedy, and at least somewhat ease the suffering of the unfortunate pilgrim dying in his arms. However, soon he himself felt a strange smell, so he quickly covered his mouth with his sleeve, only guessing what kind of terrible danger was now hovering in the air and killing all living things around them. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, the monk decided not to waste time and immediately report this terrible incident to the head of the reception hall, so that urgent and decisive safety measures could be taken. After some time, Master Quan Bo anxiously asked the mustached monk for details of what had happened, seeing how upset and frightened he was by this incomprehensible event. The messenger began to nervously explain that there were no external wounds on the bodies of the pilgrims, but all signs clearly indicated extremely severe poisoning by an unknown and very potent poison. Quan Bo deeply pondered the terrible consequences, since Shaolin was now overcrowded with ordinary pilgrims and students who did not possess techniques to protect their internal energy from poison. Most of the people on the temple grounds were ordinary laymen, whose bodies were absolutely unprepared to resist professional toxins, making them easy victims for the invisible threat. He understood if immediate measures were not taken, losses among people would be catastrophic, and Shaolin would not be able to avoid responsibility for the tragedy, although the identity and goals of the criminal remained a complete mystery. Quan Bo ordered the mustached monk to immediately deploy all fighters of the Mu generation to completely block the monastery entrances and gather the affected in one place to provide at least minimal assistance. His strict order was carried out instantly, and the temple grounds turned into a strict quarantine zone where every monk tried to act as precisely as possible, despite the growing anxiety and panic around. Rumors about the activity of the willful one in Sichuan province had already reached the master, and now he began to realize that these warnings were true, and the danger had come much closer to them. But Quan Bo could not fully believe in such cruelty. After all, even the treacherous Tan Sadin would hardly poison hundreds of innocent pilgrims indiscriminately and without a specific purpose. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Gon slowly approached the central gates of Shaolin, feeling a strange fatigue that with each step increasingly shackled his once light and skillful movements. Suddenly he heard the alarming toll of a bell, the sound of which did not at all resemble the usual signal after the end of service, which made the boy wary, although he did not understand that he himself was the source of the problem. After some time, a huge crowd of ordinary boys and visitors gathered on the street, who in complete confusion demanded explanations as to why they were not being allowed to go home to their families. Instead of clear explanations, they received only a stern request to unconditionally follow the instructions, since all passages were blocked solely to ensure the safety of the pilgrims in this troubling time. The monks asked people to be patient and wait a little, but a real chaos and dissatisfied commotion had already begun among the crowd, which became increasingly difficult to control by the security forces every minute. The young monk on duty did not know what to answer the angry people, as the agitated crowd before him increasingly resembled a pack of hungry dogs ready to break free from the chain at any moment. The guards themselves were also not given any clear explanations regarding the reasons for the emergency state, so they could only silently carry out the order, wondering why these strange events began immediately after the service. At that moment, Gon quietly approached the monk from behind and politely asked if he could now go inside, since he was delayed due to an important assignment and wanted to get to his cell as soon as possible. The boy explained his delay by carrying out an order and simply asked for permission to slip through the gates, not feeling at all the deadly aura that now invisibly trailed behind every one of his movements. The monk looked at Gon and, recognizing him as one of the secular disciples, decided that the delay of such a small one was not worth extra trouble with the higher authorities, if he let him through without unnecessary formalities. It was precisely because of the unwillingness to escalate the conflict and write unnecessary reports that he decided to make an exception for the boy, thereby making a fatal mistake that put the lives of many people at risk. The guard only briefly ordered Gon to pass as quietly as possible so as not to be seen by the senior monks, who were now patrolling all entrances and exits of the main monastery grounds in great fuss. Then he wanted to ironically add whether this task was just an ordinary excuse for a truant. But he did not manage to finish his thought because a sudden and unbearable pain instantly pierced his entire body. A sharp flash in the chest made the monk fall silent mid-word, and his breath was caught by an incomprehensible pressure that seemed to tear his heart and lungs into thousands of tiny bloody pieces from the inside. The guard convulsively grabbed his chest with his hands, trying to understand what was happening to him. But the pain was so paralyzing that he could not even utter the slightest cry for help. The senior brother, who was standing on duty nearby, immediately noticed something was wrong and anxiously asked his companion about his condition, trying to support him until he fell onto the hard cobblestone. However, he only writhed in convulsions and could not utter a single word while his skin, before the witness's eyes, began to take on a terrible brown shade, characteristic of the effect of the strongest poison. The events shifted to the training yard, where there was relative silence, which did not at all correspond to the tense chaos that had already begun to engulf other parts of the large monastery complex. It was here that Gon finally arrived, approaching a group of other students who were just coming out of the hall and were extremely surprised by his sudden appearance, as the boy had not been seen at any class since early morning. The young Vanmu was the first to run up to his friend, and with obvious concern asked what exactly had happened to him, as Gon looked extremely exhausted, and his face had an unnatural and very sickly appearance. In response, Gon could only mutter that he was incredibly hungry, as hunger became the only sensation that for a moment proved stronger than the strange pain that continued to tear him apart from the inside. Seeing that something was really wrong with his friend, Vanmu carefully placed his palm on Gon's head to check if he had a fever that could explain such strange behavior and appearance. And at that very moment, when the contact was made, the senior mentor appeared in the yard, who in a stern and anxious voice asked about the reason for the gathering and ordered all students to immediately return to their rooms. Seeing the senior mentor, Gon immediately approached him and anxiously asked if he was too late, to which he replied reassuringly, hoping to hear news about what was happening outside the temple. The boy said that the entrance to the monastery was completely blocked, and there was real chaos around. So he himself did not fully understand the scale of the serious trouble that suddenly hung over the sacred abode. However, during this conversation, the senior monk began to closely examine the young man's face, noticing that his complexion had become unnaturally pale and sickly, which was extremely uncharacteristic for the energetic and healthy Gon. Since the mentor was already aware of the insidious plans to confront this innocent child with the dangerous willful master from the Tan clan, a terrible picture of what had happened instantly began to form in his mind. Understanding the deadly game unfolding right before his eyes made the old warrior's heart tighten with the anticipation of an inevitable catastrophe, which would now be extremely difficult to stop by his own strength. Confirming his worst suspicions, events began to occur right in the training yard that left no doubt that a real and extremely aggressive poison had penetrated the monastery grounds. Suddenly, the young Wanmu fell to his knees and began to writhe in unbearable internal pain, and Gon, not even realizing the danger of his approach, instantly rushed to his comrade to somehow ease his sudden suffering. The poor boy simply gasped for breath and could not utter a sound, vainly trying to explain to those around him what invisible force was tearing his internal organs apart and instantly depriving him of any ability to fight. Frightened, Gon looked away confusedly at the other students, who also began to feel strange weakness, while the senior mentor finally realized that the willful Tan had done something truly terrible and vile to this child. It became completely clear to the elder that the enemy had used Gon as a living instrument to spread the deadly essence, and now everyone who came near the boy automatically became the next victim of this treacherous game. The air around them began to distinctly carry the same sweet yet repulsive smell of the Tan clan, which the elder immediately recognized, understanding that the affected zone was rapidly expanding every second. The monk realized if the situation continued to develop according to this bloody scenario, very soon even he himself, despite his inner strength, would find himself in mortal danger from this poisonous aura. Gon ran up to the teacher with a desperate cry that all the novices around suddenly began to fall unconscious, not even suspecting that he himself was the source of the invisible death that destroys all living things in its path. The elder tried to expel the poisonous energy using his own inner strength, while bitterly realizing that the experienced mentor Yunho had made a fatal and irreparable mistake by trusting the master of poisons. He understood that the willful Tang did not intend to save Shaolin, but on the contrary was deliberately leading the Great Order to complete destruction, using the most insidious and dirty methods from the world of martial arts. Seeing how even the mighty elder brother Mu Jin was making incredible efforts to preserve his own life, Gon finally began to realize that they had all become part of someone's very cruel and bloody plan. Meanwhile, in the quiet and closed chambers of the head of the discipline hall, a heavy atmosphere of expectation prevailed, becoming increasingly unbearable due to the complete absence of any news about the events taking place in the monastery itself. Yunho could not understand the reason for such a long silence, as he believed that by this time the boy should have long been found, and the lack of any news only intensified his inner anxiety and anger. His heart was filled with an anxious feeling of inevitable disaster, which he could not silence with any meditation, feeling that the situation in the Shaolin monastery was completely slipping out of any human control. The thought that he was forced to stay in place and could not personally lead the search party pressed on him even more, making every minute of waiting a real test for his usually steel will. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside his door, and a messenger appeared with urgent news that all the heads of the halls were immediately summoned to the main hall of the monastery to make extremely important and swift decisions. The envoy asked confusedly if the head had heard the sounds of the alarm bell and horn, which were now ringing over all of Shaolin, announcing that something truly terrible and unpredictable had happened within the walls of the sanctuary. Only one thought flashed through Yunho's mind. He was completely sure that the boy had finally been found, and now he was preparing to hear the details of the consequences that this fatal encounter with the enemy had led to.